Hello. Hi. You want to see something cool? Ah! Look at how cute it is! Okay, hold on. Wait, look. Boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna play it so many times. I don't care if it's annoying and if it's kind of long of a transition. Who cares? Dude, I'm not an animator, so I'm really surprised that it kind of flowed the way I wanted it to. Like, it's sketchy, but I didn't really want to. I don't have the patience and time to go refine it, so that's why we're here. Hang on. Also, I made some changes to the chat box, I think. So it's got like a bit of a background to it, so you can see it better. I don't know, I think it looks cooler. Also, well, in this other scene. Oh man. Oh hey, I forgot the audio stops here. Oopsie doopsie. And I forgot that, I didn't position this correctly. Okay. But like the chat box here is like this now. Anyway. Was that just an excuse to use the transition more? Yes. Now, I'm perfectly aware that I'm digging my own grave in terms of having variety as a streamer, being smart about these things and whatnot, but here's the thing, right? Whenever I start playing a game and I get really into the game, like, it's the only thing my brain will think about. Like, I have to finish this game, you know? I will not, my mind cannot rest without finishing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, because like, after I finish playing a chapter, like, right after I go back and rewatch it my own playthrough, not in some sort of narcissistic sense, but like just to make sure everything's okay, but also review the information and also see moments again, right? I go and watch other Let's Players who did that chapter, and then now my recommended is full of Great Ace Attorney stuff, and like, I can't escape it, you know? I'm moments away from going to AO3 and, you know, taking off the spoiler tags. Like, it's bad. Oh wait, let me change the box label. So, yeah. But because of this, I have a couple theories. Yeah, because of what happened last case, which is unfortunately not on Twitch because god damn, my Wi-Fi did not want to work yesterday, so instead I just recorded it all and it turned out to be 11 hours! So fun. So instead, basically, what happened was, right, it was normal trial stuff, but it was really heavily connected to the professor, which I thought was gonna be kind of, you know, like last case stuff. Like, it felt like a last case, you know what I mean? Like the last case of a game. Because of how it feels like things are kind of tying together. Of course, not everything's answered, right? But like, you know, like, because it was so closely connected to that professor case, which is most likely the Hound of the Baskervilles case, which is kind of the big secret that Britain's been trying to hide, and the thing that Sherlock is always referring to, like the dark side of English or whatever. And right? And like, so it felt like a last case. Also, like, the whole thing was Cosmo. I'm not even gonna touch the Cosmo thing right now. But some theories I have about the last case, because I think they've been making it pretty clear to us so far. And basically, actually no, we're touching on Cosmo now. So, because Cosmo was saying, oh, I need to go to Great Britain because I need to finish this thing. I have this, what is it? Like his mission or whatever, to go to Great Britain. And we had initially assumed it was because he wants to learn about the justice system and then better Japan's justice system. Which, in a sense, is not entirely wrong, right? Like, he does want to do that, but it's not the only thing, right? And Lord Chief Justice was like, oh yeah, do you even know Kazuma's true motive for going to Great Britain? I bet you don't, right? So obviously I think it's because of his dad, you know, his dad being the professor. But I don't know what to make of it, because if he wanted to go to Great Britain for his dad, I'm confused on that, because why would he need to go to Great Britain if he knew that his dad had been sentenced to death here, but was guilty, you know? Like, if his dad is the professor and this big serial killer who's been basically ruining lives, right? And then he was, you know, sentenced to death, probably rightfully so, right? After killing 5 people, you probably should also not be alive anymore. But it's like, right? But if in that case, it would seem like quote-unquote justice is served, right? Like, the case is solved. There shouldn't be any more conflict there, at least for people in the know. Like, they don't want information getting out because they knew that the professor was Japanese, and if it got out that this Japanese man was killing British aristocracy, you know, they were like, oh yeah, our friendship treaty that we have going on, that's not gonna work out at all, right? And so, like, obviously they held that back from the public. But like, from like Kazuma's perspective, if his dad was a piece of shit, then I feel like he shouldn't have any, like, I don't know, like, what it sort of, like, it still feels like he has conflict, like something's happening, something's wrong, right? That's why he has to come here. But if his dad was a piece of shit and it was, like, executed and whatever, and quote-unquote justice was served, then he shouldn't have that reason to come here. Does that make sense? Right? Which leads me then to believe that maybe his dad was wrongfully condemned. As in, his dad wasn't actually guilty of the crime. It was someone else, right? So it would basically be like the Giselle Brett situation, where it's where they found it easier to pin it on this Japanese man or something like that. I don't know. Or like, you know, the actual, you know, big bad was someone with big power, and they weren't able, or like, you know, and because we know that the whole British law is like kind of corrupt, you know, people with big money can just bribe jurors and whatever and pay witnesses to say whatever they want, right? Like, we know that can happen. So that might have happened with the professor case, and the person who they in the end decided was the professor was actually wrong, right? It wasn't Kazuma's dad. And if that's the case, then that would make sense why Kazuma's all the way here. It also makes sense that why he would choose to be a defense attorney, because right? Well, I mean, now he's not a defense, now he's a prosecutor, and I'm confused. I just don't know. I don't know. But I feel like that would make sense. Right? So it would basically be like Ryunosuke Naruhodo's first trial gone wrong. Yeah. Don't ask me about the specifics of that theory, because it's literally just, it's like a conspiracy theory. It's based on like some logic, but like mostly conspiracy. Yeah. Oh man. God. And like the last case, I didn't say it before, but I thought it's like the second investigation day 2 or whatever it's called, investigation. Yeah. Like, yeah, the second investigation part was really fun. That was so good. Because I don't know, maybe it's because we saw a bunch of characters from the first game kind of return. By a bunch of characters, I mean Gina and only Gina. Ah, Gina's back! And, wait, no, Gina was in the first part of the investigation. I don't even know. It was like the whole, I guess, tracking down Deber and actually meeting him. And, oh, and the, what is Sherlock's minigame thing called? The logic and reasoning spectacular, whatever. That one in that investigation was really good. The one with anti-gravity. Maybe, yeah. I have fun. It was fun. It was very fun. So, yeah. Alright. I'm gonna press record again. I'm gonna record this again, just in case, I don't know, my Wi-Fi decides to go kaput again. And, I mean, that way I don't have to splice together and download like 10 separate videos. Because that's just dumb. So we're gonna press record. Hello! Recording. VOD? Unless the whole thing actually streams properly, then I probably won't use this recording at all, but hey! Anyway. Okay, let's continue. Okay, conspiracy talk is over. Basically, a summary of the conspiracy was that I think Cosmo's dad is actually wrongfully accused. I think that his dad is probably not guilty, but he got a guilty verdict anyway because he was basically the scapegoat for some big British bigwig. I think that's the case. I mean, it would make sense. That's kind of how things are building up to be. They're like, the British law is corrupt, and racism. No. And like, why Cosmo is here? Like, why is he here if his father was actually a dickhead and rightfully executed? Like, why would he come here? You know? If his dad was wrongfully executed, then it would make sense why he's here to try to fix the government or something. I don't know. Maybe he did something back at home and Cosmo was like, wow, the British government got it right. I need to learn from the British government so I can take this back at home. So, you know, assholes like my dad will not pull the same shit back, or, you know, well, okay, whatever. Twisted Karma and his last— oh, right, so I can't wait for our next part. I can't wait for Lord Strongheart to yell at us, and for Sherlock to lie to us. We're so excited. Oh god, Lord Strongheart's gonna be so fucking mad at us for convicting his, right-hand woman.
Pipe in hand, Sholmes looked down at the thick, rolling fog outside our window. I wonder exactly how many mysteries are out there, hidden within this bed of fog, he said.
Red hair.
Indeed, a most bizarre incident, born of a curious advertisement. A hellhound's mad gallop through the shadows of a serial murder, an executed man's graveyard resurrection in the dead of night. And a commonplace killing in a small, forgotten room at the edge of town. There is, naturally, always another side to every case, of which most remain ignorant. And it is that other side which compels me to the scene of the crime, Wilson. So quickly now, take your hat and let's be on our way, my dear fellow. For our adventure is not over yet. Come, the game is afoot.
Let's be on our way! Apparently all these intros are like from actual Sherlock Holmes novels. I'm not well read, so I have never read Sherlock Holmes. But apparently Sherlock is kind of as weird as this game depicts him. I'm like, oh really? Like he forgets cases that don't relate to the current case all the time. And apparently like a lot of his deductions are like, a lot of people see as like, what the hell is this guy talking about? Right? I was like, oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize. I thought he was just super goofy here, but he's apparently goofy everywhere. 8 days after that earth-shattering trial and Cosmo regaining his memory, we were in the foyer of one of London's most luxurious hotels, the Great Waterloo Hotel. Only actually, Herlock Sholmes is like a real thing. Like, it's like somebody wrote a story, and they changed his name to Herlock Sholmes because they didn't have the copyright something. They didn't have like the rights to his name or something like that. Which is the same case in this scenario, I think. So Herlock Sholmes does exist outside of GAA. Crazy. Waterloo. Waterloo is such a familiar name. As in, like, I've heard it in history class before, but Oh, hey, it's actually what? This looks fairly modern. I don't know. Huh. Okay, 1st of November, 10:24 a.m. Great Waterloo Hotel foyer. Professor Mikotoba is due to arrive at any moment. Oh, right! Okay. So, Mikotoba and also the Japanese judge are coming over from Japan for the... Because after the great... What's the thing again? The one with the Crystal Tower. Right after that science fair, they're doing another, similar thing, convention, with, like, forensics, specifically, and they're gonna come over for forensics. So, oh boy, here they come! Yes, I'm so glad we got here in time! Susato-san hasn't been the same since what happened. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, not surprised. The truth about Kazuma-sama's father. Do you suppose my father knew? That he was actually the mass murderer, the professor, you mean? I knew that's what she was thinking about. I knew that's what she was thinking about. There's a good chance, I'd say. I mean, they did come here to London together 16 years ago, didn't they? Yes, that's true. Come to think of it, didn't you say that Professor Mikotoba knew about Kazuma going missing in Hong Kong as well? That's right, but for some reason he wasn't at liberty to talk to me about it. That probably means he knows, then, about Kazuma showing up here in London with amnesia, and that he's regained his memory now, and that he's not dead! Oh, there she is. Oh, is this... Oh, whoa! What the judge? Wait, hold on. The judge has a ponytail? Hold up. Whoa? Oh, father! Hello, Susato! How are you? I'm very well, thank you. We're delighted you arrived safe and sound. Yeah, like, what? Holy shit. Hello, Mr. Naruhodo. Very nice of you to take the trouble to meet us here. Oh, not at all. It's my pleasure. Oh, no. We're all about your... No, he's too cool to have the normal... We've heard all about your extraordinary exploits here in London, you know? The news has crossed the seas. It has? I always look forward to reading the monthly reports that arrive with the steamships from Britain. Oh, I see. Well, thank you very much. Who is this man? And why do I feel as though I've seen him before? I take it from your expression that you can't quite place me. In that case, how about a little reminder? Seishiro, a firm tap should do it. Yes. A firm tap? What? Is he gonna bring out a gavel? What's happening? Here we go then. He tosses us to the ground. It's a Susato take that. No. Ah, yeah. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, guilty. Ah. Oh, you're... We already failed the case. It's game over already. Within the first 30 seconds. Quote out here the trial of the Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I cannot keep up this voice. Your Excellency!
Hello, Judge Jikoku. How are you? It's been a long time.
It's time for summation examination. Oh god. Good, you remember now. That really did the trick. Guilty! Oh god. This is the kind of guy who just like, he spends like 30 minutes in the, not 30 minutes, like 2 hours in the mirror with his gavel. He's like, guilty. Guilty. Oh my god. If only I was declared not guilty. Oh, only I was declared not guilty, wasn't I? And there's no laughing at the time. So, London again after all this time. Or to believe it's been 10 years. To be honest, I never thought I'd be back. Why did I? I didn't imagine Japan would be invited to an international symposium like this. Though really, I doubt anyone did, to be honest. It's all thanks to you, isn't it, Seishiro? What are you talking about, Yujin? Of course, Judge Shikoku. You must complete the set. He's the other man who 16 years ago came to London with Kazuma's father and Professor Mikotoba. Oh, okay. He's the third visiting scholar. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? I knew you were jealous. Sorry? Ministerial status? Yes, didn't you know? Seishiro here is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Oh. It was his personal instance that allowed you to take Kazuma's place here on the study tour. Oh. Guilty as charged. Oh, well, thank you very much. He's really every bit as important as he looks. Oh, yes. Now, Naruhodo. I received a telegram from Lord Strongheart yesterday. Oh, you did? Oh man, what did you say? It appears that some things came to light in a trial you were involved with 8 days ago. Oh, is that so? Oh gee, I wonder what that was about. About what happened 10 years ago. That tragedy. Yes, could you tell us any more about it? No. Wait, okay, actually before we do, this looks like a Coach bag. I don't know, just the design of it from far away, I thought this was Coach. This also might be because I went to a mall earlier yesterday. Look at that, it's a picture of the Crystal Tower. That was fast.
Well, the Great Exhibition is one of Britain's most prestigious achievements in recent years. I wonder how tall it is. It really does represent the pinnacle of scientific achievement in so many ways.
There's a 20-meter tall chimney on the bathhouse near my lodgings at Yume University. The attendant there is always boasting that it's the tallest object in the neighborhood.
I'm sure. Did you know that over the channel in Paris, there's a tower that's 300 meters tall?
What? How many times taller than the chimney at Yume Soken Hot Springs is that? And if it's that tall, how does it drop properly? The smoke would get stuck, surely? What? Ryunosuke, what are you talking about?
I don't think it's that sort of tower, Mr. Naruhodo.
I was gonna say, the Crystal Tower just kind of looks like the Eiffel Tower. And I'm pretty sure the Eiffel Tower came first, right? Have you seen all the sparkling jewels up there? They must have gathered every gem in the world for that.
Ah, it's called a chandelier, I believe. It's designed to provide elegant lighting in large spacious rooms like this.
Yep. So they had to gather every gem in the world just to illuminate one room?
It's probably electric light bulbs that are actually throwing the light.
If I tried to hang something like that from the ceiling in the office, it would be scraping on the floor.
Those chandeliers aren't for you, Mr. Naruhodo.
There's also those chandeliers that hang like really low, and it's like you're supposed to put like a table underneath there, that's why it's super low. And I couldn't figure that out for a long time. It's like, what is this room for? Ants?
That desk is known as the hotel reception. Anyone wanting to spend the night has to report there to sign in for their stay.
Oh, so do you think that's the head clerk behind the desk there?
Yes, I'm sure it must be.
I'd love to stay in a grand hotel like this for a little while, wouldn't you? Just to know what it's like.
If the hotel fee was paid through our stipend, I'm afraid it might bankrupt our homeland.
Oh god. True. London gives the word expensive a whole new meaning. Oh god. Yikes. Okay. Carts? Look at those cases left there on the trolley. Aren't they worried about thieves? I know I am.
Haven't you seen the porter over there? Don't worry, he's obviously keeping an eye on everything.
Ah, so it's a trap, designed to catch any chancers who might be tempted. Oh, what the- wait, it's you! Wait, you're from the What are you doing here? I thought you drove buses!
Why did the porter give me such a scathing look just now, do you suppose?
Oh, that was Ryunosuke.
Well, some might say you look a little suspicious with your jet black clothes.
Yeah, I don't know why he's here. Yeah, he's supposed to be, you know, the guy who's in charge of all the buses, right? Maybe it's changing job. Technology taking over our job. I mean, not everyone clad in black is some sort of ninja with intent to steal, you know? Black is cool. Doesn't just mean you have emotional problems. Okay. Anyway. Oh wait, look at my armband. Both of you. Professor Mikotoba, I wonder, could I show you something? Oh, why do you seem so nervous? I suppose because I'm a student showing something to a professor. That's always quite nerve-wracking. Well, I'm sorry to perturb you in that way, but anyway, I'm afraid I have nothing useful to say about that, really. Damn. Okay. Journey from Japan. So, how was the voyage here? Well, the 50 days at sea is a long time. It's a long time by anyone's standards. But it wasn't as bad as when we came here 16 years ago. No, that's true. I truly wondered if we wouldn't be drifting in the vast ocean for the rest of our lives. This time we followed the same route as you, so we were able to relax and enjoy the experience.
Ah, so you stopped in France's beautiful capital, Paris.
We did, yes. Though only for one night. And yesterday evening, we left the port of Dunkirk for Dover. Just in time for the Symposium, in fact. It starts tomorrow.
It's wonderful that you were invited to attend such an important international event. I'm very proud of you, Father.
It's thanks to Seishiro here. 16 years ago, he managed to integrate himself with Britain's Attorney General. I'm sure that's why he was invited, and I suppose you could say I'm something of an appendage by default. Speak for yourself, Eugen. You were close friends with the professor of forensic science at a major hospital. Yes, well, I'd rather not dredge all that up. Really. Aw. Man horse. Watson! Or Wilson! No, there's been a lot of water under the bridge since then, but it doesn't bring him back. Kazum's father, I suppose. Oh. No, it wasn't Wilson. It was Kazum's dad, of course! That. The professor, the killer who took the lives of 5 members of the British aristocracy, was actually Kazuma's father, wasn't he? That's correct. Hold up. Genshin? Huh? Whoa. Genshin Impact Asogi? No. Okay. Wait, hold on. What? What? What's with this? The naming choice here? What? Wait, I need to screenshot this. The jokes shall roll. No, I can't take this case seriously anymore. What do you mean his name is Genshin? Okay. Anyway. That's correct. Genshin Impact Asogi. Genshin Impact.
You know, I presume... Father?
Yes, he was a close friend at the time. Genshin came to British as a police detective. He was studying investigative techniques at Scotland Yard. I've never understood what drove the man to commit such heinous acts. He couldn't get the waifu from his polls. Oh no! It was a closed trial, so the public never knew much, and he was executed with little ado. To this day, very few people know what really happened, even in our homeland. But what about Kazuma? Did he know? Did he know the truth about his father? Did he also play Genshin? No, of course not. He was told that his father passed from sickness. Oh, okay. However, I suspect he may have had his doubts.
Oh, why?
As you know, I tried to guide Kazuma growing up, as if he were my own son. Then one day, he came to my office at university and said, I've decided I want to travel to Great Britain and study there.
Do you think... he wanted to come here to investigate his father's death?
I don't know. When I looked into his eyes, I did know that there was no way I'd be able to stop him. Oh, maybe that's why. Maybe his dad is guilty then. He just wanted to know what the hell happened, I guess. Because he didn't know before. Okay. I mean, we'll figure it out. Something else came to light in that trial the other day, actually. Oh, what? Well, having disappeared in Hong Kong and been missing for almost a year, Cosmo's since turned up here in London, working as the apprentice of Lord Van Zeeks. What? What? That's news to us! So, they didn't know he was alive? His goal was simply oh shit, oh my god. The way everything connects in the circle. Ah, it's the truth. It's always the truth. We're always pursuing the truth. So, Lord Strongheart's telegram neglected to mention that part then. So they didn't know he was alive. As you know, we both thought Cosmo had died on the steamship during our voyage to Great Britain in January.
But he didn't die. He's alive. As you knew, didn't you, Father?
In actual fact, no. What I did know is that when your ship docked in Hong Kong, he mysteriously vanished. Sent a team of investigators to Hong Kong to try to ascertain what had happened, but to no avail. But he's still alive, here in London, you say. I never even dared to dream it. Why on earth did the young man not make contact? The government and police have been chasing clues fruitlessly for months now.
Well, he kinda had amnesia. Well, it seems that he was suffering from amnesia.
What? Amnesia?
When we first came across him again here in London, he didn't know who either of us were.
I see.
He only regained his memory 8 days ago.
This is unbelievable. Yes, it's quite miraculous. I wonder why Lord Strongheart didn't let us know. Yeah, why did Lord Strongheart not let us know? I mean, he's very angry at us, probably, for condemning his, right-hand woman, but, you know, maybe he'll tell us? I must speak with him urgently. Or he'll tell you, and then you can tell us through the grapevine. Woo! We love spreading information and gossiping. I wonder how Kazuma's been the past few days. Would it be wrong of us to go and visit him? No, go visit him! No, let's go talk to him! Your time in Britain. That began 16 years ago. Oh god, year now. It's a distant memory, really. It was Yujin here, Genshin Asogi and myself. We were the original three. The first judicial scholars from Japan to travel overseas to study. Ocean voyages were not what they are today, I can tell you. 16 years ago. Things were tough for their generation. Your father was an exceptionally fine medical student at Yume University at the time, you know, young lady?
Yes, grandmother told me.
He went to do research at a great London hospital to study autopsy, practically unheard of in Japan. Yes, it was an eerie place, sandwiched between the back of a prison and a burial ground. Oh, I wonder if he knows Courtney Scytheston. Ah, not more talk of graves. Very often, there's no one willing to deal with bodies falling in autopsy work. So you see, autopsy labs have something of an unavoidable relationship with graveyards and prisons. Not my cup of tea at all. Yeah, it's not jump scare spooky, it's like, wow, a chill down your spine spooky. You remember that Scottish prison governor? Kaiden, his name was. He was a good man. Kaiden? Yes, but then of course in our 6 years here, everything changed with that dreadful case. When Genshin Impact was arrested for a series of most gruesome murders. I simply couldn't believe it. I'd known the man for years. I was a witness at the secret hearing, and I tried to speak on his defense, but... Well, you went a little too far and ended up facing charges yourself, didn't you? Oh. He got so much loot, so it was all worth it. Well, suffice to say that after the trial we were sent back to Japan. There was nothing more we could do to save Genshin. He was a lost cause, sadly. I need to get it together. I also need to drink water. Sorry. Well, if you'll excuse us now. Yes, I'd like to get the truck up to my room as soon as possible. Oh, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have held you up here for so long.
I'll call for the porter then. Just wait here.
Something about file trap. Never figured out what he was talking about. Oh my god. Every day he kept mumbling something about dailies. Doing dailies and commissions. And he would spend all day heaped up in his room. No one saw him for an entire week. Susato-san's gone off on a run. I'd like to stay and talk more, but I do have various preparations to make for tomorrow. Yes, of course. It must be a big responsibility representing our entire country. I wish you the best of luck. Says you, Ryunosuke. Don't you do the same thing? Naruhodo. I hope you'll keep an eye on Susato for me. Keep looking after her as you obviously have been. Oh, no, I mean, if anyone's looking after anyone, it's her looking after me. That's true. Well, I do appreciate you being there for her, after all. I've been a miserable father to her. I've thoroughly let her down. Well, we're glad you have some self-awareness. Sorry? What do you mean? Okay, see ya! Thank you. I will follow Kazuma's dreams. Or yes. Well, it was 16 years ago that I started my long study tour here in Britain, as you know. The very year Susato was born. Yes, I heard. The birth of my daughter was the most joyous event of my life, but... Well, sadly it was accompanied by the most tragic event of my life too. Oh, yeah. Susato-san hinted at something like that.
It was a rather turbulent time at home.
Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. The point is, I became rather less dependable than befits a grown man. And it was then that Seishiro offered me the opportunity to study here in Great Britain. I was too worried about you to leave you behind. So perhaps I was a little heavy-handed when it came to persuading you to accompany me to London. So that's what happened in a nutshell. And that's also the reason why I now feel compelled to give my daughter as many opportunities as I dare. Though the world does not readily afford young women such things, I must say.
I completely understand, Professor.
Is she ever gonna dress up as a guy again and go in court? Ah, one other thing, Naruhodo. If I may be so bold, I have a favor to ask you. Oh, really? Of course. What can I do for you? Well, the thing is, Damn it, Susato! Oh my god, what's with everyone interrupting everything?
I'm so sorry that took so long.
Miss Susato, you chill for a sec? We're talking about something important.
Now then, allow us to take your bags.
Allow me to take your bags. One moment, if you please, Porter. Of course, sir. That machine around your neck. It's a camera, I believe. Quite right, sir. I've just 5 shillings for a lovely photograph to commemorate the wonderful stay at the hotel, sir. Well, I think given the occasion, we could justify the expense. Oh, yes, of course. Aww. Oh, that was cute. What?
I'd also like to thank you for coming with me, Mr. Naruhodo. It's really made Father very happy, I think.
Oh, well, I'm pleased then. But we were interrupted before. Professor Mikotoba was about to ask me something. Oh no, PTSD. The last time I was interrupted, Cosmo was trying to tell me something, and then he died! Mikotoba, watch out!
Shall we return to Baker Street then? I expect Iris will have some delicious tea waiting for us.
Yes, let's go. I'm getting more and more anxious about Cosmo, though. Perhaps I'll try to meet with Lord Strongheart later, and ask after him. Please let us see Cosmo, I want to talk to him so bad! Okay. Oh. Iris has tea waiting for us? What? Then we gotta go there first. I'm starting to like Sherlock Holmes a lot. I mean, like, I don't think there's a guy like who really hates Sherlock Holmes in this one, but like in this game. But like, man, that guy's a hoot. He's basically the definition of that one meme where it's like, you used the wrong equation, but you got the right answer, and it's for everything he does, and it's so funny. 1st of November, Sholmes Suite. What? Wait, the sound of crying? Oh, what was that?
A man screaming in the most unflattering way.
Do you think... could it have been Mr. Sholmes?
Oh my, I do hope not.
Oh no, it's... What? Oh no, I have no idea. Okay. Also, from the beginning movie, there was people with red hair, so is this part of that then?
Wee! I don't do it anymore.
Mon ami! Stop this disgraceful display, huh? I do not know languages. Who are these people? Look at their hair, it's bright red.
I think maybe they must be clients of Mr. Sholmes.
Mario and Luigi.
Right, you two, you're coming with me now, down to the clink. No, not in prison, it's dark and death and I don't like it. Buff, the darkness, it is my friend. I'm not scared. But you're always scared of the dark. Shut your mouth, you idiot! I will sit quietly in the dark and plan on experiment during iced. I don't like this, I don't like it. Well, tough. We'll just finish this darn at the yard. Now get moving. Bye then, Ginny. Have fun. Or Ginny. I said it wrong. Oh yeah, thanks, Iris. And thanks, you're great detective.
Gina makes a fine detective herself, doesn't she?
Oh, Susie and Bruno.
Hello, Iris. We're home.
Well, did you find your daddy?
Yes, we arrived at the hotel just before he and his friend.
Oh, well that's great news. I hope I'll get to see my daddy again soon.
Oh my god. Yes, of course. Dr. John H. Wilson. Is this Sholmes? So, Iris, all that remains now is the greatest of problems known to man. What happened? What happened? It's so red. But before we concern ourselves with that, I believe some tea is in order. Don't you, my dear fellows? One time, my brother dyed his hair red for swimming because it's a tradition for people on our swim team to dye their hair a certain color, and this was exactly how it looked like. It was not good. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? Do I have a crumb or such like on my face? Not so much on your face as on your head, I'd say.
Come along then, everyone. I brewed a lovely special blend. Time for tea.
Whatever is going on here today? In that case, let us sit and drink now, for I'm in fact expecting a guest later today. This red is too bright. I don't think it's no.
Mr. Sholmes, who are the two gentlemen that were here before?
Oh, just a pair of petty criminals. Nothing of significance. Of course, they have to make a living somehow. And when the moon takes me, I'm willing to turn a blind eye to all matters of infractions.
When the mood takes you?
All matter of infractions? But, when such fellows set their sights on Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, well, that's when their luck runs out.
Oh my, you're the target of a crime, Mr. Sholmes?
But I quickly devised a plan to entrap them and deliver them to our young detective ally.
You should have asked Gregsy to come too. We could have had an arresting tea party.
I did send word, but no answer is forthcoming. The man is consummately in the wrong place at the wrong time. There's a word for it, I'm sure. Aha! I have it. A bungler. That's the word. It's a good job he's not here to hear you say that. So those redheads have been up to no good.
I wonder what the men did. Oh, I wonder what the men did.
The greatest problem. What's that about the greatest of problems known to man that you mentioned before?
Is it another fiendishly intricate case, Mr. Sholmes?
How should I best explain it? Sorry. Are you aware of the theory of evolution by natural selection? By natural selection, perchance? Well, I think I've heard of it somewhere, possibly.
It's a revolutionary scientific theory that was newly proposed 40 years ago now. According to its author, Mr. Darwin, we humans were once apes who lived in treetops.
Wait, what? We were apes? Indeed, and from the very moment those apes descended from the canopy to live as humans, it's been our lot to be at the mercy of the great problem known. It has been our lot to be at the mercy of the greatest problem known to man.
Our lot? What's this great problem, Mr. Sholmes?
Why, is it not obvious, my dear madam? The problem of rent! You're still struggling with rent?
But did you not receive a rather large sum of money from Madame Tuspel's only the other day?
Pshaw, a large sum. One potted herb for Iris and a new motor car for me later, and all of it quite disappeared, I assure you. Why'd you buy a motor car?
Honestly, Hurley, you know you squandered it.
Yes, well, anyway, 2 days ago, I discovered the answer to man's greatest problem, for the coming month at least. And what was the answer? Why, there's a substantial clue before your very eyes. That has something to do with the red hair.
Don't tell me. Let me see.
Humans are sorry creatures, unable to see what is in front of their noses. Let me give you some assistance. Don't look, but observe me very closely. There's one particular feature about my person that has changed. You should notice it in the end, I think. In the end? It's been stabbing me in both eyes from the very beginning of our conversation.
I think we might need another clue before we uncover the full answer, Mr. Naruto.
Thanks for the hint. I'll be tearing my hair out if this charade goes on much longer. Oh man, the lie you told? Oh, we're gonna talk about that now? Okay, I guess we'll talk about that now. Mr. Sholmes, isn't it about time you told us the truth? Just over a week ago you said to us... I will now tell you something of first importance, my dear fellow. Great detectives are wont to lie. It will serve you well to remember that. But you did lie! That case aboard the SS Berea in January. Cosmo wasn't killed. And you knew he wasn't dead at the time. So, what was really going on? The fellow was unconscious for a very long time. If he hadn't regained consciousness when he did, his life would have been in mortal peril. Of course, the side effect of the prolonged comatose state was amnesia, as you now know. It was a simple enough task to silence the crew. But how? After they carried him out of the cabin, I assembled them in the lobby area. Oh. Then I made them swear to leave him unconscious and have him unlaid from the ship in Hong Kong as a murdered corpse.
Oh, how horrible.
It was necessary to find some material with which to persuade the crewmen to keep their word, of course. But why? Why do it in the first place? I will be at liberty to elaborate in due course. And we're always waiting. But for the time being, I would like to reassure you. I didn't foresee subsequent events. What events? His disappearance in Hong Kong.
Oh!
I believe I may have made a gross error of judgment. Mr. Sholmes? Huh? What? Is this the same conversation as before? Alright, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Tell me, Mr. Naruto, is this the first time you've shown me this particular trinket? Oh, I don't really remember, to be honest. No, it is not! If my saying... if my saying is that it's a taller from a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck, or to precipitate a "here we go again" from your lips, we could be sure it was not the first time. Deduction, you see, my dear fellow? Deduction. Stop showing me this thing. Where's Iris? Where's Iris? Wait! What the hell is this mask doing here? The mask Cosmo wore when he was assigned to Lord Van Zieks as his apprentice. When he cast it aside after the trial the other day, I just sort of picked it up. Oh, that's why.
We have to give it back to him, I suppose.
But he has his memory back now, doesn't he? And I can't help feeling he might turn around and tell me totally to wear it myself.
But isn't he your best friend? Isn't he your best friend?
Iris? Iris, where are you? Oh, I guess we don't have... Wait, no. How do we talk? Wait, your hair! I guess we need to go somewhere else first. I'm sure we've asked everything we need to, Mr. Naruto. I don't know! I do not know! How do I talk about what the hell is your hair? Huh? What? Hold up. Okay, I think maybe we have to go to Lord Chief Justice first. Because there might be something that he tells us that will help us with— Oh! Damn, Van Zieks is shorter than Lord Strongheart? I mean, I guess it makes sense. Lord Strongheart is kind of the biggest character. But, like, it's so weird to see him shorter than someone. Here's the final draft of the opening address for tomorrow's proceedings. I've supplemented your original with the figures you asked from the yard. Oh no, they have the same voice. I see. Excellent work. Thank you. You're welcome, my lord. What's Lord Van Zieks doing here?
My, there seems to be an awful lot of tension in the air. Wouldn't you say?
This place is still stifling enough as it is. We really don't need any more tension. Hello. My apologies, I didn't notice you come in. Your small stature and dark dress made you all but invisible to me. Bro. Oh, no, it's entirely my fault for wearing black, I'm sure. And, you know, being born shorter than you.
From now on, you must dress in white from head to toe whenever you come here.
Don't just look like Cosmo. Now then, Mr. Naruto. Yes, my lord, I am right here. Kill me now. Is something wrong? Perhaps it's a little too hot in here for you. Oh, no, not at all. I mean, I've never experienced a room of at such perfect temperature. If you're sure, the beads of sweat caving their way down his face seem to suggest otherwise. Because of the daggers you're staring at me with, mainly. As you no doubt aware, my International Forensic Science Symposium begins tomorrow. In fact, your father arrived in London earlier today, I hear, madam.
Oh, yes, that's right, my lord. He's extremely honored to have been invited.
I'll leave the remaining preparations for the meeting room in your capable hands then, Lord Van Zieks. I will attend at once. Bye. Bye.
He just gave you a cold stare and left, didn't he?
I know, but I haven't done anything, have I? No, well, I mean, if the entire last case was to suggest these past few days, my feet have barely touched the ground, I must say. My dedicated right hand of many years was recently put out of action in spectacular fashion. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is your left hand still of service?
Mr. Naruto, he's talking about Dr. Scythe!
Ah, of course. Oh my god, you're scared. Are you serious? Did you not realize? I'm terribly sorry about that. I was just, fear not. You've done nothing wrong. Dr. Scythe's own wrongdoing precipitated the situation. You needn't concern yourself with it any further. That would be a lot easier to do if it weren't for those piercing stare. If it weren't for the piercing stare you're giving me. Lord Van Zeeks is doing an admirable job of holding the fort. Though disturbingly, his apprentice has been missing since yesterday. Oh, missing?
What's become of Kazuma-sama now?
His apprentice is missing. What? So he ran away? Where did he run? Did he? Oh my god. If we go back to our... What if we go back to our office and he's there and he's like, hey! Naruhodo, Susato, what's up? And then they're all like friends again and everyone's happy in the end. That's not how it's gonna happen. Hey, look at my badge! Can I show you this, Lord Strongheart? Oh no, this is, I think, it's default. Oh, never mind. I'm the Lord Chief Justice. I'm not here to offer advice about evidence. Oh. Especially when the evidence in question is so dull. Ah, so that's the real reason. Good to know. Not long ago, visitor numbers to the Great Exhibition exceeded 30 million. 30 million? Are there even that many people in the world?
As a comparison, Mr. Naruhodo, the population of the imperial capital of Tokyo is 2 million.
Jesus. I will be opening the International Forensic Science Symposium in the exhibit's main auditorium. This event has been 2 years in the making. 2 years of preparations and negotiations with other countries. Sounds like a tremendous achievement. Congratulations. 20th century will see the wholesale adoption of forensic investigation techniques, and cooperation between police organizations around the globe will be essential. Which is why this landmark first symposium has to be hosted here at the heart of our great British Empire. In order that Scotland Yard can become the leading investigative organization in the new world. He's the same as ever, I see. That passion of his is quite something. It's also quite evil. He kind of wants to take over the world.
You're every bit as passionate in your own way, I'm sure, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm the only person in this country who truly cares about a future that embraces forensic science. It was my intention to become Her Majesty's Attorney General and reform the Yard from the ground up. So the disgrace of the forensic investigation team has been a bitter blow to my ambitions. I first established a forensic investigation team a year ago, experimentally to start with. With Dr. Scythe at the helm, it was steadily accruing an impressive record of achievement. I was on the verge of changing its name and elevating its status to a full-blown forensic investigation department. And can you not do that now? Obviously, no one wants to hear anything about it at the moment. Even I can't keep the story out of the papers. 6 million Londoners will be cursing forensic science now. This incident will set back our country's advancement in the field for a good 10 years, I'd say. Oopsies. Unintended repercussions of our trial.
We simply couldn't have overlooked what had happened, though.
Of course not. We should all be grateful to you both. Anyway, I'll still reform this country's policing when I become Attorney General. This might delay my plans, but it won't alter them. Nothing will stand in my way. I'm scared. You know who Lord Strongheart looks like? And I feel like I mentioned, or somebody else mentioned this before, but he looks a lot like Damon Gant. Sorry, I'm gonna cough. Give me a sec. Like, from Rise from the Ashes, Damon Gant. Maybe it's the 3-point facial hair and his, you know, very tall appearance. Damon Gant smiled more though, which, and I mean, in hindsight, kind of made him creepier, but, you know. About Lord Van Zeek's apprentice. Ah, yes, that came as a surprise to me, I must say, that you and he are old friends. What? What? Why the fuck you lie? How did he become an apprentice to Lord Van Zeek in the first place? It came about 3 months ago. An unidentified Asian man was apprehended by border police. Wait, hold up. If he was supposedly, quote, dropped off at Hong Kong, how the hell did he end up here? Or did he, like, did Cosmo just become the stowaway instead? Like, he hid in a closet for the remainder of the 40 days and somehow ended up in Great Britain? What the hell? Okay, maybe actually, you know what? That actually makes more sense. That might be the case. Because if his body wasn't found at Hong Kong, that means he probably just stayed on the ship, right? They found him hiding aboard a large goods vessel.
Oh my, so he stowed away to get here.
Talk about turntables, table turns. He had no papers to identify him, no passport, and he was suffering from amnesia too. Other than the fact he was clearly of Eastern descent, there was no clues as to who he was. So I decided to assign him to Lord Van Zeek's. That way I could keep an eye on him. But then, why the mask? Yeah. I didn't want to burden Lord Van Zeek's with the tiresome explanations about why he had an Eastern apprentice. Because it would be so much easier to explain why he was wearing a mask, and he didn't talk at all. He's proving to be a great help to Lord Van Zeek's. I have high hopes for him I have high hopes for his future. He's talking like he picked up a stray dog from the ship. He's like, alright, I'm gonna raise you now. Papa's so proud. By the way, do you know where he's gone? No idea, but I believe he's left London for the time being. What? Oh. I take it you also didn't know. That man's father was one of our country's most infamous criminals, I mean. But Genshin Impact Asogi. Wait, so did he know of this after the whole thing from last case? Like, did Lord Van... Because obviously Lord Van Zeek's overheard everything. He's like, oh, okay, this guy's, you know, the professor's kid, right? So he probably then told Lord Strongheart, or did Lord Strongheart know before that happened? I don't know. Whatever. Cosmo's father's crimes! What we learned from the trial 8 days ago was a huge shock. Finding out my friend's father was... Ah yes, Genshin Impact Asogi. The professor case 10 years ago caused a great stir here in Britain.
There were such awful murders, and unprecedented, using a ferocious dog as a murder weapon.
And no one could have believed the culprit was a foreign student, invited to study here by the government. So the true identity of the killer couldn't be made public then, and can't be made public now. Nobody in your country knows it was him, and neither do the citizens of London.
The main motivation was to avoid aggravating relations between our two nations at the time, I understand.
Correct. However, it has to be noted that there were some supporters of the professor's apparent cause. Oh, I see. I'm seeing. Because he was killing aristocracy, right? You know, and that shit corrupted as fuck. What? Supporters of mass murder? The majority of the man's victims were a blight on the aristocracy of the day. Somewhat ironically, their deaths actually benefited society as a whole. Or so a fair few thinkers in London believed anyway. Right, I see. But it was still murder, wasn't it?
seems very similar, doesn't it? To the idea of the Reaper of the Bailey.
Yeah. Yeah. Damn, no comment? No comment? Mr. Lord Chief Strongheart? Wait, hold on. Is there nothing else? What? Am I missing something? I definitely missed something. Okay, well it's definitely something in Sholmes Suite, but I can't ask him about the hair though. What? And I presented the armband, which was my only thing. I guess I'll just look around. I was always drawn to this big metal chest that Mr. Sholmes and Iris use as a coffee table.
Isn't it where Iris keeps her very important papers?
It is, so you think that they treat it with more care, really. But only the other day I saw Mr. Sholmes kick it.
Oh no!
I suppose something must have been frustrating him.
What a shame to mistreat the furniture, though. Was it damaged?
The chest was fine, but Mr. Sholmes was doubled up on the floor for almost 10 minutes.
Oh dear, that is a painful tale.
Yikes. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in this country, I think, in fact. Although, I do yearn for a Japanese kotatsu. Putting your legs under a warm blanketed table is just so comforting.
Do be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Don't mistakenly put your feet into the fire, will you? You'd suffer terrible burns, you know?
Susato, I'm not 5. I worry sometimes about how Susato-san sees me.
No, don't put that in your mouth, Ryunosuke.
Ah yes, Mr. Sholmes' curious collection of trinkets from the various mysteries he solved.
It's one of my favorite parts of this room, full of items with such exciting tales to tell. And I do believe he's added to it since I last looked. Now there's a mysterious pince-nez.
What?
A mysterious little box, a mysterious horseshoe, a mysterious biscuit.
I think that last one might just be one of Iris's unfinished snacks. Why should you just put mysterious in front of everything?
Wow.
Oh. Oh, the paper, maybe. That's probably what we need to examine.
This looks like last week's edition.
What's that article circled in red ink there?
It's an event advertisement column. It says, "To the Red-Haired League."
The Red-Haired League? What's that?
I don't know. I've never heard of it before, but...
Is something on my face? Really just has something to do with that. Lively hair. Seems somewhat suspicious in nature. Oh, okay, see that's what I was missing. Alright, cool. Oopsie doodle. To the Red-Headed League. On account of the bequest of the late Isaiah Hopkins of Lebanon, PA, USA, there is now another vacancy open which entitles a member of the League to a salary of £4 a week for purely nominal services. All red-headed men who are sound in body and mind above the age of 21 years are eligible. Apply in person on the morning of the 31st at a large park on Lime Street. Give £4 a week if you are a redhead. Oh. Oh, okay. So that's why. That's why he was talking about covering rent. Okay. It looks as though someone circled an advertisement in this paper, Mr. Sholmes. To the Red-Headed League. Does that strike you in some way? I was thinking that just maybe it might be related to your bright red hair. So, at last you've learnt to apply my methods, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? in the first instance, and quite indispensable. Observation. Believe me, I could have seen that hair with my eyes shut. So then, allow me to regale you with the details of my latest exploits. Regale or boast? Okay. Red-headed league. Not red-haired, red-headed. So, what is the Red-Headed League, which seems to be the subject of the advertisement you circled? You noticed it in paper, then? That, my dear fellow, was going to be the source of this month's rent payment. It was? How? According to the advertisement, the Red-Headed League is a distinguished institution of fellows, of unspecified governance. In fact, the only condition for becoming a member is having red hair. That doesn't entirely surprise me.
But listen to what the lucky redheads receive once they join. An unconditional salary of £4 a week.
Oh my, £4 a week? But why? Why are they paying people for? That I don't know. No details were given in the advertisement.
But surely every red-headed person in the country would be flocking to join in that case. You're right, Susie. There's no time to lose. I'll put in my application at once.
So will I. Just on the off chance. That might be stretching a point, I think.
The trouble is, they have a fixed number of members, you see.
Oh, I see. So once a certain number of people have joined, no one else can. Okay. But as luck would have it, one member recently passed away.
It wasn't particularly lucky for the redhead in question, I feel, Mr. Sholmes.
So you decided to try to join in his place? Correct. I mean, look at me. Have you ever seen such a red-headed fellow? No. So why? Why did it have to go so wrong? What on earth happened? A blunder, Mr. Naruhodo, though it pains me to admit it. Your blunder?
What did you actually do to your hair, Mr. Sholmes?
I'm glad you asked, Miss Susato. What you see atop my head is neither dyed nor a hairpiece. I changed the color of my hair overnight. By the wonders of chemistry. Oh boy. Chemistry? I was conducting some research into a method of rejuvenating spent tea leaves. And in the course of my work, I stumbled upon a potion that, when taken, turns one's hair a flame-like red. Would you like to try it? It will make every hair on your body perfectly crimson. I think I'll pass.
But, Mr. Sholmes, is it quite safe to drink? Surely it's bad for you, isn't it?
Oh, amateurs are always so hampered by such fears.
Oh, I should never have doubted you, Mr. Sholmes. You mean to say...
Susato, please. But of course. To earn £4 per week, one must be prepared to turn a blind eye to a little danger. A degree of red signals more than just a little danger, surely.
So anyway, Haley left full of confidence yesterday with this new red hair. For the park on Line Street, where the Red-Headed League was interviewing prospective new members.
So, what went wrong? The whole park was choked with red-headed folk, like a coaster's orange barrow. I queued for 8 hours solid before at last I reached the front. But when the panel of interviewers saw me, they immediately said, "Ah, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, are you in disguise to conduct an investigation?" So naturally, I had no choice but to reply. Shh, don't give me away. After which, I could do little else but turn and leave. No. Then this morning, when I looked in the mirror, irritation stirred within me. So I turned that pair into the police. What?
Oh dear, what a disaster for Haley and those two redheads.
You just arrested 2 people? What? Why? Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Aha! Here's my guest now, my latest client with money to spend.
Ooh, I do hope it's an exciting case, Hurley.
Da-da-da-da-da. Remember, Iris? We are at present gripped by the greatest problem known to man. I must be willing to accept any case, no matter how unstimulating. Save locating a runaway, of course. Don't spare anyone's feelings, will you?
Oh dear. I'm afraid Hurley can lack a little tact, especially just before the rent is due.
Oh wait! This is the lady from the jury, what the hell? Hi, what are you doing here?
Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, please, oh please. Please find my husband, he's run away.
To upset me.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, never mind. A personal matter. My apologies. What exactly are you trying to say, Mr. Narhedo? I didn't say a word. Come, my dear madam. Be seated. Iris, some tea, if you please.
Of course.
What's the matter, Mr. Soto?
Oh, it's just that gentlewoman. I feel sure I've seen her somewhere before. Very recently.
Yeah, 8 days ago at the jury. Yes, now that you come to mention it. Oh. Evie Vigil. Evie Vigil. Evie Vigil? Vigil? Is there a pun here, or am I crazy? I don't know. It feels like something is there, but I don't know words. Whatever. Evie? It's Evie, right? Okay.
As I explained earlier, my name is Evie Vigil. I implore you to take care, sir. Money is no object. Simply name your figure.
Money and wealth are of little consequence to me, madam. Wow, I love watching this guy lie through his teeth. Being offered a case is to solve. Being offered a case to solve is reward enough.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you are the picture of benevolence.
I will, of course, make a mental note of your offer, however, for contingent reasons. I trust you will remember your words also.
If I might inquire, sir? This gentleman and lady would be?
Oh, me?
What I'm about to tell you, I should like to communicate with the strictest confidence, you understand?
Oh, awkward. Oh, these are my friends! I assure you, you may say before this pair anything which you may say to me.
Ah, I see.
I can vouch for the gentleman personally, after all. He's hard of hearing! Why did I ever get my hopes up? Oh my god. Hey, look at my, armband. Mrs. Vigil, would you mind casting your eyes over this?
Oh, my poor Daly. Where have you gone? What's become of you? I'm afraid she's too worried about her own husband to pay any attention, Mr. Naruhodo.
Either that, or she just doesn't want to be bothered with me. Okay, anyway, I guess not. Forgive me for asking, Mrs. Vigil, but have we met somewhere before? Quite recently, perhaps?
Oh my!
Pshaw, my dear fellow, what is your intention? Clearly you have no ability to differentiate the facial features of the English. What? If you wish to invite the lady to tea, you must do so in a more gentlemanly fashion. Stop using your washed-up pickup lines.
Is it possible that you're the nice young lawyer from the trial I attended last week?
Ah, I knew I recognized her. Yeah.
To have man's fate in my palms, and the palm was on one hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sounds blah 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 blah.
I didn't quite recognize her because she's acting so differently now.
It must be very difficult for you as a lawyer. Being hard of hearing, I mean.
Jesus Christ. Pardon? Oh no, well, I mean, she's gonna believe you now.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. Don't worry if you can't hear. It was really nothing more.
Now look at me, you started, Mr. Sholmes. Thank you very much. I believe it would be prudent for you to sit quietly in the corner. Yes. Okay. Tell us about your husband, madam.
Mr. Vigil, my daily, is 40 years of age. I have a photograph here.
He's got like the same hair that kind of curls out. An entirely unremarkable gentleman, by appearance at least. Damn, Sholmes, come on. How long have you been married?
It will be 15 years this year. We have a cordial relationship. My husband's income is more than adequate, so we live quite comfortably.
Uh-huh. As it would appear, I needn't only look at you to know these things.
Oh gosh!
Your dress is the latest style, your hat clearly regularly groomed, and your eyes are animated. In short, you have no inkling as to why your husband might have disappeared, correct?
That's right. He's a kind man with a strong sense of loyalty, and he rather dotes on me.
Which would point to the possibility that he has become embroiled in some incident or another.
Oh, that is exactly what I fear must have happened, Mrs. Sholmes. I'm quite beside myself. My husband's employment is somewhat unusual, you see. What if he's incurred some miscreant's ill will?
What exactly is your husband's line of work?
He's a warder at the prison.
Oh. A guard? That is somewhat unusual. What, does a prison warden really get paid that well? Like, because she looks really wealthy, you know? And his husband also kind of looked upper class-ish, given the photo. So, really a prison warden? Okay, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know things. Prison warder. So, your husband is a prison warder?
That's right, yes. Well, in actual fact, he's the chief warder.
Oh, that makes way more sense. Okay. Indeed, I see. Well, if chief prison warder certainly qualifies as something of a specialist occupation.
Yes, it does indeed. My poor husband must be prepared for those dreadful punishments and see that they're carried out.
Dreadful punishments? Does she mean capital punishments?
And at such times, he must occasionally spend a night or two in the prison dormitory. But for that extra responsibility, he is remunerated more or handsomely than the other warders. Of course, we make no mention of my husband's work to the neighbors.
Yes, I believe your prudence is justified. Tell me, at what prison is your husband engaged?
Barclay Prison, Mr. Holmes? Sholmes? Whatever.
Oh, really? Barclay? Oh, a fine establishment. If I'm not mistaken, there is a large cemetery just behind it. Wait, wait. That's the same prison the professor was killed at. What? What? Okay. Alright, sure. I mean, yeah, we're continuing. Good. Okay. I don't know. In my mind, I was like, isn't there gonna be like a filler case or something right after that third case because that third case was so wild? It's like, oh no, we're still going. We're still going.
Yes, that's correct. Lowgate Cemetery.
No. Lowgate Cemetery? The very place we were discussing in court. That's unbelievable. Are you sure this panel of jurors is random? Unbelievable, my dear fellow, yet undeniable. Oh, he was whispering. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Sholmes. I'm afraid you've lost me.
Ah, pay no heed, madam, pay no heed. A private matter. This can't really be a coincidence, can it? Your husband's disappearance. Oh, here. So, to the matter of your husband's disappearance. When did you realize he was missing?
Please try not to laugh. It was yesterday.
Oh, I'm sorry, yesterday? That really is recent. Laughably so. What? Why? What? What do you mean try not to laugh? Yeah, it was- wait, what? Like, what's so funny about that? I don't know.
The truth is, my husband does at times have occasion to spend the night away from his work. It's not at all out of the ordinary for him not to return home at night, but this is different. For him not to make any contact for a whole day, that has certainly never happened before.
Oh.
Oh, my dear Daly, whatever could have happened?
My dear Mrs. Vigil, please calm yourself. Now then, have you contacted the police?
Why, naturally, but sadly, they refused to listen to my pleas, as my husband has only been missing for 1 day. I was asked to wait patiently at home.
Oh, good to know the police are doing their job. In truth, Miss Vigil, I concur with the police. However, let us not be hasty. I see no reason why we shouldn't engage my deductive powers to track your husband down anyway.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sholmes.
And furthermore, let me assure you, our chance to solve the greatest problem known to man for another month has no bearing on my decision. I seek only to put a sweet smile on another Londoner's face. That's really all there is to it.
You have my eternal gratitude. I shall pay any sum you care to mention.
Reel it in, Sherlock. You seek only to put this sweet rent in your landlady's purse. That's all there is to it. Thank you for everything you've shared with us, Miss Vigil, or Mrs. Vigil. I believe I have all the information I need to begin my investigation.
Please report to me soon with the good news, sir.
Fear not, madam. In a day or two, I shall be contacting you with a heartening report, I'm quite sure.
So soon? Oh, how splendid, Mrs. Sholmes.
Good news shall be delivered early, I always say. If you would be so kind as to leave the photograph of your husband in my possession. Yay! It appears to have no particular distinct facial feature. Thank you. Now, allow me to show you the door.
I can't thank you enough, Mrs. Sholmes. You've been simply marvelous.
Bye, Mrs. Vigil.
You know, I think it every time, really. But how did you come out with such nonsense? Good news in a day or two? Are you sure?
I can't be sure, of course, but then I didn't swear on it. I merely gave the good woman some hope. I hope to be able to give her good news, one might say. I recently talked to my mom and she said, whenever you tell your manager at work how much time it might take for you to do something, always overestimate, because if you finish before the time you told them, they'll be like, wow, you're such an efficient worker, right? But if you tell them like a shorter time and you finish in the same amount of time, right? But it was longer than the time you told them, right? They'll be like, oh wow, you're such a lazy prick, you know? That was a bad explanation, but you know what I mean. So basically, don't do what Sholmes is doing. After all, the rent must be paid by the end of the day tomorrow. Oh, that's why. Just kidding. Do what Sholmes is doing, if you're in this situation. If by that time I've successfully located Mr. Vigil, we shall be mutually relieved. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Don't look at me with those pleading eyes. Well, my dear fellow, did you hear the details of the case? Yes, my hearing is surprisingly good. Actually. Excellent. And what did you make of it? Well, I was surprised to learn where her husband worked. At Barclay Prison, I mean. Of all the fucking places. Oh, so you noticed that.
Of course, especially with the mention of Lowgate Cemetery.
Highgate Cemetery is the rear of Barclay Prison, so it is renowned among the students at the university for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Yeah.
Barclay Prison is where that notorious man was incarcerated.
The professor, and now a warder from the prison, has mysteriously disappeared, it would seem. It's all very peculiar. Indeed. But nothing you can't handle, I'm quite certain, Mr. Naruhodo. Sorry? Run along to the prison and see what you can glean. Would you? What about you? It's a prison governor you want. No doubt the man is equally worried. But aren't you gonna go yourself? Surely you needn't ask. I can't possibly be seen out with this hair! Oh my god. But didn't you go to Lime Street with that hair? That was quite a different matter. So I leave it in your capable hands. Now, if you excuse me, I'm rather busy. Trying to fix your hair. Oh man. Okay, bye, Sholmes. Of course you are. Sherlock really is the Dub's favorite, huh? Okay. Prisoner Governor's Office. Oh boy, oh boy. Barclay Prison is on the outskirts of London, backing onto a lonely burial ground. Hey yo, what if Cosmo's here? Its 4 high outer walls loomed quietly before us in the fog. Having requested a meeting, we were shown to the governor's office in the watchtower. What the hell is that guillotine clock? What the fuck? Oh my god. Okay. Shit. It's kind of cool though. It's kind of cool. It's kind of cool, but that's scary. Like, oh my god, like what if you accidentally stick your hand in there, you know? Jesus. Okay, first of November, Barclay Prison Governor's Office. Oh no. Oh yeah, I have to do a deep voice, don't I? Oh my god, okay. Or I can just give him a high voice for kicks.
This place is full of hardened criminals. I remember the last time a civilian was stoned here. And you deny want to talk to an inmate, but to me.
Oh man, I can't give him a high voice, just kidding. Do you ken who I am? I'm the governor, Barry Caden. Wait, Caden? Shit, I've heard that name before. Fuck, Caden? Caden. Wait, who's Caden again? Someone mentioned it last case. It was either Courtney? Was it Courtney? Was that her name? The coroner person. Or, Deborah. I think maybe it was Deborah. Something about Caden. So he's still here! Oh, yes, it's a pleasure. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. And an Easterner, I see. Does that mean? Yes, I'm a visiting student of law from the Empire of Japan. Japan? Did you say Japan? Yeah? Well, there ain't any of your kind in here, laddie. Maybe you should try the prison next door, eh?
I didn't notice another prison next door there, sir.
Anyway, we came to ask you some questions about— I do not like to be so direct, but I have no intention of speaking with the likes of you suspicious-looking Easterners. Oh, cool. We love this type of person. Now get out my hair. So as soon as he finds out that we're from Japan, he reacts like this. Maybe we should have dyed our hair blonde. That surely means...
I think it's because of the professor case.
Or that. You think so too? 10 years ago, Genshin Impact Asobi, known as the Professor, was incarcerated at this prison. And then, after his execution, he apparently re-emerged from his grave in the cemetery behind the prison. Oh, I might have known! You're sniffing around about that case, aren't you? Aren't ya?
Your agents, eh? Part of the Professor's great web, no doubt.
Let's do that.
No, not at all. We're gone. Get going with ya before I point your lights out.
Oh, we're going! Clearly the ghost of that killer still haunts this place. I'm not gonna get anywhere here. Unless we can somehow prove to this man that there's nothing suspicious about us.
Governor Caden.
What are you thinking, Miss Susato?
I feel sure that name came up in a conversation recently somewhere.
See, I wasn't hallucinating! Susato. If no one got me, I know Susato got me.
I was wondering if whoever mentioned him might have some ideas to help us.
Come to think of it, I have the same feeling. Someone who mentioned him recently might be able to help us. Oh wait, have a look at this. What do you mean no distinct features? This guy's got, never mind, you're kind of right about that one. Background's like very, what is it? Queen's Palace, Alice in Wonderland. Okay. Oh right. Wait, no, we can talk to him, can we? Or actually, can we not?
Oh, I said get out!
Just kidding. Hey, what about this?
Governor Caden, can I at least show you this?
Just kidding. How many times can one man turn his back on you in a single conversation? Damn, he doesn't even say anything, he just turns his back to us. Holy shit. Can we look around? Oh, just kidding. Just kidding. Holy shit, okay. Alright, I'll see you some other time. I don't believe Governor Caden will speak to us in the moment. The hotel? Hi, Professor Mikotobo. That's Professor Mikotobo over there.
Oh, hello you two! I was just taking a moment to catch up on the world now that I'm packed.
But where's Judge Jikoku?
Yes, he's not the relaxing sort. He's taken himself off to pay his respects to all the legal bigwigs.
Having only just arrived in the country today? Goodness, he is full of energy.
Professor, you mentioned something before.
Oh wait, no, it was he who mentioned it before. It wasn't even last case. It was
this case. What? It was earlier this time. Right? About how you know the prisoner governor at Barclay Prison. I can talk.
Oh, Governor Caden, you mean?
So it is the same man.
Father, we must speak with the governor. But he refused to talk to us. He says we were suspicious Easterners.
Well, I'm sure if I accompany you, it would be a very different story.
Oh, would you? That would be wonderful, if you have some time now.
Sadly, as you can see, I'm very busy at the moment.
Busy drinking coffee on a comfortable settee? And reading the newspaper?
Now, I have a rather lot to prepare for tomorrow, you know?
Oh, sorry. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You Mikotobos are alarmingly good at reading people's thoughts.
Or could it be that you Naruhodos are alarmingly bad at hiding your thoughts?
Let's not fall out now. I have an idea.
Oh, he's giving us a written note. What's he writing on that piece of paper?
Here's a letter of introduction for you. Hopefully when he sees my name, he'll change his tune.
Oh, thank you. Hooray! Hopefully he'll now be willing to talk to us.
Good luck then.
Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy?
I do wish he at least called you a nice young man.
I'm really not sure that would help. It gets worse. Oh.
Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse First Class Cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th of September. London arrival 1st November.
Ah, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shikoku came on from Japan, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's called. I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover.
I think it's been almost a year since we arrived on Dover on the SS Boreal. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, doesn't it? Don't you think?
Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary.
Both of them. And I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, well, how strange. Where could have it gone? Oh no!
Wait, you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo?
Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Okay, let's go back. Hello, sir. Please talk to us. We are not bad people. If you just cast your eyes over this, Governor Caden.
What's this then? You cannot pull the wool over my eyes, you good-for-nothing Japanese student. Mikotoba? That young jock from the forensics laboratory? That's Mikotoba?
Yes, exactly, him. Jock.
Oh dear, perhaps I should have said something sooner. I'm Yuji Mikotoba's daughter, Susato.
Jean, you're the young man's daughter! And you did not think to mention that before.
I do apologize.
I will. You best be taking a seat then. Can I offer you a cup of tea, perhaps?
Wow, his mood changed.
And do not forget to try one of these wee handcuff biscuits.
Oh, handcuff biscuits? Your father's influence is nothing short of amazing.
I'm bitterly regretting not announcing who I was from the outset now.
So then, what can I do for you, Hen?
Well, we're currently investigating a case.
It's one of your warders, see? He's gone missing.
Missing?
That's right. It's surely been reported to you as well, being the prison governor.
No?
I have not heard of anything of the sort. There's no missing persons in my prison.
Huh? Oh. But how could that be?
It's Mr. Daily Vigil, your chief warder.
Vigil?
That's right, his wife came to us and asked us to investigate his disappearance. Let's skip the part about him only going missing yesterday for now. Clearly that means something to him.
Would you be so kind as to tell us what you know, sir?
Aye, of course.
Dun, 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 dun.
Okay, wait, actually, before we talk, what the hell, man? the grandfather clock is...
It's fitted with a terrifying blade that keeps dropping down!
It's modeled on the guillotine. It's modeled on the guillotine, a French execution device. You might have heard of it. And yes, before you ask, you can chop.
Heads off, you mean?
There is no carrots and parsnips for so forth. Or hands.
Oh.
If you place a large carrot at the bottom there in the morning, by evening it will have been cut clean in two.
Well, you don't have to wait till evening for it to cut.
Well, the blade must have had... the blade must have had an almost indescribable edge on it then. Dun, 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 dun.
An axe, a hunting rifle, and 4 pairs of handcuffs. That's a daunting collection.
There's a story behind every one of those.
You mean the rifle was a famous killer's murder weapon? And the axe was wielded by an infamous executioner? And the handcuffs were once used to immobilize a fierce four-legged beast when it was arrested? I think you're in the realms of fantasy now, Mr. Naruto.
Not those kinds of stories, Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Oh, Ito. That axe was the one I used to chop down the cherry tree in my house. At my house. But Mrs. Kaizen was not less pleased. And the cuffs on the left are the ones I caught my first burglar with back when I was a Bobby.
Ryunosuke's dreams.
The stories were a little different to those you imagined, I think. Weren't they?
Yes, to my relief. In some small way, my disappointment. The pictures? Oh, sorry.
I suppose those are all former governors of Barclay Prison, are they?
Either that or former inmates who the governor has sent to the gallows.
Oh dear, they all have such severe expressions. I really couldn't deny either possibility.
Especially the one on the extreme right. His expression goes beyond severe to a whole new territory. I cannot see it from here.
That one's me!
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
Oh shit. Is it a prerequisite of the job, perhaps? Having the severe expression, I mean?
Of course it's not, although it's taken into consideration.
A lot. Bird. I've never expected to find a parrot in a prison. It must be the governor's pet.
Given where we are, it's hard to not see the poor creature as a prisoner.
Let me out! Let me out! Do not kill me!
Has the bird learned to mimic the plaintive cries of the inmates in the cells?
Oh no! He was one of 3 siblings, you see. And he still calls out the names of 2 brothers like that all the time.
The names? Right.
Let me out! Do not kill me! I hear you, laddie. You want your dinner, eh? Didn't I do it?
Why would you name your parrot that? It's a very large cabinet full of papers, isn't it? It's labeled inmate register, look. And all the files are in alphabetical order.
That's 50 years worth of records at Barclay's image. Whether or no they left alive after seeing their term. All the details about the crimes they committed are recorded there, like an epitaph, you might say.
A record of crimes and punishments. How dispiriting.
And yet, this man seems to be enjoying tea and biscuits as he talks about it. That's desensitization for you. I can't say the word. That deer has been staring at me for a while now.
It has?
The poor thing can't fit through the small hole in the wall, but it can't get its head back out again now either. It's giving me a woefully imploring look.
Ryunosuke, the deer is dead. It's not real, Mr. Naruto. It's stuffed.
What? I mean, yes, of course it is. Ryunosuke. For a moment, I thought it was another assassin sneaking in via the ventilator.
I don't like to say, but I think perhaps you need to reread The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Sherlock Holmes.
This desk here? Oh, I guess not. The middle desk? I guess not. Sort of some crazy shit like I had to examine the feather on the table or something. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I don't think that's it. Yeah, we're probably fine. Oh wait, no, I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do that. I pressed the wrong button. Believe me, sir. Okay. Converse! We understand that Mr. Vigil is the chief warder here at the prison.
Aye, that he was. Strong sense of responsibility and dedicated to the job, no doubt about it. He was a fine warder.
Sorry, did you say was?
Aye, he does not work here anymore. He left the job.
What? Oh no, has he been lying to his wife? Fuck.
Oh my!
When was this exactly?
If there is a question, when was it about? It cannot have been much less than 10 years ago.
10 years ago? What? Wait, so he- wait. So he left, first of all, he lied to his wife, but he also left after the professor case then? It's 10 years ago. He stopped working here 10 years ago?
Aye, as I minded, Deacon, I have not heard of his name in all that time. There's no worry that he's gone missing though.
But Mrs. Vigil made no mention of it. I think perhaps, Mr. Naruhodo, that his wife simply doesn't know. I think she's unaware that he no longer works here.
Governor Caden, can you tell us what happened? Why did Mr. Vigil give up his job here?
That's important, is it?
Yes, I believe it may be.
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo?
I can't help wondering, given that it was 10 years ago,
Ah,
which was exactly when the professor was being held in this prison.
so Mr. Vigil actually resigned from the position of Chief Warden 10 years ago, you're telling us? What happened to make him leave the job?
In actual fact, he did not leave the job willingly. He had no choice in the matter.
But he was fired. You mean, he was dismissed? Or that word.
It was after a particular walk.
Sorry? A walk?
Aye, that's our word for it in here. A walk to the gallows.
An execution.
If it's the job of the chief warder to prepare the gallows tree and to prepare the gallows tree and oversee any executions, you see? Only, Vigil did something unthinkable on that last walk he was manning.
What did he do?
I'm sorry, but I cannot reveal that information. But I can tell you that it's very rare for a chief warder to be relieved of his post.
Why wouldn't Mrs. Vigil know about it? She appears to be under the impression that her husband still works here.
I wouldn't care anything about that, I'm afraid. Those relationship problems, psh, I'm not interested in that. Oh, mess of a drama.
Can you perhaps answer one more question about the circumstances of his dismissal?
And what would that be, Hen?
That last execution that Mr. Vigil was responsible for overseeing, was it by any chance the professor's?
My thoughts exactly. Susato-san, you're so good at this. You just go up and ask things without being nervous. How do you do it? I have no idea.
I'm sorry, I really am, but I'm at no liberty to answer that.
I see. My father came to Britain all those years ago in order to study forensic medicine. But you seem to be well acquainted.
The dead room, the prison, and the cemetery have a lot to do with one another. After all, they need fresh corpses for forensic research. Do you, Ken? You can?
Yes, I can imagine.
The advancement of medical science isn't always particularly palatable.
Your father worked in the laboratory just on the far side of the graveyard. In the basement of St. Signers. It's still in use today.
St. Signers. That's come up before, I'm sure. Isn't it the same prison that Herlock was in when he got shot? And then I think Miyotoba mentioned it before too.
Yes, that's right. We've been there.
Megatoba and I have to use. Oh, have to have what? Megatoba and I have used to ride in a carriage together and negotiate terms.
What? For more fresh material, I suppose.
Aye, and we used to sit in there for hours and gabble on about a boot, dissection and all sorts. It would take me back. Ever pot tea and play cuff biscuits, of course.
How charming.
He was a good fellow, your father, reliable and dead set on his work. But I'm afraid I'll never understand you Japanese.
Because of Genshin Impact Asogi, I suppose.
Well, I can now tell you anything else.
Thank you so much for your time, Governor.
Oh, one more for your way then. Oh, I'm sure I have it in here somewhere. Ah, found it. Here, take this as a wee souvenir of your visit to the prison.
What is it?
That's Vigil's dismissal notice. It's 10 years old now, of course.
Oh.
Oh my, are you sure?
Aye, there's no trouble at all. It's not the the original, mind.
Oh. Dismissal notice that harsh reprimand incurred by Mr. Vigil 10 years ago that resulted in him losing his job as a chief warder. Thank you, thank you very much, Governor Caden.
Well, in return, do me a favor and never come back here. The case is closed.
Well, I think we ought to return to Baker Street for the time being.
Yes, I agree. We need to report back to Mr. Sholmes with what we found out about Mr. Vigil. What will he tell Mrs. Vigil, I wonder? Alright, let's go back. Oh boy. Oh wait, I forgot to actually look at the card. 1st November, Sholmes' suite. Okay, hold on. Note of dismissal. Chief Warder Daily Vigil is relieved of his post with immediate effect for having violated Clause 132 of Her Majesty's Code of Conduct for Prisons. 132? The fuck is that? All rights to redundancy pay and other financial benefits are fully revoked. Okay. Reason for dismissal. Ah, of course it is. Aiding and abetting the escape from this prison of convict? What? The escape from this prison of convict name just prior to his execution. Details of the escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Aiding the escape? Escape? Additional notes. Indications that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the convict's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some form of negotiation with the prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. What? Escape? How the hell did he end up 6 feet under then? Because he was at least in the graveyard when the whole thing happened. And he was supposedly actually killed. Right? By the gunshot. But... What? What? Okay. Well... Escape. I love being confused. Alright. We're back! Hello you two.
Oh, hello you two. I thought you'd be back before long, so I baked some scones for us all.
Ah, so that's what the delicious smell is. What? How did it turn blue now? Greetings, my dear fellows! You returned a good deal sooner than I was anticipating. Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Hello, Mr. Sholmes?
Say nothing. Your thoughts are written all over your faces in any case. It turns out that it may have been advisable to test my hair color restoration tonic before application.
Oh my.
Pray tell me, what of our warder friend? Have you garnered some new information? Oh, yeah. Something very surprising, in fact. Though it's not a patch on your hair, to be honest.
It most certainly isn't. But still, we discovered that...
Oh! What?
Drop everything, Sholmes! This is more important!
Gina?
I can't... I don't even...
Gina? Are you okay?
What's happened?
Clearly a very grave matter indeed. For Miss Lestrade made no mention of my hair whatsoever.
It's the boss.
Oh no, don't tell me. Oh no, 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 please. No, 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 no. I swear to God, Gabe, if you do this to me, I'm gonna be so fucking mad at you. What do you mean? Inspector Gregson?
The boss is... He's...
He is? No way! What? What?
They just found his body, shot with the pistol.
What?
But...
What? Inspector Gregson? He was murdered?
No, not Gregsy.
Come in, my dear girl. Tell us the whole story. Wait! Huh? What? Okay, wait. No, not okay. What the fuck? Are you serious, Gina? Inspector Gregson was... He really was shot?
I don't know much about what happened myself yet. They're still there, investigating the scene.
Where did this take place?
A little rented room in a building full of flats on Frenzo Street.
Outskirts of town, nowhere near his home. He was perhaps investigating a case then.
The thing is, no one at the yard knows nothing about no case around there. Oh, how strange. The boss was... He was so good to me. I know I ain't up to much yet, but one day I was gonna show him. I'd become a proper detective.
Oh no.
Oh, Ginny.
So, who did this? Do you have any idea who the culprit is?
They got him already.
Already? Bro. Dude, I swear to... If it's her husband... I don't know, this is crazy. Like, it would make no sense at all, but like, it would kind of weirdly tie together the things we're looking at already. But if it's her husband, oh my god. Oh my god. See, now that I said it, I think there's a high possibility. Also, I need to change my thing for a second.
Ready?
They've caught the shooter so soon?
A witness reported something was going on, and the boys got straight down there and took care of him. What awful person did this? I still can't believe it myself.
Oh, wait. Then is it someone we know?
Gina? It was the
Huh?
It was the Reaper.
Wait a minute. You don't mean they've arrested Lord Van Zeeks for it?
That's right. That Reaper bloke's gone and shot the boss.
No, Lord Van Zeeks? Wait, hold up. Huh? Okay, wait. I kinda need to go to the bathroom for a second, but what the- what? What the fuck? What? Lord... So Gregson is dead, then. Seriously? What? Wait a second. Because I'm thinking about the telegram, the Morse code thing at the end of the first trial, or first case, right? It had Cosmo's name, and then Asian, which is apparently Giselle Brett, Gregson, and Wilson, or Watson. And so far, technically all of them have quote-unquote died. You know, Cosmo is apparently alive, but now all of them are dead. Fuck? What does this mean? And it's not like- wait, well, I'm so confused. And also Lord Van Zeeks? Holy shit. Wow. So much for my initial thought of this being a filler case. Jesus Christ. Are you quite sure, Miss Lestrade? It's Baroque Van Zeeks the police have arrested.
I saw it with my own eyes in the interview room at the yacht. believe it. But there were witnesses, and they're all saying it was him. So you mean there were actually multiple witnesses? They heard the gunshot, apparently, and when our lot got to the scene, there was only the boss and the Reaper bloke in the room.
There's no way Lord Van Zieks would have taken Gregson's life. I just don't believe it.
I don't believe it either.
Lord Van Zieks is never gonna cut his salary, he's gonna cut his life. I'm sorry. Yeah, okay, alright. Thank you for informing us, Miss Lestrade. This really is most terrible news. I'm dreadfully sorry.
What are you saying sorry for? You didn't do nothing.
It's just a thing people say sometimes. It's hard to say words. Anyway.
Well, anyway, I'm taking a cab over the scene right now. Please come in all as soon as you can. You've got to help.
Oh, Gina. Can we just like give her a hug? Like, Gina. No. Oh, they started getting along so well too. That sucks. That sucks so bad. It's a detective's lot to appear whenever some sinister plot has unfolded. Little wonder we all look haggard. Sometimes these things are almost too much for the nerves. Mr. Sholmes. What use is there in being a great detective if I fail to see something like this coming, How could I let this happen to Gregson? Mr. Norwood, I shall leave at once to begin my investigations. Of course, yes, we will too. It would be helpful if you could talk to Mr. Reaper and see what you can glean. I'm sure you were intending to do so anyway. Until later, then. Oh, see you later, Sherlock. Inspector Gregson dead, and Lord Van Zieks arrested.
Bruno, Susie! I've called you a handsome. It's waiting outside.
Thanks, Iris. Shall we, Mr. Seto? Yes. Oh my god. Oh my god! Okay. Okay. Okay, let's go to prison first then. Hi. Holy shit, okay. It's so weird to see him in here. It's kind of strange to look at. Okay. 1st of November. Local prison cell 1. There he is, Lord Van Zieks behind bars.
So, it's true. He really was arrested.
Do all prosecutors have to get in some kind of, like, you know, defendant's position? I mean, like, Clavier didn't, but, pretty much everyone else did. Well, I mean, Nayuda didn't. Okay, just kidding. Prosecutors are shady, that's my conclusion. No. Okay. /J. He's sitting with his back to the wall reading something. I don't think he's noticed us. Lord Van Zieks. Hi! Fancy meeting you here. Wow, we can see the same to you. Last place on Earth I'd like to be, with the last person on Earth I'd like to see. Great combo, right? I couldn't very well not come. We heard what happened, that Inspector Gregson was... Go home. This has nothing to do with you. But...
Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but I must disagree. Inspector Gregson was very helpful to us on a number of occasions. We're indebted to him, and at the very least, we owe it to him to find out the truth about his death. You must help us with the investigations, please.
There's really nothing I can tell you. What were you just reading at the back of the cell there? Was it something related to the case? The yard isn't quite so cavalier with its information as to shared case details with the suspect. This is a letter from an old acquaintance.
Oh, who might that be?
Someone you know, as it happens. Albert Harebrain.
Of course.
Yes, I keep forgetting they went to the same university. And that he's basically his only friend. I would like to read my correspondence in peace, so let's get this over with, shall we? What is it you want to know? Oh, what the hell happened? Strange. I mean, let's face it, Lord Van Zeeks never minces his words, but they seem to have less bite than usual somehow. Yeah, because he's behind bars, Ryunosuke. Come on, use your head. I'm kidding. Can you at least tell us your side of the story, Lord Van Zeeks? What happened? How much do you already know? Basically nothing.
We know that the inspector was shot dead in a small rented room on Fresno Street, and that you were found there by the police when they arrived on the scene and immediately arrested. We were told that there was nobody else in the room, and that some eyewitnesses heard the gunshot.
Then you're well informed. And there's really nothing I can add. The truth is, I don't know what happened myself. But the gunshot, obviously you didn't fire the gun, did you? I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work with. I'm not in the habit of shooting the people I work alongside. I also heard a noise, however. Before I had a chance to investigate, I was apprehended by the arriving officers.
So he doesn't actually know what happened. If I might ask, what were you doing in that place to begin with?
I don't need to answer that.
Oh!
After all, you're not representing me. He's gonna need a lawyer, though. If we're not representing you, then who, huh? I haven't seen a single other defense lawyer in this country. Your defense. Who is going to be representing you in court, Lord Van Zeeks? Himself. Anyone other than you, I should imagine.
Would I be right in assuming that you have no representation as of yet?
Defense lawyers shy away from any trial involving the Reaper, as I'm sure you know.
But this is different.
In my career, of all the defendants I've prosecuted, only 19 have ever been acquitted. Of them, 16 subsequently died in mysterious circumstances. Questions will be asked now.
Surely not.
I assure you, no defense lawyer would want to touch me with the end of a barge pole.
But you didn't actually have anything to do with those people's deaths, did you?
It's been 10 years now that I've been known as the Reaper of the Bailey. Believe me, nobody wants to know the true identity of the killer, more than I. However, it seems things may come to a head before I have the chance to uncover the truth about that.
What does he mean by that?
That's the thing, in all the instances we've seen of the so-called Reaper striking, like the actual, what is it called? Like the actual events that we've seen, right? It was McGilded and, what's his name? Assman. That last case, that guy, the victim. And in both of those instances, it's not the same killer. Like, it's very obvious it's just the actions of their consequences, you know? McGilded was an asshole, so he got killed because someone was seeking revenge. And, like, the same here. And the same with the, with Mr. Assman. he was also killed because people were seeking revenge against him being a dick. So, like, it doesn't seem like it's a person who's, like, a singular person who's behind it. I don't know, it doesn't feel like it's like a Reaper doing it. I don't know, it's something weird. I have no idea. This is the one mystery I have no idea what the answer would be. Whatever. Okay. Professor Harebrain's letter. After the trial, Professor Harebrain was supposed to go straight back to Germany, I thought. It's a letter to inform me of his safe arrival at home. I arranged his passage by sea and rail. It's a relief, I must say. He shouldn't now be beyond the reaches of the Reaper.
Because the Reaper doesn't follow people abroad, you mean?
Yes, so it seems. Your stooped little Nipponese friend, for example. You told me he was keeping well in Japan when I inquired the other day.
Yes, that's right. He's an author now, happily working in Tokyo. So Professor Harebrain is safely back in Germany now.
He is. Right, but there's also the thing with Gina, though, right? So, it appears our conversation has run dry. There was a 2-second silence, that's all. Well, in any event, you'll excuse me now. I wouldn't like to detain you. I was wondering, Lord Van Zieks, if you like... I'd be happy to advocate for you. You trust me, do you? Yes. I've heard you speak many times in court, and I've seen how you treat people, so I'm quite sure that you would never have taken another life. It's just, my feelings can't be used as evidence in court of law, sadly. It's a very gracious offer, however, I trust no one. Okay. What? Not the police, not the judiciary, and not you Nipponese. But, please. I have no intention of engaging at your services. I don't intend to pay you. Sorry. The chasm between us is just too wide and too deep, it seems. I'd appreciate it if you don't visit again. Then neither of us will waste any more time. Perhaps we need to dig a little deeper and find out more about Lord Van Zieks. What happened to Inspector Gregson? We gotta dig a little deeper. And oh wow, I can only do one thing. Coolio. Okay, well. Alright, well let's go. Man. Oh, Van Zieks, why? I thought we were buddies. I thought we were friends after our talk 8 days ago after that trial. Come on. Are we not buddies yet? I've only known you for 6 months. Or it's been a year. I've only known you for a year. Well, a year is good enough time. Maybe not for Van Zieks though. Just kidding. Anyway. 1st of November. Room on Fresno Street. That's what it's called. Fresno Street. Oh man. This really is an out-of-the-way part of London. I doubt many people find their way down this back street. So this dust-ridden rented old room is where it happened then.
So this is where poor Inspector Gregson lost his life.
Yes, and the police are already hard at work investigating, it seems. I don't see Mr. Sholmes anywhere, though. Perhaps his investigations has taken him elsewhere.
Oh, wait, what do you think you're doing there? Every one of them drawers have gotten to be taken right out, so you can look at underneath and all. I want the space above the ceiling checked, and don't forget to look in the chimney stack too. Blimey, ain't you lot never never gone over a house looking for dough when the owners are out of town?
Jean has obviously got some unique investigative techniques she wants everyone to adopt.
Oh, so you turned up at last. Mind you, I ain't been here long myself.
Hello again, Gina.
Shelms has only left. You're lucky I missed that. He was prancing around in here, pointing at stuff and flicking that hat of his, and just scarpered. Oh, he finished investigating already, you mean? Yeah, he didn't stop to say nothing to no one, not even me.
Gina, would you mind if we investigated too?
Listen, Otto. You're a lawyer, right?
Yes. Why?
Well, you're not thinking of trying to help the Reaper bloke, are you?
Oh! Poor Gina. She's never gonna forget, is she? That the trial will haunt her forever.
Gina, if you don't mind me saying, if Lord Van Zieks really is responsible for this crime, he will be duly and fairly judged in court. I suppose you're right, yeah. Go on then, Otto, get investigation. Get investigating. I want to know the truth about what really happened here.
Thank you, Gina. Gina, what was Inspector Gregson doing here in the first place?
That's what I want to know. It's what, half a year since I got out of the clink? That's when I decided to give up on me diving and become a detective instead.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Sholmes twisted Inspector's arm to agree to take you on as an apprentice, didn't he?
Something like that, I think. Anyway, the point is, I didn't really know much about the boss till then. But it turns out that he's a bit of a legend at the yard. Goodness, really?
Yeah, because Iris keeps writing in it.
They say he managed to solve some really tricky case, just like that.
He did?
Yep. And ever since then, he started going out with all sorts of investigations, always on his own.
Oh, what?
No one else at the yard knows. What? No one else at the yard even knows what half the cases he's working on are, apparently.
But that's not how it's supposed to work, is it? So what was the legendary inspector doing in a dingy little room like this? So he goes on like, what, solo missions, basically?
I know he had a lot of respect for the Reaper and all, and look where that landed him.
Respect for the Reaper? In what way?
I heard him say as much. I take my hat off to that fella for his words.
Not how the general public feels, is it? Most people are terrified of the Reaper.
Yeah, the boss said that's exactly why he respected the bloke.
I didn't realize Gregson held the Reaper in quite such high regard.
He said something else to me and all, that I didn't need to worry about the Reaper, cause he only goes after people who are bad. It did kind of set my mind at ease when he said that.
Right. What is this place then? Does anyone live here?
Apparently it's being rented by some cove called Hugh Bone. Hugh Bone?
It's sort of here today, gone tomorrow name, isn't it?
Yeah, he's what we call an unidentified person. We haven't been able to get in touch with him.
I see. Well, judging from appearances, I have to say this place hasn't been lived in for a long time, if ever.
Right? All the lads from the yard piled down to get stuck into the investigation. But there's so little here, no one knows what to do with themselves. I do wonder.
Yes, Mr. Soto?
Well, can it be that this Hugh Bone is in fact Inspector Gregson himself?
I did think that for a split second. Like, this was actually... It wasn't like his house, of course, but like, he rented a place in this area to... I don't know. His secret lair. His man cave. I don't know. What? How could that be?
Well, if he was investigating on his own, it's quite possible that this was in fact some kind of secret office of his.
Yeah, I never even considered that.
Nice work, Sis! We're actually following a line of inquiry like that ourselves.
You are?
If you look around the room, you'll see there's a few things that hint at it.
We should really investigate this place in detail. Well, I'm gonna look at it later, because I want to talk to you first.
I see that's where the poor inspector was found. Over there. Yeah, that's right. They said it was a single bullet what did him in. Single bullet. Apparently the bullet went right through him and struck the candle tree on that wall.
Oh yeah, it's blown one of the candles apart completely. What? What? One of the candles? All three of them look blown.
And the gun there is used on and the gun used is there on the floor. It's the Reaper's, isn't it? No denying that.
What? Really?
How do you know that? Take it easy. I don't know what to do with myself when you stare at me with them big eyes. I'm only saying what I heard. I don't know much about guns myself. But there's some bigwig lawman or whatever who said so. Why don't you ask him?
Bigwig lawman, is it? Bigwig lawman?
Anyway, Fresno Street runs along that window there. There were some street sellers just outside who heard the gunshot. Oh, but I don't recall seeing anybody outside. Yeah, they've all been taken down to the yard for questioning. That's why. We're talking about the yard's legendary inspector here. After all, they'll all be getting a grilling.
Do you think we might be able to speak with those street sellers ourselves?
I doubt it. Lads at the yard will probably just want to know what you're snooping for. You'll be up for a grilling and all.
So we can't interview the witnesses then. Shame. Okay, let's look around. First, this, conspiracy board that's happening here. Excuse me. Oh, I didn't want to... Oops. Oh, Inspector. Oh, sir. Poor man. He can't possibly be able to focus on investigating when he's so upset. Oh, Gregson. Gregson. Aw.
So this looks like some kind of notice board or something.
And it's absolutely covered in scraps of paper.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, look!
This you mean? It's an autopsy report, isn't it?
These are case notes here, and details of prison inmates.
Yes, in fact, they're all the sort of documents that only a detective could normally acquire. What on earth went on in this room?
Some old newspaper cuttings. Ah, and this one here.
Oh yes, the advertisement, you mean? To the Red-Headed League? But why? What's that doing there?
Whoever occupied this room was clearly interested in it for some reason.
You also wanted the 4 pounds? There's a photo here.
Oh, it's a photograph stand. I suppose it must be a picture of one of Inspector Gregson's family members.
What's the matter? Your eyes look like they're about to pop out of your head.
There they are! Look, Mr. Naruhodo, quickly!
It's the... Mrs. Vigil. So, is Mr. Vigil then... What's the fake name that you found? Hugh Bone? Or, I don't know. Like, was he working, like, undercover or something? And that's why he had to, like... Oh shit. That's why he had to, like, not tell her about how he changed jobs. Okay, whatever. Of
course she's familiar. We only met her this moment. Or we met her only this morning.
Ah, it's Mrs. Vigil.
This makes no sense. Why would there be a picture of Mrs. Vigil in here?
To be frank, I don't think I've ever been more stumped.
I'm sorry to say, I have no idea either.
Yeah, if this was, like, if Gregson was the one who owned this place, why the hell would Mrs. Vigil be here? Chimney? An empty fireplace makes the room feel even colder when it would be otherwise, doesn't it?
It's thick with dust. Look. I think it would be fair to say it hasn't been used in a very long time.
In other words, whoever lived in this room must have been extremely handy in cold weather.
Or nobody lived here at all, and merely visited when the occasion arose. I wouldn't like to say which is more likely.
No, that's right. It's one or the other. So that was like, Ryunosuke, your idea is really stupid. Okay, let's look over here. What are you looking at, sir? The gun? Excuse me? Sorry, sir. Can't see a thing, sir. Too many twos, sir. Oh, like the entire Scotland Yard is kind of. They all liked Gregson, right? Oh, I don't know. It's like that's sweet that a lot of people like feel really, yeah. Aw, Gregson. Right, perhaps I better leave you to your work then. Oh, Gregson. This is presumably the murder weapon then.
Oh my, is it real, I suppose?
I think so? Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them.
There's one way to know for sure, Mr. Naruhodo. Fire a shot!
Susato? No. If I did that, I'd be looking for a skilled lawyer to represent me in court. Slightly safer just to ask someone who might know, I think. Murder weapon, okay. Probably best to avoid handling it. Let's actually... Oh wait, this dismissal. Oh wait, we already saw that. Okay. The photograph? Oh. There's nothing too... strange about here. I mean, it's just a picture of her. She's wearing different clothes, but I mean, that's to be expected. Revolver. I suppose this must have been the murder weapon.
Oh my. It's real, I suppose.
I think so. Guns are so rare in Japan, I really know very little about them. Perhaps someone more familiar with firearms could shed a light on these things here. Someone more familiar. Why is there like a... Like, what is this at the bottom? Looks like a keychain holder. Otherwise just looks like a regular gun, I guess. As far as my gun knowledge goes. What's this doll doing here? Oh, what's this?
It would appear to be a little model policeman. It's rather charming, isn't it? In a way.
Seeing it as it's on the floor here, do you think it belonged to Inspector Gregson?
It's a little hard to imagine Lord Van Zeek's playing with something like this.
It's only about 8 centimeters tall. It could have fallen out of someone's pocket, I suppose. I think we should record it as evidence, just in case.
Yes, I agree. It is rather delightful after all, in a way.
Small and endearing model of a British policeman. Okay. Let's look at it. Oh, hello, sir. Oh, I want you just a little favor. What was that?
The helmet of this charming policeman appears to be a little worse for wear.
I'm not convinced about the charming part, but yes. you're right. The head part looks like it's been fairly heavily manhandled. Almost as if somebody had enjoyed twisting it around and around just for fun. Shall we try twisting it around and around too? For fun? You know, it's scared. Oh, what the hell? Ah! What's that?
It appears to be some sort of key.
Oh, what the? But it's tiny though. It couldn't be a key for a door. Not that size. So what is it for, I wonder? A key-like shaft to pop out from the base. Are you sure this is a key? I thought this was a screwdriver. It looks like some sort of key.
Yes, it does. A very tiny and simple key.
What's a little key doing inside a figurine of a policeman in the first place? And what's it for? Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Oh wait, I just realized this is a red wig. Don't tell me Gregson was trying to join the red-headed club. And don't tell me that's why he was shot, because the red-headed club found out he was a fake. And they're like, we gotta confront this fake redhead. Boom, shot him. Gone. Yeah, it better not be that. That sounds like what Sherlock would come up with. Ever since we came in here, I can't take my eyes off this thing.
Oh, funnily enough, neither can I. It's a hairpiece, isn't it?
Oh, it's a hairpiece, isn't it?
It is. A bright red hairpiece.
And I suppose the fact it's right there next to where the body was found means we have to accept that Inspector Gregson wore wigs. We have to accept that. Oh my god.
And it's such a flame-colored red, too.
Yes, that's a color we've come across very recently elsewhere, isn't it?
Exactly. This is a vital clue, I'm sure of it.
Presumably it belonged to Inspector Gregson. Ellipses. Oop. So I suppose this is where the victim...
That's right. The rope is laid around the body to show exactly how it was found.
Poor Inspector Gregson himself had already been taken away. And would probably be under Dr. Syde's scalpel by now, if not for what happened last week.
From the shape of this rope, it would appear that the inspector was curled up in a ball.
Yeah.
Are you feeling alright, Mr. Naruhodo? You look like you've just seen a ghost.
I know it's just a rope, but, well, it conjures up quite the terrifying image, that's all. Especially with that blood stain next to it.
Oh, I do understand. In some ways, what we picture in our minds can be even worse than reality.
Susato-san is so strong, though. She's taking this far better than I am. The top of one of the candles in this candle holder has been completely blown off.
Yes, there's wax splattered on the wall behind, look.
Is there? I don't know, I don't see anything. Is it the tall one? Is that what you guys are talking about? What? I suppose if a bullet had hit it...
It does seem likely that the bullet hit the candle, having first passed through the inspector's body.
But that's pretty high up though, right? Ugh, now the wax on the wall looks like blood to me. Oh. Ah, there's some black marks here, look.
Yes, they look like some sort of scorch marks.
So perhaps the bullet struck the candle here, do you think? It's only this one candle that's been cracked in half, it seems.
Yes, I think you might be right. Firearms are rarely used by criminals in Japan, so I'm afraid I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them.
That's the weird thing about this, is that... So the bullet here hit here, right? But these two candles are like melted down, like, because they've been used. But this one, with the bullet hit, before the bullet hit, it must have been at least that tall. Which means whoever was in this room only lit 2 candles and this 3 candle... What? Why? Why wouldn't you light all 3 candles? Why would you only light 2 of them? I've always wondered what the underside of a hairpiece always looks like.
Doesn't surprise me at all, Mr. Naruhodo. I always want to see what lies beneath, don't you?
I'm not quite sure that's how I put it. You must have to use lots of bird lime to keep it in place on your head. So it doesn't get blown off in a gust of wind, I mean.
That might be a little inconvenient when you wanted to take it off again, don't you think?
Yep. Okay. Sir? Excuse me? If you're looking down on us from the great beyond, Inspector, don't worry, we'll look after things at the yard. I've erupted some deep thoughts there. Oh shit, I just realized there are broken windows here. Somebody has very haphazardly nailed those boards over the broken glass, haven't they? You couldn't even really call it a window anymore.
Well, if you remembered the window in Mr. Nasume's room, that was totally blocked up with bricks. This one does at least let in a little light.
You could say nothing more about it. I'm starting to feel even more sorry for Mr. Natsume now. Was this done for the window tax? No way, right? Oh wait, probably just show Gina some stuff. Photograph. Gina, what do you make of this? Oh, just kidding.
What is that? Evidence? Work something out about what happened, have you?
No, not exactly.
I ain't been long enough in the job to get all this deducting business yet. But I swear I'm gonna get the person who did this to the boss.
What about my armband? This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I'm a defense lawyer.
And this badge is proof that I'm a detective.
Oh wait, we've seen this before.
So you're gonna have to tell me have to call me. What? I can't talk. So you're all gonna have to stop calling me Inspector Letstrade.
In that case, you have to start calling me something other than Odo. Odo is kind of cute though, even though it's like a mispronunciation of his name. No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? Okay. Just kidding. Policeman figure? Okay, I'm guessing most of the evidence doesn't do anything. What about the hairpiece? Is there anything else? Can we move? Oh, maybe we move. Lord Chief Justice's office? That's where we're supposed to go? Or prison. What was at Lord Chief Justice's office? 1st of November, British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. You made good time. I took an express train to— oh no, this is Kazuma, isn't it? Oh my god. I can hear Lord Strawheart, can you?
Yes, it sounds as though he's talking to someone.
Yeah, it is him. He has 2 swords now. Right. Not gonna lie, he looks kind of dumb with 2 swords. Kazuma, pick one. Is everything in place? I had a private compartment on the train so I could check all the paperwork. It's... Kazuma-sama! Oh, shh! We're supposed to try to eavesdrop in these situations. Oh, just kidding. Ah, your timing is impeccable. It is? No doubt you have heard the sickening news about the Reaper's latest devilry. Yes.
I'm sure you don't believe it, of course, though, Lord Strongheart. That Lord Van Zieks could have done such a thing to Inspector Gregson.
I believe only in the facts. And the facts in this case point to one thing. The unavoidable accusal of Lord Van Zieks for this crime. They must bring charges against the Reaper for taking the life of our legendary detective.
Oh no, surely not.
It's a truly regrettable situation. Tomorrow, the Forensic Science Symposium finally begins. Wow, yeah, the timing couldn't be worse. At the very least, though, we can show the world our justice system's swift and equitable processes. I don't know if it's gonna be swift and equitable. Oh boy. So, does that mean the trial is tomorrow? Precisely. What did you think? This is an Ace Attorney game. In fact, this is a fine opportunity for introductions. Oh god, oh god, oh god. Kazuma. Oh, but of course. You're already acquainted, aren't you? Mr. Asugi here will be present at tomorrow's proceedings, leading the prosecution. Yeah, of course he is. Of course he is. If Van Ziek's gone, of course it's him. Like, wait. What? Kazuma? As I'm sure you're aware, he's a very capable practitioner of law.
Kazuma's a prosecutor?
He's just standing in the back there. Sorry, it looks really funny. I don't know, the white's just throwing me off. Maybe it's just the white. Like, it's so white, you know? You know, there's a thing about wearing white. Fun fact, you know, you shouldn't wear white if you want to look slim, because white will always kind of, or white and light colors will make it easier to see shadows on your body, right? So, but I mean, by all means, if you want to show that off, like Kazuma is clearly doing that, so if you want to show it off, then go ahead. I'm just saying. Why were you here? Tomorrow's trial. I'm sure you can imagine that tomorrow's trial will be closely followed all over London. In fact, no. People over the Empire will be watching closely to see how it unfolds. There's no salvation for anyone in trial prosecuted by the Reaper of the Bailey. And now, the Reaper himself must stand in the dock. Quite so. The public wants answers about the Reaper. Answers about how and why those who escaped conviction subsequently died mysterious deaths.
But Lord Van Zieks firmly denies any involvement in such matters.
Yeah, and you know that. And there have been thorough investigations that have proven him to be innocent. That's certainly true. Or it has been, at least, until now.
What?
No, tomorrow's trial will mark the start of a new chapter in our country's great judicial history. Don't tell me he's gonna try to pull some bullshit where he's like, oh man, old Reaper's dead, new Reaper's here, and it's Cosmo or something. Nah. 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 So, Cosmo will be prosecuting tomorrow? That's right. Are you sure? He hasn't said like more than 3 sentences since he's, you know, been non-amnesiac.
But he's a defense lawyer, Lord Strongheart.
Accomplished young law practitioners cannot pick and choose their roles. And imagine what it will mean for the prosecution to know the strategies commonly employed by the defense. A devastating combination, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely.
I've no doubt at all that Cosmo will be a razor sharp as a prosecutor.
But why Kazuma-sama? There are surely many other highly skilled prosecutors in Great Britain.
It was a personal request. I asked to be assigned to the trial.
You asked for this? But why?
This will become clear tomorrow. I'm guessing you intend to stand for the defense, don't you? I mean, if Van Zeeks will let us. He doesn't like us right now. Although, the Reaper appears to be turning down all offers of representation.
I'm surprised such a personal request would have been upheld. It seems unprecedented. Quite exceptional, in fact.
You are quite right, Miss Mikotoba. Tomorrow's trial will be unprecedented and exceptional in every way. After all, the accused is one of Britain's greatest prosecutors, the pride of the Empire. It would be unwise to give the public a reason to perceive it as the judiciary closing ranks.
So that's why you're happy to let a foreigner handle the prosecution?
Yunosuke, let's see how your I don't know voices anymore. Let's see how your skills have been honed after practicing law in the land for so many months.
Cosmo, I should really ditch the other sword. Having two swords is really strange. I don't understand why you've been so hostile to me now. This isn't gonna end well, my friend. Oh, yeah. We noticed there was a gun at the scene of Inspector Gregson's death. Do you know if it belongs to Lord Van Zeeks?
That would be a question for the lead detective investigating the scene. Gina doesn't know anything though. Well, the thing is...
She wasn't sure, so she told me I should ask somebody higher up who might know. That's right, Mr. Naruhodo. Be direct.
It's certainly a model that's issued to all personnel involved in law enforcement, yes. Which includes prosecutors, as I'm sure you can imagine.
In that case, it could actually have belonged to the victim.
No, Gregson has his gun on his person.
What about Lord Van Zeeks?
He claims it's currently not in his possession.
What?
According to his story, he lost it. In short, it's more than a little suspicious.
But just because the gun in question is the same type as the defendant's is no proof that it's actually his.
No, of course not.
Nevertheless, the situation is grave for Lord Van Zeeks.
Hey, yo, what's with the crab at? I'm sorry for all the worry I've caused you, but you will be alright now.
Has your memory completely returned?
Yes, completely. I remember everything. No, that's the thing. Including what I was coming here to do.
Right. Kazuma-sama, I can't tell you how happy I am to see you alive and well like this. Even though we're in strange positions. But how did you come here to be? How did you come to be here in London when you were suffering from amnesia?
It was the voice. This past year, I've been hearing it in my head constantly, saying the same thing over and over. Go to London, that's where your destiny awaits.
What?
It was that voice that guided me here to London.
I'm so sorry for what's happened.
Anyway, my memory might have returned to me, but there's something that won't return the way it was before.
Huh? What do you mean?
I'm a prosecutor now, so I'm sure our paths will cross again very soon. Doesn't look like we're gonna glean much more here. Well, thank you very much, Lord Strongheart.
Remember, tomorrow's trial will go down in our Empire's history. No pressure. There's much you can learn from the public gallery.
Oh, wait. He doesn't think we'll be defending him? Sorry to have taken so much of your time. We'll see ourselves out. But it looks like you kind of sieved yourselves out for— oh, what? Before you go, Rinosuke. Oh, what is it, Kazuma? I just wanted to thank you.
Kazuma-sama, what?
You took my determination to heart and brought it with you over the ocean in my steed. And you carried out my role to perfection.
You were always very intent on studying British law in order to change our own justice system. It was your dream, and Mr. Naruhodo didn't want that to die with you.
Yes, but I had another purpose for coming here.
Oh,
I actually have a favor to ask. Which is the trial I'll be prosecuting tomorrow. I'd like you to be there to see how it ends. Right in front of me. As the defense counsel. He's very close there, buddy. Why? What's all this about? I know you have what it takes. But Lord Van Zieks would never put his fate in my hands. On the contrary, he recognizes your talent. He does? It's not easy to see behind the facade sometimes. Here, have a look at this. Oh shit, is this a family photo? What? Oh my god! What? This is so weird to look at, because he's smiling. Wait. Okay, I see. It's Van Zieks and then, of course, Clint, his brother, and then Gregson. Oh my god. That's... Where'd you pick us up from, Cosmo?
Lord Van Zieks and Inspector Gregson.
In a photograph that must have been taken some time ago by the look of it. At least 10 years ago. And who's the third person? It was displayed very prominently on the It was displayed very prominently in the detective's office. In Gregson's office, you mean? Yes, what I'm trying to say is, if you really think you can trust the Reaper, you might find that some straight talking makes him take a different view. Take it. Gregson's photograph. I was in Gregson's office. Oh. Man, how come we're learning, like, more about Gregson once Gregson's dead, huh? Why couldn't we have learned this shit when he was alive? Why? Why do you have to do this game? It hurts. It hurts bad. I don't understand. Why are you giving me this? Just hurry, Ryunosuke. Visiting hours at the prison are almost over. What are you doing, Kazuma? I'm trying to help you, idiot! Okay. Oh wait, hold on, look at my bed. Can I show you this? Lord, okay, just kidding. Just kidding, I'll go. Okay, to the prison. Van Zieks. Van Zieks. 1st November, local prison, cell 1. Lord Van Zieks is still reading that letter.
We've been gone quite some time, though.
Either he's an incredibly slow reader, or it's an incredibly long letter.
I might even be able to read English faster than he can.
I was intending to ignore you entirely. But I can't turn a dead... I really need to give him a British accent, because I think I have too many deep voices that kind of sound similar. And they're all appearing at once, and it's getting hard. But I can't turn a deaf ear to such insulting Nipponese. Oh, sorry. I didn't think you'd hear that. I had the case notes brought to me in secret. I was reading them to pass the time.
Yes, we heard that your trial is set for tomorrow.
which is none of your business. So, have you found a lawyer? How many times must I reiterate the same thing? This has nothing to do with you. In other words, no.
We were just talking to Lord Strongheart, and the prosecution for your trial has been decided.
I would expect nothing less. Though I have no idea who it is.
It's going to be Kazuma Asogi.
Asugi. That made the color drain from his face. Oh, well then. It seems I'm going to have to engage in conversation with you again after all. It's kind of funny, because Van Zeeks is the guy who's like, wow, this guy hates, quote, Nipponese, right? And then now, when he's the defendant, he's gonna be tried by Japanese people in both the prosecution and the defendant's stand. Crazy. Okay, anyway. Asaki! 10 years ago, my older brother, who was the director of prosecutions at the time, was murdered. And the killer, as you know, was a visiting student from the Far East. Not a single day goes by when I don't curse the name Asugi.
Genshin Impact Asogi was Kazuma-sama's father.
So what cruel twist of fate is this now, 10 years later? The man's son is to crucify me in some kangaroo court? I still don't understand why Lord Strongheart apprenticized Kazuma to you. It's what he does. No doubt he knew the young man's true identity from the outset.
But what could he have done? What could he have been hoping to achieve?
And let's not forget that it was only 8 days ago that Kazuma recovered from his amnesia. Why would Lord Strongheart assign this trial to somebody like that? Asugi. That name is the very epitome of my bane. The bane is you Nipponese. Right, your hatred of all us Japanese. The Nipponese bane. I'd only been just appointed as a prosecutor when it happened 10 years ago. My brother Clint, the director of prosecutions, was hunting down a mass murderer. The so-called professor, assigned to the investigation as his partner, was a certain visiting student dispatched from Scotland Yard. And that was Genshin Impact Asugi? Exactly. I developed a deep respect for the man. He seemed noble-minded and chivalrous in the extreme to me. But none of us saw the true nature of the man. So, I lost everything when it happened. My esteemed brother, the people I believed in, and any semblance of right prevailing over wrong.
Oh, how awful.
To avenge my brother, I prosecuted in Asugi's trial. Yeah, that's what I assumed. So that's how the Reaper of the Bailey started, then? It wouldn't ordinarily have been allowed, but I beleaguered the ascribed prosecutor until he consented.
What do you mean by the ascribed prosecutor?
The man in charge of the professor's case inquiry, Lord Maelstrom. No fucking way. What? Of course Strongheart was a prosecutor before, of course he is. Cause, duh. Oh man, okay. Holy shit, really? Is Strongheart gonna end up being the big bad? I don't know. He's just so, you know, he's got that vibe. But maybe it'd be too odd. Whatever, shut up. Okay, anyway. Wait, what? Lord Strongheart? He was a highly accomplished prosecutor, but he agreed to relinquish the trial to me and act as my advisor instead. Since that time, he's the one person whom I felt indebted.
I'm sure he must have seen your zeal for the cause, or for the case, and recognized your potential as a prosecutor.
Anyway, time passed, but then earlier this year, who should arrive in London but you? And, of all things, as the lawyer. Yeah. I felt your animosity the first time I ever faced you in the courtroom. Your obvious deep loathing of us Japanese. I kept telling myself it was illogical. But for so many years, that hatred had festered inside me, and I could no longer control it. And I can understand why, now that I know the history. But in the same way that I've long felt that Nipponese to be the bane of my life, to Kazuma Asugi, I'm the bane of his. The Reaper who sent his father to the gallows. He's looking for revenge, and he tends to take it in court tomorrow. Really? That doesn't seem right. Gregson's transfer to Paris Police Prefecture had finally been arranged for the coming month. But he'll never make it to France now. It's a tragedy. Oh yeah, come to think of it, he did mention something about that, didn't he?
I wonder, does it happen often? Being transferred internationally, I mean.
It's the first time I've ever encountered it.
Oh.
The Paris police welcoming an English detective is almost inconceivable. I can't imagine what kind of magic Gregson must have worked to pull that arrangement in place. So he arranged to go to Paris? I thought it wasn't, like, his choice. I thought he was just assigned there or something. Why would he want to go to Paris, though? Like, what's in France? Sounds like that mystery has even the Reaper perplexed.
I'm afraid to say that we were very ignorant about Inspector Gregson's standing. We hear that he was considered something of a legend at Scotland Yard.
Gregson's theme. Or at least the theme associated with him most of the time. Again, it was 10 years ago he first made a name for himself, by uncovering a decisive piece of evidence that exposed the professor's identity. Wow, everything's linked back to this case, huh? It's like the DL6 of the ancestors. If it wasn't for Gregson's singular approach to the case, the discovery would have never been made. What sort of approach? After my brother's life was taken, the inspector pushed for a full autopsy.
Oh my, 10 years ago?
Why is that so surprising? Autopsy was considered a desecration of the body at the time, and rarely performed. And my brother was of course a noble. That made the idea of it even more unthinkable. But something Gregson had dug up in his investigations made him determined it was necessary. His powerful conviction somehow influenced the House of Lords, and as a result, I could avenge my brother's death.
So you must have had great confidence in the inspector's abilities then.
So, something he dug up in his investigations made him determine it was necessary. Something he dug up in... Okay...
And it's even more inconceivable that you could have taken his life.
I don't have confidence in anyone.
Oh.
And I'm sure Gregson felt the same way. I've no doubt he thought of me only as the ominous Reaper, just like the rest of London. Well, that's not true.
What really went on between Lord Van Zeeks and Gregson, I wonder? What was the true nature of their relationship?
But putting that aside, about your gun. About the gun used to shoot the inspector that was found at the scene. Oh yes, that's not mine. Really? Because common opinion seems to be that it is. What do you expect me to say to that? I don't know, something to prove it's not yours?
Lord Strongheart informs us that you claim to have misplaced your firearm.
As embarrassing as that is, I'm afraid it's true.
When did you lose it then?
I don't know.
Oh!
I was issued with a revolver when I first became a prosecutor 10 years ago. I must have stowed it somewhere, I suppose. Or left it somewhere, perhaps. So you lost it like 10 years ago, what the hell?
You have something in common with Lord Panzik after all, Mr. Naruhodo. A talent for misplacing things.
No, this has nothing to do with me. Don't drag me into it. Don't make me the mistake of associating with this Nipponese.
Oh dear, the rift is very wide, isn't it?
So, it's not a decisive evidence, clearly. But it doesn't look good, that's for sure. Okay. Antiques! Gregson didn't think that of you, come on!
Lord Vanziques, we came by this old photograph.
Where did you get that? It was taken when I was being when I became qualified talking. It was taken when I became a qualified prosecutor. It's almost unbelievable. I assumed it was long lost. Is the man on the left there? Yes, that's my brother, Clint. Yep, okay. Yeah, it's the same guy who's in the giant painting in the prosecutor's office. It had to be, really. Apparently this picture was prominently displayed in Gregson's office. He had a deep respect for you, you know? Were you aware of that? Respect? That's nonsense. No, we've heard someone attest to it very clearly. Inspector Tina Lestry, no less. Well, maybe once, yes. There was a time when things were like that. We were brothers in arms, jovially discussing the future of justice and other lofty subject matter. That was a nice glimpse of the past. Why, thank you. I feel as though I got a nice glimpse of the past then, too. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. A brief twinkle. An insight into the true nature of this man known to all as the stone-cold Reaper of the Bailey. So... Oh wait, you're using our name? What? Don't make this weird. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, that's the first time he's ever used my actual name. I've lost all confidence in my country's justice system. I don't trust the police, the judiciary, or lawyers. But there's still one thing I'm willing to believe in. What's that? That which you see in the eyes of another across the courtroom. A simple determination to know the truth.
Lord Vanziques.
From the very first time we clashed in the Bailey almost a year ago now, I couldn't deny it, even though I ideally wished I could. Here is a loathsome Nipponese, who has absolute integrity as a lawyer. There are only two other men I've known with that same look in their eyes. My brother, Clint, and Genshin Impact Asugi. The man he idolized and the man who betrayed his trust in the most hideous way. When you showed me that photograph just now, it reminded me.
You mean this photograph?
Back then, I was able to laugh. I was freed from the shackles of mistrust that plague me now. Yeah, you smiling is a really weird thing to see. I mean, you know, no offense. I looked into the future with hope. Since then, I've protected myself against betrayal by refusing to trust anyone. But at times, the mirror into which I've sunk makes it almost impossible to breathe. I'm so sorry. So, Mr. Naruhodo, I want to believe in that look in your eyes. I need to believe in it. In tomorrow's trial, will you advocate for me? Of course I will. It will be an honor.
So please, Mr. Naruhodo.
Then my life is in your hands. Aw, Van Zeeks, do you want a hug too? No. Van Zeeks, that must have been an incredibly hard thing to ask. Which is why I simply cannot let the man down. Tomorrow, in the Old Bailey, against my old friend, Kazuma. Oh boy, it's all coming together now. Is it? I don't know. To be continued. So far this stream's only 3 hours long? We can keep going. If there's like an investigation part 2, then maybe I'll stop there. Maybe. Woo! Because we're defending Van Zeeks! Come on, we gotta keep going. 2nd of November, 8:56 AM. The Old Bailey, its defendants ended. Oh right, we never met up with Sherlock afterwards, huh? I wonder what happened with his thing. I wonder if his hair is still blue. It's that old familiar feeling again. And the soundtrack that puts you in that old familiar feeling. The crushing pressure of this historic courthouse. Actually, no, it's a little different today. There's an even more menacing tension in the air.
There's a menacing tension in the air here today, isn't there? I suppose.
Yes, I think so. Wow, we're thinking the same thoughts. We're so twinning, Susato. It can only be a result of the menacing appearance of the defendant. A little more courtesy, if you please.
Oh my, I do apologize.
However, you're certainly not mistaken that this trial is far from ordinary. What do you mean? I'm not privy to details, however. I understand that no jury has been selected. No jury?
A trial without a jury? Well, that's just like the trial of the professor 10 years ago. What? The trial of the professor didn't have a jury? Did I miss that?
Oh man, okay. What? Okay. A closed court. Oh hey, you're back. And your hair's back too. Good morning, my dear fellows! Mr. Sholmes. Have you made a note of my hair, Mr. Naruhodo? An outright victory for science, you must agree. Yep. To be perfectly honest, so much happened yesterday that, well, I forgot about your hair. I completely forgot about your little hair problem. Ha! What to one man is a little hair problem, is to another a day of drinking dubious potion after dubious potion. You have no idea how my stomach ails me this morning.
Oh dear, how awful for you.
I'm afraid you only have yourself to blame, Mr. Sholmes. And good morning to you, Mr. Reaper. I'm delighted to see you looking so full of vim. And are you? I see London's celebrated great detective is as active as ever. Oh, you exaggerate, my dear fellow. Compared to my paltry engagements with a few trivial cases, the Reaper's overbearing presence is far greater deterrent in the black roots of crime in our capital. What? Oh. And whilst I may not agree with your methods, there's at least one point on which I would readily commend you. What an honor. And that would be... your eye for a good lawyer, sir! Mr. Sholmes! After all, behind this lawyer, there's a very great mind. My own! What are you trying to say? I wish only to say that you should be prepared for quite a trial, Mr. Reaper. Sorry to barge in. Oh, hey! Wait, whoa, Gina, when did you get that armband? But Gina! What's that on her arm? Oh, it's a morning band? Morning band.
Father, shouldn't you be at the symposium?
It's been postponed, so I have some free time. I decided to come along with the police inspector to see our country's up-and-coming student in action.
Oh, well, you'll see another up-and-coming student also in action that happens to also be from our country. Well, yeah, indeed.
I shall be very interested in the fruits of your studies over the past year.
Well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's just hope that there are some fruits to see. How are you holding up, Gina?
Odo,
Oh, yeah, Gina?
why'd you agree to this, eh? Why'd you take him on?
Oh, right.
This Reaper bloke. Everyone says it's him and what killed the boss.
I'm sorry, Gina, but I just don't believe that.
Well, if it wasn't him, then who was it?
I don't know that yet.
I don't care who calls him what. The Reaper's just a name. He's just a person at the end of the day. And if it turns out that it was him who killed the boss, then go help him.
Fiery eyes, indeed. Yes, the culprit deserves every ounce of your loathing.
It?
At least, that may be some solace to the deceased.
Please, Odo. Get whoever did this for the boss. Oh, Gina. I hate feeling this useless, but there's nothing I can do. Oh, so you gotta find out who did this and make the wrench pay.
Counter for defense and the defendant. Court will be in session shortly. Make your way into the courtroom at once, please.
Alright then, here we go.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo and Lord Van Zeeks. Sorry, I didn't know that. Okay.
One who lost his treasure brother to a mass murderer. One who lost his treasured father in a foreign court of law. And one who lost the man who helped her escape destitution. All that misfortune, all that pain, on course to collide headlong in this trial. It's time to shine a light on all these dark events. And whatever truth is revealed, we're going to have to look at it straight in the eye. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Okay. Well, I mean, the good news is there's no summation examination. Woo! 22nd October, 9:20 a.m. Old Bailey courtroom. Oh, but the fire is still there.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here to conduct a fair and just trial of the defendant, Beric Van Zeeks. Counsel for defense and prosecution, are you ready to begin?
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
I've been wishing to see you in court again for so long. It feels... But I've never pictured it happening like this. I never thought I'd be facing you behind this prosecution bench.
The so-called Reaper of the Bailey has been a scourge like no other, undermining Her Majesty's justice system. Today, we must uncover the truth behind this scourge.
In other words, this trial is going to be a lot more far-reaching than Inspector Gregson's murder.
The truth revealed by these proceedings may have unpredictable repercussions for the judiciary. Accordingly, they are to be conducted in a closed trial, no members of the public present.
Okay. So what? So like there's no one outside sitting in the gallery either. Is that it? How's Mikotopa here? Is it just like if you know someone, that's your ticket in? I don't know. I don't know, whatever.
By Her Majesty's direct orders.
How will that work, my lord?
The burden of all arbitration and adjudication falls on my shoulders. It works the same as in your Japanese court. Wouldn't you understand that? Therefore, as you will see, the juror's bench shall remain vacant today.
If no members of the public are present, might I ask who is currently occupying the gallery, my lord?
They are members of the judiciary, here to witness proceedings and ensure an equitable trial.
Okay. Members of the judiciary.
Oh my, this is a very unusual trial already.
There is of course another, unprecedented aspect to these proceedings on which I must elaborate. The counsels for the prosecution and defense are both aliens of Great Britain.
Yeah, wild. I believe it takes an outsider to see the truth sometimes. And as I stand here in this courtroom now, I'm quite certain. This is the reason why I had to come here to Britain. Kazuma?
Very well. Let us commence proceedings. Prosecutor Asogi, your opening statement, if you please.
Ooh, animations. Certainly, my lord. He also has a scroll. Holy shit, is he ripped in the jacket. Like, sorry, I need to point this out. Like, oh my god. Okay. The incident took place on the 1st of November, just after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The location was a building of flats on Fresno Street, on the outskirts of the city. The victim's body was discovered there, in an old single-room rental property.
Yes, Inspector Tobias Glickson, and I am known very well to this court. Not least for his miraculous resolution of one of this country's grimmest cases 10 years ago.
The professor case.
How sure are you about the time of the incident? Several witnesses on the street outside heard the gunshot, and all have reported the same time. Yes, that's what Gina told us too. There's a number of witnesses. I have here a plan of the room. Okay. He's very far, like, he's kind of hidden away in a sense. I don't know. Anyway. The victim was found curled up in one corner. It's believed that he was shot from the front at point-blank range and died instantly.
How has the range been determined?
There were scorch marks around the entry wound. Such marks are caused by the gunpowder used to fire the bullet. But powder hot enough to leave scorch marks is only ejected a few inches beyond the end of the barrel. In other words, it only happens when the target is at point-blank range.
I see, yes. Thank you for the detailed explanation, Counsel.
Kidoki. The murder weapon was found lying beside the victim.
And have you managed to ascertain the owner of this firearm?
No, my lord. Not conclusively.
Bravo, Kazuma-sama. We're not trying to use the gun as evidence when its provenance can't be proven.
Wow, we're a bunch of lawful goods, like what's happening? Furthermore, my lord, as I've explained, the revolver was fired at extremely close range. The bullet passed through the victim and struck the wall behind him. There's a candelabrum, I don't know how to say this word, mounted on the wall. And the tip of the candles was in it. Wait, and the tip of one of the candles in it was found to have been blown off by the projectile.
We noticed that too, didn't we?
Yes, that's right.
Thank you for the thorough report, Counsel. The settling of the crime is clear to me. You will submit the plan of the crime scene as evidence, please.
As you wish, my lord.
Is this Fresno Street room Inspector Gregson's private abode?
No, my lord. The room is rented to a Mr. Hugh Bone. Oh, he still does the same pose. But there is precious little furniture inside, and it is generally in a poor state of repair. So what on earth was Gregson even doing there?
Presumably he was investigating some case or other.
When the policeman was informed of the gunshot from the witness and rushed to the scene, he found only the deceased inspector and the accused standing alongside, holding the revolver. The attending officer arrested the accused on the spot.
So, the details of this case are clear.
In that case, the prosecution would like to call its first witness.
A name, please, counsel.
Naturally. The accused himself. Lord Van Zieks? As a prosecutor, he believes in the oath of the office he's taken, and will be compelled to tell the truth.
Very well. Let the defendant take the witness stand.
Oh boy. So, witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Baron Van Zieks, Old Bailey prosecutor.
I presume, Lord Van Zieks, that you heard Prosecutor Asogi's opening presses.
I did.
It is alleged that you were found at the scene of the crime, and that you were arrested by the arriving police officer. Can you confirm this?
Yes, my lord. Then I'm sure the court would like to hear you explain some things away. Namely, why you were there in the room on Fresno Street at the time in question, and what exactly took place. They're both deep voices, I'm sorry. I would intend to explain away nothing. I would simply tell the truth.
I must say, Lord Van Zieks, I never expected this day would come. Or rather, I didn't want it to imagine it would come. But since you became known as the Reaper, a part of me had been dreading it.
Dang. What about trust? What about everything we've been through? Judge?
Your former testimony didn't, witness.
See, I think I gave Van Zieks and Cosmo the same voice. Because when Van Zieks appeared, Cosmo was dead, okay? And I didn't think he would be back. Now I'm in a very hard predicament where they both exist in the same area. Sorry. I will try my best, but it's probably going to sound very similar. Apologies for that. I was investigating Gregson, and my inquiries had led me to that address. When I first entered the room that day, it was dark inside, and I saw no one. A moment later, I heard a gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor. Just as I picked the firearm up to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me. Huh? Like, what? Like he wasn't there before? That testimony was the whole truth? It was. So, you heard a shot being fired in a room with no living occupants. And moments later, a corpse somehow appeared before your eyes. Is that it? You're right. You haven't explained away everything. In fact, that would barely qualify as an excuse. I thought you were my mute apprentice. You're talking a lot, sir. Yet it turns out that you have a way with words, Prosecutor Elsuki.
It will appear that it should be a single tale indeed.
Singular isn't the word, it's laughable. What's gotten to Kazuma? He's not behaving like himself at all.
He's caught the prosecutor's bug, Naruhodo.
What's the prosecutor's bug?
The moment you step on that side of the room, you kind of become a dick. I mean, what?
Very well then. Counsel, you may begin your cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. Oh wait, it's his thing on the bottom. Oh my god. Okay. I was investigating Gregson and my inquiries had led me to that address.
Hold it!
Investigating Gregson? You were investigating the inspector? What on earth for? I'm not at liberty to say. Sorry? I'd identified a distinct possibility that Gregson was involved in the case I was investigating. Regrettably, though, he was killed before I could secure the proof I needed.
Is the court to understand then that on the day in question you followed the victim to the scene?
No, I was privy to his movements in advance. How? I stole into his office in the yard and consulted his diary. You read his diary? The address on Fresno Street was noted in the 5 p.m. entry. You illegally entered a man's office. In Japan, that alone would constitute a very serious offense.
As it does in Great Britain, I assure you. Is that not the case, Lord Van Zeeks?
I was aware of the possible consequences. So, in summary, you were investigating the victim, and yet, you refused to tell the court why. I didn't realize British prosecutors enjoyed such freedom to choose what to divulge on their oath. Oh, why did I ever think I could defend this man? When I first entered the room, the day was dark inside, I saw no one.
Hold it!
Had you ever been to the address before? No, never. I'd only learned of the place as a result of my investigations into Gregson's activities. There was no light inside when I entered, so it's all but impossible to make out anything. But at 5 p.m., the sun would have only just gone down. It would have been reasonably light outside. The room has a window, but it was boarded shut. Very little light found its way into the room from outside, so it was extremely murky inside. I wouldn't have noticed if the victim was already lying on the floor. There were no artificial light in the room, you say? You're quite sure? I'm quite sure that the part of the room where the body was found was very dark. I have a feeling there was a small oil lamp burning on the desk, though I couldn't say for certain.
Look, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, there is.
There is a small lamp in the room just here.
Yeah, I remember. And there was an oil lamp on it, as well as the framed photograph. When I entered the room, I closed the door behind me and started towards the desk to investigate. And what did you find? Nothing. I never actually reached the desk. A moment later, I heard a gunshot. I spun around and saw the revolver on the floor.
Hold it!
On the floor. So, who fired the gun? I have no idea. I didn't see anybody else in the room. But you say it was very dark in there? Yes, that's right. All I can tell you is, I didn't sense another presence. Then could it be that the gunshot actually originated from somewhere outside the room? No, that's out of the question. Oh. Without doubt, the sound emanated from inside the room. I could smell the gunpowder. This is going from bad to worse. And you say that the point at which you noticed the revolver... And say that's the point when... I like talking. Okay. And you say that's the point at which you noticed the revolver on the floor. Correct. And I foolishly picked it up. That was carelessness on my part.
Presumably then, the gunshot you heard came from the firearm that you somewhat hastily took in your hands.
In point of fact, my lord, I believe it did not. What? The barrel of the... Sorry, that was weird. The barrel of the revolver I picked up was cold, and there was no smell of spent powder. but then, where on earth is the gun that was fired? Whilst I would like to oblige you with the answer, I'm afraid I can't. I too would dearly like to know that. Just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream.
Hold it!
A man, you say? One of the witnesses, I presume? That's right. One of the street merchants working on Fresno Street.
Who are these merchants?
A number of them had set up their stalls directly beneath the boarded window of the crime scene. A match seller, a newsmonger, and a peddler. They've all given statements saying they heard the gunshot. And without thought of danger, they ran inside to see what had happened.
Yes, Gina told us about that yesterday, didn't she?
They burst through the door with some force, it would seem. They did, and almost gave me a heart attack in the process. But you're supposed to be the Reaper. The first man to come in immediately noticed a revolver in my hand and fled. A policeman patrolling on Fresno Street heard the commotion and was able to arrest the accused shortly after the incident occurred. Anyway, the man's scream drew my attention in that direction. It was only then that the body of Inspector was—
Hold it!
What do you mean by that? In what way did the body appear? I honestly can't explain it, but it's the truth. As far as I was concerned, the body hadn't been there until that point, and then suddenly there it was. Did you perhaps hear the sound of the victim falling to the ground just beforehand? At that moment, what I heard was the sound of the door flying open, and the scream of the man who came inside first. Nothing more. I see. After the man fled, I examined the body. I was stunned to find that it was Gregson.
Most curious circumstances indeed.
How the inspector was killed, or how his body seemed to appear out of nowhere, I have no idea.
Objection!
Surely the court has heard enough? What? My lord, the cross-examination has clearly revealed that the accused, Barak Van Zieks, is lying on multiple fronts. What? What is that supposed to mean? Oh my god, wait, the theme!
Good gracious, counsel. The defendant is lying, you say?
In his testimony just now, he claims that he failed to notice the victim's body because the room was dark. That's correct. No, that's impossible. As proven by this the word I can't say. How does that prove anything? If you examine the tip of the long candle, you can see it's been blown off by a powerful impact.
Well, we'll assume that the projectile from the firearm passed through the victim and struck the candle.
The problem comes when you— oh wow, his theme is so cool. The problem comes when you consider the other two candles, which are clearly a different length.
Yes, I can see that only the candle that appears to be struck by the bullet is long.
We could reasonably expect someone to have lit all three candles together, which begs the question of why only one has ended up longer than the others. That must be because that particular candle was extinguished when the others were still burning. Oh! That's right. When the candle was hit by the bullet, it obviously went out. But the other two candles would still have been burning. So the fact is, the victim's body would have been illuminated by the light still thrown by the candle, and the accused claim that he couldn't see the body clearly contradicts those facts. And now to the next lie. There's more? The accused also claims never to have visited the scene of the crime before. The truth. In that almost empty room, the police discovered something very unusual. A board covered from top to bottom in police documents and newspaper cuttings.
Yes, that's right. We saw it too.
It goes without saying that the contents of the police documents cannot be divulged. However, they included a number of reports from various historical cases, the oldest of which was from 10 years ago. 10 years ago? This is starting to sound familiar. There's a common thread linking all of the documents on that board.
Indeed? What is this common thread, Counsel?
They all relate to cases prosecuted in court by Baron Van Zieks. God. His face is so smug. He's so smug. Oh my god. I'm like tempted to screenshot this, but I feel like it'd be way too much. Okay, mental note to go look at it later. All of them? And furthermore, all those cases are ones in which the defendant was acquitted.
Good lord!
Interestingly, none of those defendants are alive today, because all of them have been sent to their graves by the Reaper. Ah. Oh no. In short, that dingy little room is the Reaper's secret hideout and his base of operations. The Reaper's hideout? And yet, the Reaper would claim never to have been there, never have been to his own secret hideout? No one would believe that. No, the truth is, we've been looking at this backwards.
Backwards? Explain, Counsel.
Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. What? What? His nose. Van Zieks stands in like a ballet position with his arms kind of outwards like a bird. Stop judging me. I'm sorry.
Order, order, order! Very well, I hereby state the current opinion of the court. Baron Van Zieks is an outstanding prosecutor who has rendered great service to his country. However, it is with deep regret that I must concur that with Prosecutor Asugi's contention that the defendant's testimony exhibits a number of stark inconsistencies with known facts.
All I've done is state the truth as I know it. Cosmo's done a brilliant job as ever. He's drawing on his experience as a defense attorney to build his prosecution case. And it's formidable.
Counsel, you will submit the board that you just shown to the court as evidence. I believe it to be fundamental in establishing the facts surrounding the Reaper's existence.
Thank you, my lord. Oh boy, we can stare at this now. Let's go stare at it. And now, the prosecution would like to call a new witness to the stand. Hold up, Cosmo. We're gonna go stare at the board. Oh wait, there's also these too. Autopsy. Tobias Gregson. Maria Corey. Okay. Because, you know, Courtney Scythe is gone, right? But, like, her daughter is still there. Her daughter, question mark, is still there? I don't know, she called her mama. And she wears, like, the gas mask that looks like the plague doctors wore, right? Would that be Maria Gory? I don't know. I don't know if it matters. Okay. Time of death. Wait, time of death is not written. Shot in the chest at close range. Scorch marks, bullet exit, okay. The caliber of the gun used matches the standard issue firearms for members of the judiciary. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is the thing I was thinking of before, was that he's kind of in this blind spot area, so when you open the door, it would kind of block his body from view. You know what I mean? That's interesting. Yay, we can look at this!
There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there?
This paper's from 10 years ago. This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look.
Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here.
Oh, it's the same Red-Headed League advertisement that Mr. Sholmes had picked out.
And do you remember? There's a red hairpiece at the scene too.
Was Inspector Gregson an exponent of the Red-Headed League then? I'm gonna cough, hold on. Excuse me.
Water.
Oh ho! What is this?
Oh, what's this? Mr. Naruhodo, look!
Oh yeah, it's a smudge of some kind. In fact, it looks like a handprint.
And the color. That's blood, isn't it? Oh dear, how disturbing.
Hey yo, are we gonna be able to fingerprint the bloody handprint? Do you think we can fingerprint the bloody handprint? That would be cool. Come on, we were just talking about like wanting to do more forensic shit. Like, I'm sure Lord Strongheart would approve of fingerprinting. It's better than trying to cut people open for blood analysis, that's for sure. And now that the defense is done looking over the board, the prosecution would like to call new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses who saw events unfold on the day in question.
They were mentioned in the previous testimony too, you remember?
Yeah, the street sellers who heard the gunshot and went running into the room.
Very well. Lead the witness in. The defendant may step down from the witness stand.
Certainly, my lord. Yeah, I just noticed, Van Zeeks, you're... oh my god. Wait! Oh, Van Zeeks, your bow to exit is very similar to Sherlock's bow. Maybe it's just a British gentleman thing. Anyway. So, witnesses, state your name and occupations for the court. Is that his lip?
Then we don't know the names, but the senses are like a bus.
We're just free and easy. Sell what we like, live where we want to live.
I give them more vacant stares as they walk down Fresno and spin a few words into a verse for them.
Ah. Would I be right in assuming that all three of you make your living by selling wares on the street?
Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbits for passerbys, you know?
Jaunty little tidbits?
Got an absolute smatter for you, sir. What a big deal it is. 6 pence is a price, not a penny less.
Wait, you're actually trying to sell it to me now?
Come on, sir. Don't tell me you're not interested.
Try the man. Give him the money and see what it is. Oh my god, you two.
Read them in, counsel.
Alright, 6 pence it is. God damn it, I don't get enough stipend for this.
You won't forget it, sir. Now, your listening ears on. Just between us, a young couple on Side Street just had twins.
Is that it?
No, that's not it. It's gossip, isn't it? It wants to spread, but that's a bit up to you and your mouth, of course. I've got more, you know. Want another juicy one? 6 pence a piece in it, if you're curious.
It's more. I thought he was gonna say it needs to spread. You should go tell someone else. Ryunosuke just turns to Susato and is like, hey Susato, you know, a couple on State Street just had twins. She's like, I just heard. I am curious, yes, about what's going on just under that fat bottom lip of yours. Maybe that unusual bruise or whatever it's poking out from under your collar. Yeah, there's something happened there, sir. What about the next witness then? What name do you go by and what do you... I just gave him the van. What about the next one? What name do you go by? What do you sell?
Me? I'm Venus. That's what everyone calls me. Funny, innit? I sell these lovely little fireworks to all the local school kids. 6 pence a pop. What do you say?
You weren't exaggerating with little. Did they actually sell?
Oh yeah, the second years can't get enough of my Venus firecrackers. Especially when I tell them that if they get 100, they could blow up the school.
Hey yo, we don't want to promote that kind of behavior here. I know this is Britain, but like, you know, where I'm from. Anyway,
Not the most savory of ideas, young lady.
What do you mean, eh? One part with a sixpence for a pop?
wait, what? You want me to buy one?
Tell you what, I'll let you in on a little secret. If you get 100 of them, you could blow up the whole courtroom.
Try the woman. Give her the money and see if she's right.
Pay the woman, counsel.
Alright, I'll buy one.
Lovely stuff. Right then, this is something a bit extra just for you. The Venus Special! Only 600 pence.
600?
It's 100 my regular fireworks. Nothing little about that, is there?
And there'd be nothing little about the punishment if I blew up the Old Bailey, either. Why is this in evidence? Oh wait, because we bought it. Consisting of 100 smaller fireworks at 6 pence each. What sort of bang could it make? Don't tell me this was the, quote, gunshot that was heard. On God. Okay. Wait, let me see.
Have you an idea, Mr. Naruhodo? You're staring at the end of the string of fireworks.
Sorry, it's just that the Venus Special. I was wondering what 600 pence worth of fireworks would sound like.
Shall we find out?
What? But she said it would blow up the courtroom. Alright, that was a fairly sizable bang.
My ears are still ringing, Mr. Naruhodo. It sounded almost exactly like...
It goes off like a gunshot, yeah. I don't think there's anything else on here. Okay. Yes, and last question, what do you sell? It's Beppo.
I'm a thinker me. I think all sorts of thoughts. I think therefore I am. I am therefore I think. I think.
Because I stand here on the street, we're watching the world go on about me. They call me the Observer. A tour.
Yeah, everyone calls me Samuelson, you know it.
So you don't actually sell anything.
Problem shared is a problem halved, as they say. I give advice, I do, and I think what it means. I don't actually sell anything. No, come to think of it.
Pity. No more purchases today, please.
Wow, we have quite a cast here, it seems.
They conduct their business on Fresno Street from morning until night, my lord. And always in the same place, directly adjacent to the crime scene.
I see. And thus they heard the gunshot, I suppose.
Not only that, but they very bravely ran inside to see what was going on and witnessed the crime.
I'll be better than
Whatever they that's what that's between us.
Venus de Milo? What am I to do? What a terrible thing I saw.
What I think is, if all what we see is light and shadow playing with our eyes, is any of it real?
One of them needs help. Actually, no, all of them need help.
Very well. The court will hear the formal testimony of these three witnesses now. You will describe in detail what you witnessed and heard at the time of the incident.
Oh boy.
We saw the whole scene from start to finish. We did everything from the moment they went in the building.
It was less than a minute after the Reaper had got inside that we all heard a big bang.
Seems to me that quick to talk is quick to walk. Gossip couldn't wait to go and see what happened. I ran to the room and there he was, the Reaper, gun in hand, standing over the dead body.
I was scared half to death me, so I ran off to find the copper.
If these witnesses were there the whole day and saw everything, who did they see going inside the building? Only the victim, Inspector Gregson, and the accused, Barrack von Zieks.
I've seen pictures of the Reaper in the paper. I know what he looks like. And that's picture us. Folks love stories like this. I've made myself a tiresome already.
But wait, the room was just one of several flats in the building. Someone from another flat could have done it. All of those flats on Fresno Street are unoccupied.
But they are. They're small, damp, dirty, and expensive to loot.
The room in which the inspector was found in is the only property in the building that's currently leased.
And we know that it's the leaseholder's name, don't we? It's Hugh Bone.
The testimony the court has just heard would appear to leave little room for doubt. It's becoming increasingly difficult to see how anyone other than the defendant could have committed the crime.
No! Thank you for your candor, my lord.
Counsel for the defense, you may now proceed with the cross-examination.
Yes, my lord. In a closed court like this without a jury, the judge is the only person whose opinion matters. I have to break down this testimony. Somehow. Okay.
Without hoping for such things, we did everything but
when you say they, who do you mean exactly? Inspector Gregson and the defendant, Lord Van Zieks?
I suppose so. Fuck of us don't know the names of the high and mighty. But I'll tell you one thing. If the all Reaper that went in mass, that's for third inspection.
Just behind Inspector Gregson. Did they arrive at the same time as each other?
No, not at all. The safe fellow must have gone inside for a good 15 minutes before he had the guns off.
The victim arrived 15 minutes before. Are you sure about that?
Am I sure? Does it seem likely that I've forgotten the fellow would bite my hair like that, does it?
Oh.
Yeah, his hair was really red, weren't it? Redder than my flaming fireworks, even.
That pretty fire mop says burnt him on inside my eyelids, that is. Oh, wait a minute. You're saying a man was a redhead?
When he was in time, he was a redhead. And he was a big trunk with him as well.
A big trunk.
But Inspector Gregson's hair isn't red. Not by any stretch of the imagination.
It seems likely that the person you saw wasn't in fact Inspector Gregson at all, but some other third party. No, I hate to break it to you, but the witnesses are correct. What? Just have a look at the photograph of the victim taken at the scene. Oh. Damn. Yeah, that's Inspector Gregson, alright.
And a red hairpiece. Oh. Of course, we saw one on the floor when we investigated the scene, didn't we?
I still refuse to believe Inspector Gregson wore a hairpiece, though. So then, why on earth would he have been wearing something like that?
The color does seem to suit the man, one might say. The photograph will be submitted as evidence, please, counsel.
Okay. And what became of the trunk that the redhead victim was supposedly carrying? Actually, let me look at the picture. I'm sorry, I don't mean to look at your crotch. Oh wait, no, that's a belt. Okay, I was confused for a second what was happening there. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, it looks... Just doesn't seem anything out of place. Look at the trunk that the red-headed victim was supposedly carrying. I was informed that no trunk was found at the scene. Maybe someone killed him and took it? So it just disappeared.
What? You expect us to have been walking the building every second, do you?
We definitely saw him in the dock going in. What? We definitely saw him in the dock going in, though. No question about that. It was less than a minute after the Reaper had gotten inside that we all heard a big bang. Oops, I forgot to press that line. Go back, please.
Okay.
Hold it!
Hold it. By which presumably you mean the gunshot.
That wrong voice. I feel these little things, don't I? How would I know what a gunshot sounds like? But I've always thought it probably sounds a bit like this, doesn't it?
And you say that you heard the noise almost as soon as you saw the defendant here enter the building.
That's right. I was almost straight away. It was almost straight away. Bang, it went just like that.
Well, if the Reaper isn't here, it's what the French call a fait accompli. When the Reaper's around, people are going underground. I mean, that's what he does, isn't it?
I think we get the message. The Reaper couldn't allow the inspector to live after he discovered his secret hideout. There could be no clear motive for the crime.
Yes. It's certainly an eminently credible motive.
Great. And at that point, you ran inside, is that correct?
Seems to me that quick talk would speak to walk. Gossip couldn't go. Okay.
Hold it!
So, when Gossip ran to see what had happened, did you go too?
Well, I'm a bit hampered, see? All the signs that I can't move very well.
You were way behind, presumably, with that sandwich board that you... Oh, that's why he's called Sandwich. I was confused. I was like, why did he sell sandwiches? No? Like, why sandwich? Oh, because the cardboard. But what happened with that sandwich board around your neck and the big sign in your hand? What a great burden you bear. Pardon me for asking, Mr. Sandwich, but is it possible you and I have met before?
I'm not anybody. The signs are what makes me who I am now. I signed, therefore I am.
So, you weren't employed on an omnibus driver just under a year ago then?
I might be mistaken, but I believe his trembling has intensified,
Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah, I agree. He's clearly been through a lot. What does that even say? Hot something...
Turn down Henry Street. Oh, turn down King Henry Street, and the Black Widow's arms is just there.
Oh dear, you made him hide behind the sign.
Life is full of surprises.
I ran into the...
Hold it!
So then, you were the first person to arrive on the scene, is that right?
I was kicked the door open like a professional, I did, and yelled out, "What's going on here?"
Lord Van Zeeks claims all he heard was a man's scream, though.
And it was dark inside the room.
No, not dark at all. There were candles burning on the wall.
Really?
The fire collapsed on the floor. Definitely us. It's the first thing I noticed when I got inside.
Ah, I see. Even though Lord Van Zeeks claims not to have seen any such lights on the wall.
The next thing I noticed was someone standing right beside the body.
The accused, Barak Van Zeeks.
That's right, the pale-faced Reaper himself. I was a little shocked, I won't deny it, but I'm no really coward. I thought my gun and gave that Reaper a cold hard stare myself.
Excuse me!
Excuse me? Do you have anything to add, Mr. Sandwich?
There's really nothing to me. Empty in head I am. I have just 2 slices with no middle. So I don't know what you could want with me.
I think that maybe you just remembered something? Having heard Mr. Gossip's last statement, I mean.
What I think is, we're all nothings, really. We try to dress ourselves up as something else, but at the end of the day, we're all street sellers. That isn't how you've done it. Keep it packed up now. Unless you want us to make you the real talent.
Wait a second. Not this statement, but I just realized something. Wait, let me see something for a second. Are they here in the people section? Oh, they are. Somewhat familiar somehow. Oh hey, Cosmo's here. Dang. He looks so good. Fuck. Okay. Okay, so because I was literally only looking at his hair, and I was like, what if Gossip is her husband? And then I'm like, no, there's no way, right? There's no way, right? No, he's way too, he's got too much of a something going on. God, Strongheart's picture is really scary. Oh hey! Crazy. Aw. Craig's. Anyway, I'm sorry.
Oh, when he saw the Reaper, he fell clean over on his backside.
That's it?
Oh, you rotten bigger. I told the ship a secret. He screamed, he did. Screamed and scrambled off on all 4s. That's all I wanted to say.
Mr. Gossip, is this true?
The floor is dead slippery, that's why. Planted my hand while filthy pool of blood, did I? Yuck.
What? A pool of blood?
But this is here, that even when I spot on the floor, I still kept getting that little cold hot stare, and don't you forget it.
Let's go back a little. Did you say you got blood on your hand?
Oh, I did. I happened to the best of us at times, doesn't it? So I flipped over. I can all keep it between us, can we?
No, Mr. Gossip. I'm going to ask you to add that information to your formal testimony.
Oh, if I must.
Yeah. How the fuck did blood get there?
The witness will amend his testimony to include the aforementioned details at once.
Okay, I flipped over and got blood on my hand, so I quickly wiped it off the floor.
You wiped your hand on the floor?
Well, who was blood on their hand, eh? Horrible stuff. They might have even had thought I'd done it. No time.
And you didn't think that might be a problem?
Doesn't really matter if it does a few gobby handprints on the floor. They can bother the end, won't they? Don't make sense of blood. That's the message from all of us.
Cosmo.
Is something wrong, Counsel?
No, my lord. I didn't remember anything to report about a bloody handprint on the floor. That's all.
Don't come at me with that. You can't intimidate me. I know what I did. I wiped it off on the floor. The blood.
Oh, that's what we have to do. I wonder, could that be what happened? Mr. Naruhodo? I don't have all the answers yet, but I think we may have just uncovered a vital clue. It means that the whatchamacallit, the board with all the notes and stuff was tipped over, right? It was on the ground. And then he wiped his hand on the board.
I was scared half to death me, so I ran off to find the cat, but...
Hold it!
Okay. So you didn't run into the room with your friends?
I'm not that sort of girl.
Sorry?
I'm a timid little thing. Me, I was too scared to go in there.
Right, I see.
Oh, Lippy and the witch ran in there, and then I heard a sort of old lady scream. Well, that wasn't me, I swear. If I were a gentleman, I'd stake my honor on it. I wondered what on earth was going on.
Which is when you went to find a policeman.
And I ran into a copper as soon as I turned the corner. So I brought him straight back to the place. Didn't I do well, eh? Just between us, that copper fly nearly popped out of his head when he saw the Reaper.
Oh wait, hold on. Yep. My headphones running out of battery again. Oh, I've never felt more uncomfortable in all my life.
And the defendant was arrested on the spot, I believe.
Considering the catalog of killings the Reaper had carried out, it was a particularly inauspicious end. If I can't find any holes in this testimony,
I'm afraid the judge will give a ruling of guilty, Mr. Naruhodo.
that always seems to be the case, doesn't it, Susato? The truth is, though, their combined testimony is fairly damning.
Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any obvious problems with their statements, do there?
Still, if Lord Razix really is innocent, then I'm almost certain that we'd find something in there that doesn't quite add up, yeah.
You don't think that one of these three could have been the true culprit, don't you? Do you?
I don't know, but what I do know is that there's more to this case that has yet to be brought to light. Okay, let's do the handprint thing. I think it's that. Here?
Objection!
Woohoo! Let's go! So, you wiped off the blood from your hand on the floor of the room. Are you quite sure about that?
Well, what else would you expect me to have done, eh? Doesn't really matter.
Objection!
The police found no such handprint on the floor during their investigations. What exactly is the defense asserting?
Objection!
If you listen, you'll find out. Prosecutor Asuki. Ooh, you're so sassy, you're so scared, I love you. Certainly, there was no bloody handprint found. On the floor. What are you trying to say? There was a handprint in blood left very cleanly at the scene. On the back of this notice board.
Ah, yes, indeed. Indisputably a handprint in the distinct color of blood.
Oh, you're dead right. I mean, I still have the wrong voice. That's my right hand. I know it anywhere.
Objection!
Actual hero. Is that what his size is? Anyway. The witness very clearly testified that he wiped his hand on the floor. Any handprint on the back of the board are irrelevant.
Objection!
Any handprints. I can grammar. No, you can't. No. Not if the board itself has fallen over onto the floor. In that case, it's quite possible for the witness's handprint to have ended up there. Just look at the floor plan of the room. The notice board was in the opposite corner of the room to the victim, and in the upright position. If it had somehow been toppled and was lying on the floor at the time, it would have been a considerable distance from the body.
I fell over when I came across the body, though it was basically right next to the corpse, not on the other side of the room.
In other words, the defense's assertion is contradictory. Yeah, dude, that's the point. We're trying to figure this out. Why it wasn't next to the body. Come on, Cosmo. Come on, Cosmo. I know it's been a while since you've done your court thing, but like, really? Yes, it is. There's a very definite contradiction here, for which there must be a reason.
I take it you formulated a proper hypothesis, Counsel.
Oh boy.
regarding this apparent discrepancy between the witness account and the handprint found at the scene.
I have, my lord. The discrepancy between the witness account and the locations of a handprint is explained by another handprint? Hold on. The board moving false testimony. No, I don't think it's false. Oh boy, shit. Okay, so it's definitely not another handprint, because there is no other handprint I can see. Right? Yeah. The board was here on the ground. I can't adjust it correctly, but you know what I mean. So it must have moved then. Do you think it could have been... Because obviously it should have moved, so it probably was around this area when they came in. Because I don't think the witness is lying. Right, and the blood has to get there somehow. So do you think the board could have been used to block Gregson's body or something? Maybe? Okay, well, it's not another handprint and it's not false testimony. I'm gonna save just in case, because I've learned that not doing so has made me very unhappy, so. But I think it's the board moving. The real contradiction here is the handprint itself, not where it was found. As the court can see, it's upside down.
Oh, good gracious, so it is. If the witness had put his hand against the board, the finger should be pointing upwards.
What? Should it be? What? The board was fallen that way. Right? No? What do you mean? It makes sense if his board was on the ground and then he stumbled and fell onto it like that. Like, and then his handprint would have been... Oh, whatever. What does that tell us? It tells one simple fact. When this handprint was made, the board must have been lying on the floor, as I previously just suggested. Oh, that's what we're talking about. Which means that after the incident, it must have been moved. What?
Objection!
You're claiming that somebody moved this notice board after the shooting? Then tell the court who. I don't know that yet, but the point is, when you consider all the testimony we've heard so far, we can now be very clear on one point.
And that would be?
The position of the notice board at the time of the incident, my lord.
So, counsel, I must ask you to clarify your assertion for the court.
Oh boy.
At the time of the incident, where do you maintain the notice board was situated?
Well, if the blood was coming this way, it's probably somewhere here, right? I guess I'll just... Here?
Take that!
This is the only possible location. Oh, like that. And then when he opened it, you know, the door, it knocked it over?
Immediately adjacent to the doorway.
If the court would think back to the testimony given by the defendant earlier, he said that when he entered the room, it was dark, and he couldn't see the body. If the notice board had been there, the body would have been completely hidden from view, and the light from the candles would have been blocked, making the room appear darker. I guess. I don't know. The notice board isn't like a wall, though, you know? Like, you can still see some things. Especially if you look through the bottom. It's like, it's pretty wide at the bottom. It's like an American toilet stall. Like you can see through the bottom, and you could probably, if you were looking hard enough, see Gregson. But actually, wait. Lord Van Zieks is kind of tall, so maybe he doesn't ever look down.
Objection!
But the accused also claims that the victim's body simply appeared before him.
That's true. Or, in his precise words,
Just as I pictured the firearm up to examine. Oh, just as I picked up the firearm to examine it, the door flew open and I heard a man scream. It was only then that the body of Inspector Gregson appeared before me.
I don't know about calling it a scream, but he was talking about me, and no mistake. But it was me that kicked the door open.
If you look again at the floor plan. Okay, so kick the floor open and then you can see his body, right? Consider what would happen if the door to the room was thrown open with force. Boom! That can't. The door struck the notice board, knocking it over and making the victim's body visible.
Gracious!
My client has told nothing but the truth. He has simply described what he saw. Oh, that was a good animation.
Order! Order! Counsel, ours does not come to light before now.
After this incident, somebody must have righted the board and moved it into the position where the police, myself, and my colleagues saw it when investigating the room.
Witness, what have you to say for yourself?
Oh, what? Me, my lord? You and your fellows were there at the scene before anyone else. It goes without saying that you must know something about the position of the notice board.
The witness in the stand will testify again.
I have a feeling. Okay, I'm just gonna put up a theory there. Because we love theorizing and making conspiracy theories. I think that basically what the killer's plan was, I have no idea who it could be, but basically he put the notice board here, right? So that when Van Zieks walked into the room, he was like, oh man, it's all dark in here, I have no idea. He goes towards the desk, because that's probably the first thing you would notice if you open the door and look in. Right, so he goes here first, and doesn't even notice this. Right? Which means the killer could have been hiding somewhere here, maybe? I don't know, but then the witnesses could have come in and saw. Because what I was thinking was that someone has to move the board after the board has fallen, right? So that means whoever, I'm guessing, killed Gregson stuck around in the room until Van Zieks and all the witnesses came in. And then once, I'm guessing, the room was started to empty, right? Because, well, unless people stayed behind. Never mind, I don't even know. You know what? I don't know if they stayed behind. Because if they all ran out, right, then the killer would have a chance to move the board back before people like actual police came in. But it doesn't seem like people ran out of the room. Wait, no, the witnesses did, but I don't know if Van Zieks did. Right, basically, I'm trying to think of how this board got back in position then. Which I'm sure they'll touch on next, maybe?
The witnesses in the stand will testify again. You will each explain exactly what you did upon arriving at the scene of the crime.
Stop looking with glasses at me! I'll get the methods!
Sorry for the yawn. Mystery of the moving board.
I don't know anything about the notice board. I just wipe my hand on it, that's all.
Don't look at me. I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some second years at the time.
What? I thought you were at the scene of the crime. What the fuck? We're going to call the police.
I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life. Oh, it was that loophole, I bet. It's gotta face the green board.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway.
The fact is stood to die when we heard the gunshot.
So none of you can elaborate further.
Shaken by the crime they witnessed, and with only the light of a few candles and an oil lamp by which to see. We can't expect these witnesses to be able to give a more precise account of what happened.
That's right, yeah. It didn't pay much to expect too much. It don't pay much to expect too much.
It's man's endless quest for knowledge that's destroying the world. That's what I think.
Do you? Really? You think? In any case, as this testimony shows, even if the notice board was moved by somebody following the incident, it makes no difference. When the gunshot rang out, the accused was the only person at the scene. In short, the only person who could possibly have committed this crime is Barak von Zieks. None of this wrangling over the board changes that simple fact. Come on, Kazuma, use your brain! Someone has to be there to move the board back if none of them did, right? I can't just say that.
Quite so, quite so. Does the defense still wish to cross-examine the witnesses despite the circumstances?
Most certainly, my lord.
Very well. Then you may proceed, counsel.
Ho ho! I don't know anything about their nose, but I just wet my hands with it, that's all. So you admit that it was the board you wiped your bloody hand on?
Admit? What's admit? It's the plain safe for other see a snapping print of my right hand.
Perhaps you wanted to hide that handprint, so you righted the notice board and pushed it into the corner, did you?
No, imagine the weight of that weight up. Do I look like a powerful and well-motivated man?
Well, did you see anybody else moving the board?
I've got another feel, I can tell you, but even though I have my limits, there was a body on the floor in front of me, and the Grim Reaper himself standing over it. And there was precious more light inside either. I button with the quiver.
In other words, the witness is unable to give definite testimony on that point.
Yes, so it would seem.
Well, don't look at me, I haven't got a clue about it. I was doing business with some sycamores at the time.
Yeah, that's what the hell. When you say you were doing business with them, you mean you were selling them fireworks?
Yeah, what else? There's a primary school just round the corner, see? These cheeky little so-sos got a plan to blow up the school to kingdom to come.
That's not good.
So I've been telling on them, letting their teachers know that what they've been up to.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, wouldn't want anyone to get hurt, so I let the school know the kids were playing with doggy toys. Then, praise the Lord, the teachers take all the fireworks off of them. And then, praise the Lord again, the kids all come back to me and buy more. Everyone's happy, see?
What a racket.
Of course, and sometimes the teachers give me a little bonus to thank me for letting them know. It's a busy old life, selling explosives.
Venus is a guileful goddess indeed.
Well, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing, really. I'm ever so good at it.
What?
Excuse me.
Something wrong, Mr. Sandwich?
If I said it was, could we just leave it at that? Would that be the end of it?
No. Did Miss Venus's statement just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Philosophical thoughts. Deep philosophical thoughts. Huh? Let's say there was a great lawyer, and that great lawyer said, without batting an eye, telling barefaced lies is kind of my thing. I'm ever so good at it. Would those words appear to be a lie too, or the truth? In which case, she's not a liar.
Yeah.
It's a hellish paradox, that one, don't you think?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But it seems to me you're suggesting Miss Venus has been lying, are you?
What are you on about, old man? Trying to cause trouble, are you? Keep on like that. And I'll wrap your whole body in fireworks and set them off. That'll give you something to tremble about.
You have a utterly disturbing mind behind that sweet and innocent face, young lady.
It's the matchstick girl gone bad. So, Miss Venus has lied in her testimony. Is that what you're saying, Mr. Sandwich?
Well, if it means I'll be burning hellfire for the rest of my days, so be it. Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Can you elaborate, please, sir?
Oh, Blabbermouth here, headed for the room where the gunshots seem to come from. But there was someone else who crept up at the stairs behind him, too. That's right. That rotten liar over there.
What?
Hehe.
Huh?
Do you mean to say that you did in fact betake yourself to the scene of crime after all?
What did I tell you, Ed? I said I was good at telling barefaced lies, didn't I?
Venus, you know perjury is a crime? Yes, you mentioned it.
Well, that revelation rocked the whole courtroom, didn't it?
Who knew firecrackers packed such a punch?
So you didn't even visit the scene of the crime, did you, young lady? Good grief.
Well, now that you come to mention it, I suppose perhaps I do clearly remember climbing the stairs to the room, yeah.
Either you clearly remember it, you don't.
Well, I should consider a fitting punishment for the perjurious act later. For the time being, you will immediately amend your testimony to reflect the truth.
Oh yes, my lord, of course. Maybe I just sneak along behind gossip and have a little peek in the room when it all happened.
Hold it!
You make a habit of lying, do you, Miss Venus?
Well, I suppose so. I don't really know, to be fair. If you want my advice, though, I take everything I say with a big pinch of salt.
Alright, but you did in fact go to the room where the victim was killed on the day in question, didn't you?
Oh, please, as if I would. I can't think of anything more terrifying.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a little bit then. I mean, a girl my age is curious about stuff, you know?
Did you touch anything at the scene?
Oh, please, as if I would. I mean, there was a dead body on the floor.
The truth, please.
Well, alright, just a little bit then. I had to look and see if there's anything I can sell. So I did give the place a once over, but there was nothing to write home about.
Right, now I hesitate to ask, but you didn't move the nose board by any chance, did you?
Oh, please, as if I would touch anything like that. Just a few bits of loose change is all I had.
The truth, please.
Well, alright then. I thought there might be something worth having underneath it. So I blasted the flipping thing. Sorry, I flipped the blasty thing.
You're telling us that you did move the board?
I think that did slip out, didn't it?
What? You that bomb pot?
Yeah, I don't believe it. That girl doesn't think.
Yeah, clearly. So, did you find anything then? Anything that you might have taken, perhaps, to sell?
Oh, please. I should be so lucky.
The truth now.
I might have found this old pocket watch under the nose board, I suppose. But it's a bit of junk like this that won't watch. Ah! So it was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it.
Sheena?
Young lady, may I remind you where we are?
That watch there. That was a present to Inspector Gregson from the yard for a big case he solved 10 years ago. The professor case, no doubt. Boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come to the pub.
Oh, I see.
I swiped him off him once, and blimey, he was upset. He gave me a right earful. Said he hadn't missed a day in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Possibly not the best thing to go diving for then.
I know all that, though. I took it to Jabez that night and asked how much it was worth, but the old dealer wouldn't touch it. Wouldn't give me a penny for it. Says it wasn't working. Knocked about and worthless, he called it. I knew I should have lifted it.
Oh my god. That watch must be submitted as evidence at once.
Oh, please, just Tim Vaughn's promised to give it back when you're done. Not a chance. I'll swipe it for you if you try and get your grubby mitts on it again.
That's enough. Hand the watch over to the bailiff forthwith.
Now, children, watch your manners.
Good lord. Oh, the glass appears to be broken.
More than likely, it shattered when the inspector was shot.
It doesn't take any more of it either. Which is why Japan's didn't want it. What a waste, eh?
But it means that it probably stopped at the time of death.
Yes, indeed. It appears to have stopped at the hour of 5.
5? Where was the thing again? Oh wait, never mind, they didn't even put a time of death. Oh man, fuck you guys. Exactly when the gunshot was heard then.
Which supports the prosecution's claim, of course.
Damn it! Oh wait, no, it's time to look at it, we gotta go peek at it. The glass over the face is really badly cracked, look.
What a shame when the inspector clearly looked after it so carefully.
I imagine Mr. Sholmes could repair it, don't you?
Yes, I should think so.
He's very adept at things like this. A useful man to have around, in fact.
But kindly remember, he's a great detective, Mr. Naruhodo, not an oddjob man.
Oh wait, it's kind of burnt here, isn't it? Oh. A keyhole for from the soldier toy. Oh, there's a tiny keyhole here, can you see?
Oh yes, that's probably for the winder used to wind up the mechanism.
It's a little unusual, don't you think?
Yes, you need just the right key to wind it, I imagine.
Why do I feel as though I've seen something? Something a bit like a key that's about the right size to fit in this hole.
It would be wonderful if we had the key. Let's check carefully over what we have already found.
Oh. But it's to wind it, right? I don't know how watches work.
There's a tiny little stub sticking out from this small hole here, look. I suppose it must have been a little knob or something on that for setting the time.
In that case, seeing as we know the inspector took such care of this watch, it probably broke when the incident occurred, didn't it?
Yes, of course.
Which can mean that there's a small part of the watch still at the scene. Maybe. Oh. I know they got this watch for like the inspector, or for like Gregson's, like, congratulations Gregson, you've did the diddly-do the case. But it's very plain, like it's very, like, there's no fancy patterns, it's like smooth vanilla watch. And I guess some people like that kind of design, you know? I expected something a little bit, I don't know, at least like something on the front or back that would be fancy. It doesn't have to be a clue, but whatever. Let's go look at the thing again. Here. Da-da-da. Yeah. Miss Suzoto, do you think perhaps this key could be the key for Inspector Gregson's watch?
Oh, yes, it could be. Let's try it at once. There's not a moment to lose.
I love Susato, man. I thought we were gonna have to wait until we get to the part of the trial.
I knew it. A perfect fit. And look! The inspector's watch has started going again.
Ah, so it has obviously just not been wound up, that's all. What is it, Miss Susato?
Well, if the watch isn't actually broken after all, I have a feeling it could have profound implications.
She's deep in thought now. Perhaps I'd better start thinking deeply too. Have you wound up and started ticking again? Okay, so it's not actually broken. It just wasn't wound up. And then Gina said that Inspector wounds his... What did Gina say? Just kidding. It's too far back. Oh well, I'm sure it'll come up again later.
Well, it would appear that the mystery of the movie no spore hasn't been solved at last.
And as predicted, it had very little bearing on the case. Ugh.
Now then, continue with the cross-examination, please, Counsel.
I don't know anything about anything, I'm just a little bystander me, I'm just a sign of the crossroads of life.
Wait, okay, so...
Maybe I just take a long gossip and have a little peek.
Right, okay.
Hold it!
But you did go to see what had happened in the room, didn't you?
Fresno Street is my whole world. It's all I know, and I know all of it. I had to make it my business, you know, if I wanted to hold my sign up high.
So you did go to see what had happened.
It's not the destination that's important. It's how you get there, isn't it?
Can you stop talking in Facebook quotes? Okay. Did you notice the notice board in the room?
If you think about it, we're both the same species, aren't we? But both different members of the sign family. So if I spotted it, I might have tried to trip it up and out of a sense of rivalry. I meant.
Someone really needs to tell you that you're a you're a Homo sapiens, not Homo sinians. That one's okay. Okay, Ryunosuke. Well, wait, hold on. Can I crop that other one to just say someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo? Okay, I'm gonna do that real quick. Oh wait, my friend's playing Two Destinies. I'll read more later, sorry. Someone really needs to tell you that you're Homo. Anyway, pay attention. Yes, Kazuma. Does that mean you didn't notice a board?
I can only repeat what I said before. I don't know anything about anything. I'm just a bystander, me. Just a sign at the crossroads of life.
In which case, Just who was responsible for moving the notice board?
It was that Reaper, I bet. I'll face at the screen board.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by that?
Come on now, don't tell us he's not nervous. He looks like he hates everything in the world back there. But not nervous, boys. The one thing he likes, you can feel it in his eyes.
I can't say I've ever noticed.
I'll tell you one thing for free, though. I never took my eyes off the man on the floor, or off the Reaper. Not for a second.
Sorry?
Well, I was that scared I couldn't. You never know what a feeling like that might feel if you walk away and feel.
If you didn't take your eyes off the defendant, you should be able to confirm categorically whether or not he was the one who moved the notice board.
I can't believe it did nothing of the sort. I could swear to that. I couldn't have missed it. If he keeps the same upright again and drives it into the corner.
Right. Glad we've cleared that up. What happened to the face to screen's board? I feel your pain, Cosmo.
I can't see how this changes anything anyway. The still died when you hear the gunshot.
It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon that you all heard the loud bang, wasn't it?
Maybe the notice board fell over, or maybe it didn't. Maybe I fell over, or maybe I didn't. But the Reaper's fate is sealed either way, because of the gunshot we all heard. So your fate is sealed too.
Oh, my fate? That's right. The defense is fated to lose. And the prosecution to win. Damn, Cosmo, why'd you turn into such a...
He's got the prosecution bug!
In other words, it all hinges on that single gunshot. So if I could just find some problem with that part of the story...
It may be possible to change all our fates. Of course, none of that changes the fact that I heard what I heard, doesn't it?
Not much to go on.
As he pointed out, Mr. Naruhodo, there's no question that the notice board was moved, so somebody must have done it.
But it did happen after the event, so maybe Cosmo's right, and it's not relevant to the case.
But it seems to have been deliberately positioned so as to hide the body from view. So I feel sure that there's some deeper significance to all of this.
Yes, I know what you mean.
I've no doubt that there are more clues to be uncovered. You're on the right track, I can feel it. So follow your instincts.
Alright then. I don't know, man, Susato. Last case, I was following my instincts and I was getting so many things wrong. Okay, it's definitely this last statement. When we heard the gunshot, right? I think that it's... Okay. Oh wait, no, let me save first. Save. Oh my god, save. Save. Okay. I think, can't still change anything. The detective still died when we heard the gunshot. Right. Okay, so, it's either the clock or, shit, what was that? Or the firecracker, that's what it is. Either a clock or the firecracker. Saying the firecracker sounds like a gunshot. But I think it's a clock because it's talking about the time. It started ticking again after it's wound up, so it didn't break, basically. Right, which means that when whoever killed Gregson, right, they could have, after Gregson died, they could have set the pocket watch to stop at 5. And then make it seem like he died at a later time than he actually did? Is that the idea?
Objection!
Ooh, let's go. I need to stop making such weird noises. I'm afraid that's not necessarily the case.
Oh.
At the scene, we found this key to the winder of the inspector's pocket watch. A key? And having wound the pocket watch, we discovered that it in fact still works. You see, the watch didn't stop because it was broken at all. And that fact completely undermines one of the most fundamental premises on which this entire case has been built. What?
Order, order! But, Counsel, the watch was stopped at almost exactly 5 o'clock.
Yeah, which is just when we heard the gunshot.
It is exactly the hour. It is exactly the hour. If I gotta put
The time that was showing on the watch tells us nothing other than when it wound down. It's merely a coincidence that it happened to be at 5 o'clock.
Objection!
Even if that's true, the three witnesses here all heard gunshots at 5 o'clock. So it's obvious when this crime was committed.
Objection!
No, that doesn't hold. Why not? Recall what Inspector Lestrade said, only moments ago.
The boss used to wind it up every evening without fail when he was waiting for his grub to come into the pub. So he hadn't missed a day since in the last 10 years polishing it and winding it. It meant the world to him, that watch did.
Yeah, okay. So the victim was in the habit of winding his watch once a day in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, that he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well.
Yes, that would be entirely reasonable.
But if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock the following day.
How do you explain that?
In summary, the evening before the day of the incident, when the gunshot rang out in that room, Inspector was already unable to wind his watch. You can't mean... What would stop a man from winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? Sorry, right. What would stop a man winding his watch if he's been in the habit of winding it every single evening for 10 years? The obvious answer is that he was already dead. So basically, he's saying that Gregson died like a day earlier or something? Hold on, let me review this again. Right, so the victim has a habit of watch in the evening. We can reasonably assume, therefore, he wound the timepiece on the evening before he died as well. Yeah, so if that's the case, you wouldn't expect the watch to have completely wound down by 5 o'clock on the following day. The evening before the day of the incident. The evening before the day of the incident, so that means the day before the day of the incident. Basically, you know, the body's been like a couple of days old or something? I don't know. Or like 2 days old? What? I don't... Please clarify. I'm the judge in this case. I have no idea.
Order, Counsel. That is a most extraordinary claim.
Objection!
Extraordinary isn't the word. It's absurd. You claim he was already dead the night before? Do you really think that Scotland Yard's coroner would have overlooked something like that? Well, on that subject, there is something rather surprising.
There's actually an omission in the coroner's report.
Yeah, there's no time of death.
The time of death is not noted.
That's right.
Wait a minute. I forget my legs went from under me when I kicked the door in.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I planted my head in a big great pile of blood.
Yes, so the victim's blood hadn't dried. It was fresh. Oh.
He kept it on fast, didn't he?
Yeah, he's my best friend. But the blood could be explained in any number of ways. It could have been put there afterwards. Some fresh blood could have been poured over the victim's body. Does my learned... Why do you use the term learned friend too? Stop using the term... What? Learned friend? Does my learned friend think that fresh blood is available on every street corner?
Well, it needn't necessary to be human blood, of course. We've been told previously that Scotland Yard has no way to identify blood as human.
The problem is currently being researched. At present, you are correct, it is beyond our capabilities.
So then, a chicken's blood could have been used, for example?
It's certainly a possibility that wasn't the inspector's blood at all.
Objection!
But the gunshot was heard at 5 o'clock that afternoon. That's beyond question. Is it, though? What? Given that the time of death of the victim has already been called into question, isn't it beyond the realms of possibility that what these witnesses heard wasn't a gunshot at all? Oh, it isn't beyond the realms of possibility.
And please, what are you trying to say?
You don't know what we heard, and it was a loud bang that came from that room. Now you listen to me. A street says these are his livelihood.
I don't doubt your ears, sir, but all you can state with certainty is that you heard a noise.
Explain yourself then, Counsel.
A noise that sounds like a gunshot. Could have been made with the firecracker.
Take that!
Something like this. The culprit could set off one of these to fake a gunshot.
Oh, good gracious.
Oh, good gracious, the firecrackers that are sold by the witness.
Now hold on a minute, are you saying I did it? My pretty little firecracker only make a little pop anyway, see?
Not 100 of them together. The Venus Special that you sell for 600 pennies sounds like this. As the court can now attest, it sounds very much like a gunshot, in fact. You're trying to suggest that somebody set one of these fireworks off at the scene. I'm suggesting that somebody knew the defendant was in the room at 5 that day, and sought to implicate him by creating a sound like a gunshot for these peddlers on Fresno Street to hear. Oh, right! Van Zieks was also saying that he wasn't really following Gregson, he kind of knew where he was going. That was the idea, right? So maybe somebody had lied to Van Zieks about Gregson going to that area, and then when Gregson was already dead. Oh.
Objection!
But even the accused himself has testified that he saw no one else in the room at the time. Whether it was a gun or a firecracker, the only person present to cause that bang was Barak Van Zieks.
When with a match, my firecrackers go pop. See, it's why people like him.
I think your voice keeps changing.
I feel for your fingers, young lady.
Objection!
Recently, during my time here in Britain, I've learned of a very useful invention indeed. Something called a, time bomb. Ryunosuke, you're so fucking smart! Oh my god.
Good heavens, a bomb?
Yes, a device that allows you to blow up whatever you like. Whenever you like.
Mr. Naruhodo, I worry that your unfortunate phrasing there may lead you to yet another international incident.
Oh, no, wait, it's whenever you like, it's the whenever you like part, that's important. A time device. Yes, exactly, a time device. something of that nature could have been planted at the scene. A device that was able to produce the sound of a gunshot long after the culprit had left.
Your extravagant claim would have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel. What proof do you have to suggest in any way that a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound?
Fuck. The pocket watch? No fucking way. I mean... Really? Well, there's nothing else.
Take that!
You're suggesting this could have been used as some sort of time delay device?
I did think so, my lord, but it's becoming increasingly clear that we've all been very misguided here.
Objection!
Yes, by you. What? Ow, Councilman, that hurt.
Now, Counsel, the time has come for a penalty, without delay.
Damn it! Ugh. No time to clear the area before the blast.
Your extravagant claim will have to be substantiated with evidence, Counsel.
Okay, let me save. Okay. Time device employed to create the gunshot wound. Time device. That a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound. Dismissal notice. Revolver. Red hairpiece. Candle. No. I don't. What? Oh, huh? What? Okay, hold on. Time device was employed to use. And a time device was employed to create the gunshot sound. I don't have anything. What? This is why I was like, Yurinosuke, you're so smart, but I had no idea this was coming, man. The candle. Okay, but like, what am I supposed to present here? Here.
Take that!
Oh, oops. Oh, seriously? Oh, okay. Well, as the court has already discussed, the tip of one of the candles in this candelabra has been blown off. I can't say either.
Indeed, because it was struck by the bullet, which presumably passed through the victim.
I don't think that's possible, my lord. Not possible. Why? Because of the scorching. There are gun-powder scorch marks clearly visible on the broken candle.
There are? Oh, goodness, yes. But is not the case that therefore there was also scorching of the victim around the bullet entry wound?
That's right, there was. But as we heard earlier, scorching like that only occurs when the target has a very close range, a matter of centimeters from the gun. Oh, okay. So if the bullet actually went through him, it wouldn't have scorched the candle.
Ah!
Which means that the scorching on the candle can't possibly be the result of a gunshot. You're suggesting it came from the fireworks? How could that be, eh? The fact that there's such visible scorching on the candle suggests that the fireworks must have been right next to it when they exploded. Or to put it in another way, the candle and the firecrackers were joined together. Oh! Okay. The culprit somehow attached the firecrackers at a point partway down the candle. After the killer had left the scene, the candle slowly burnt down along with the other two, until eventually it ignited the fuse of the firecrackers, generating a loud bang. And that is how the three witnesses came to believe they heard a gunshot at 5 o'clock.
Well, what a plot! And this implies the victim could have died earlier than we've led to believe. The previous day, even.
No. That's horrific. A lot of us saw the victim going into the building, remember?
I couldn't forget that flame-colored hair even if I wanted to.
The person you saw entering the building wasn't the victim at all. Consider this. Obviously, anyone can wear a wig. So the person that these witnesses saw entering the building 15 minutes before the incident occurred could easily have been someone else entirely, wearing this red hairpiece.
Someone else? Do you mean to say?
It was the same person who contrived the firecracker trick. In other words, Inspector Gregson's killer. Oh no, not a laugh. Oh, very impressive, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Wow, my full name? Kazuma? I'm really quite amazed you've come this far. But after all, wasn't I the one who told you that you had all the makings of a great defense lawyer? Yeah? I also noted the lack of time of death in this report, a stark omission. But as far as I'm concerned, this whole country's justice system leaves a lot to be desired. How do we get to this topic, Kazuma?
Order! Prosecutor Asogi! What on earth do you mean by that statement?
His name is so good! I hear that many of the leading members of Britain's judiciary are present to observe the trial today. So we cannot allow even the slightest doubt to be overlooked. The defense's assertion about the time of death based on the victim's stopwatch is conjecture. But, while the possibility exists that my learned friend may be correct, we have a duty to explore it.
Well, certainly, I would agree with you.
And what immediately comes to mind is, of course, what was Inspector Gregson doing, and where did he go on the day before the incident? Do you know? The inspector always carried out his investigative work alone. His movements were treated as confidential within Scotland Yard.
Even within the yard.
However, considering the evidence we've been presented with so far, I'd say it's fairly apparent what case the man was pursuing. Wouldn't you, my learned friend?
I do have a feeling about what case he might have been investigating.
Yes, I agree. Surely... My lord, the defense believes it can explain to the court the case that was being investigated by Inspector Gregson at the time of his death.
Very well, counsel. Present your argument to the court. What evidence is suggestive of the case being investigated by the director? Blah, 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 blah.
The board?
Take that!
It was the Reaper accounts, right?
I can't say I find your answer to this one.
Oh, damn it, it's not!
That perhaps is entirely wrong. That much you've clarified most expertly.
What? Congratulations, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. You deserve a reward for that expert display. Why do you guys make it like I did something right and then you guys are actually like, nope, just kidding, you're an idiot, haha. Like, bro. Did you just drop karma on me, my friend?
I think, Mr. Naruhodo, that there's one particular piece of evidence that really does stand out in showing what case Inspector Gregson was investigating.
Is it not the board? I don't... Wait. No. Wait. Oh, okay, so... My lord, I have the answer now.
Very well, Counsel. Present your argument. Okay.
So, I think... So it's probably, what's her name again? Mrs. Vigil? Mrs. Vigil's missing husband, right? You know, I kind of want to save just in case I'm off the mark again. But, yeah. Because she said before at the very beginning, she's like, oh yeah, I already reported it to Scotland Yard, but they aren't really doing much about it, so she came to Sherlock. Okay.
Take that!
No, it's not! Are you kidding me? Oh my god, what? What are you guys talking about? The fuck? So it's not the board, it's not the fucking photograph. Oh, the red-headed people? There's too many things going on, and then you put evidence of everything into one place, and you're like, well, which one is going on, actually? You're like, what the fuck? Okay, I don't think my last words made any sense, but...
Take that!
Yeah, okay. Oh, I'm gonna reload because I don't have any. I need lives, bro. Yeah, I mean, it's called Scave Scumming, but like... We can't afford to not save scum in this economy. I believe this red hairpiece points to answer. We might assume it was part of a disguise used to carry out an undercover investigation.
Surely not. Such a brightly colored hairpiece would only serve to make the inspector more noticeable.
Yes, that's quite true. It would definitely have made him stand out in a crowd. Except, that is, in a crowd of gentlemen from the Red-Headed League.
The Red-Headed League?
So, you already worked it out. Why are you like 10 steps ahead of me, cousin? I hate this. I mean, well, you know what? I will just shut up.
What on earth is that? What on earth is this all about? Is there such an extraordinary league of gentlemen?
Hello. I'm... You play Ace Attorney? I am breaking down. The Red-Headed League is currently under investigation for a grand deception.
Deception of what nature, Counsel?
They've been targeting red-headed men all across London and tricking them out of small sums of money. Professional voice acting. I don't think so. It's voice acting that makes playing the game enjoyable, I would say. Wait, so they've been tricking them out of money? 2 men were arrested for misdemeanor, only yesterday in fact. My lord, the defense calls for those 2 men to be summoned at once.
The 2 redheads?
Oh, the 2 people that Gina arrested yesterday? Inspector Gregson clearly infiltrated the Red-Headed League using this hairpiece, so it's very likely that he had direct contact with these criminals. It's quite possible that such contact led to more serious events.
I concur that we cannot, in good conscience, leave this new avenue unexplored.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Well, it's another possible line of inquiry for us at least.
The prosecution will make immediate arrangements for the charged men to appear. Bring these 2 Red-Headed League conspirators before me, Prosecutor Ashagi.
At once, my lord.
Very good. We will have a 30-minute recess. Court is adjourned.
Oh my god. 30-minute recess. To be continued. Are the voices really that good? Okay. Boop. Still trial part 1, even though it's like to be continued. What does that mean? The judge's voice is perfect. Oh, thank you. Kid Death. Wait a second. November 12:33 p.m. The Old Bailey defends chamber.
Oh, there you are, Odo.
What kept you, my dear fellow? Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Gina.
You sure about what you said there? That the boss, you know, actually died the day before?
Kid Death. Yes, I just have that, psychic ability to know beforehand how your name is pronounced. That is a lie, I cannot pronounce. That was a total stroke of luck. Okay.
That the boss, you know, actually died the day before. It's pretty hard to swallow. Yes, I was shocked by the revelation too, Gina.
And as was I. Perhaps more shocked than... I cut him off. I'm sorry, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps more shocked than both of you. It's not a competition, Mr. Sholmes. But I was more shocked than all of you put together. This is the autopsy report in question, is it? Yes, it's strange that there's no time of death noted. I suppose there's a simple explanation, or perhaps it was a deliberate omission. Seeing how we can't really trust the coroners these days.
Oh dear, if it was deliberate, it puts me in mind of the last case we worked on, and Dr. Scythe.
I know. Anyway, it seems that on the day before Lord Van Zieks discovered his body, Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, so perhaps something happened with them. Come to think of it, you had trouble with those Leaguemen too, didn't you, Mr. Sholmes? You were taken in by their trick. No. Naturally, I wasn't taken in, as you put it. My sleuth-hound interest was merely piqued slightly by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income. And that scent masked the underlying scent of deception, I suppose. Wait, but that is what they were trying to deceive you of. What?
The two criminals in question are the pair we saw being arrested yesterday, aren't they? In Mr. Sholmes' suite, I mean. That's right, Suze, and it was me what took them in. Thanks to a tip-off by a good law-abiding citizen.
Indeed, yours truly. So it's going to be that pair in the witness stand next, is it? The red-headed Mario and Luigi brothers. Something doesn't quite make sense to me, though. The day before Inspector Gregson was found, you hadn't had trouble with the Red-Headed League yet, had you? Why would the inspector have been investigating them? Well, the likely explanation would be that Gregson's own sleuth-hound interest was piqued by the rare scent of a weekly £4 income.
Don't tar him with the same brush as you, Sholmes.
Yeah, yes. Well, then there's this whole issue of Inspector Gregson being investigated by Lord Van Zieks for some reason.
The Reaper, the red-headed league.
I need to stop saying red-handed because it's red-headed.
Inspector Gregson, Lord Van Zieks.
And Cosimo. I feel as though he knew we'd arrive at this point somehow.
Gosh, I think you're right.
What's he really trying to achieve here today? Oh, thank you. I just realized that I put my model above that. Oops, that didn't work out. Thank you is probably the awkwardest response to a head pat. But how are you supposed to respond? All the answers will soon be revealed. Observe the time, my dear fellow. This recess will be over very shortly. Yes, you're right. Cosmo was determined he should be the one to prosecute this trial. And he was determined that I should take the defense. Just what is it that he's hoping to make me see, I wonder? get the feeling we're a long way from the end of this trial yet. Are you ready then, Miss Yusato?
Yes.
Okay, let's go back into the fray. 22nd November. Oh, hello, Amy Hamish. Thank you for following. 1 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed court hearing of Baron von Zeeks, here present, who stands accused of murder. Now then, Prosecutor Osby.
My lord.
Have you summoned the witnesses as requested?
Yes, the 2 members of the Red-Headed League who planned and carried out the deception. They arrived not long ago from the local prison by the police carriage.
Very good. Bailiff, usher the 2 men into the courtroom.
Oh boy. He's eating pasta. What is it called? Well, just as a note, I can't do an Italian accent, so... These 2 men are currently being held by police on suspicion of attempted extortion. You may omit your occupations, but state your names now for the court. I am Fabian de Rousseau. Rousseau? Oh no. A descendant of the great Rousseau family from Nice in France. And my name is Peppino de Rossi. Gosh. I am the 3rd son of the great familia de Rossi, the landowners of Napoli. I don't know. The 2 men first became acquainted at a boarding school for European nobility. Those who graduate from Temsic are the future leaders of Europe. Oh my god. But, do you have any idea how boring it is to be born with noble blood? Lords, I made it my mission to get the better of the world by employing the little grey cells of my brain. What, your brain cells? That is all I'm trying to do. So that's the only reason for this whole grand deception you've been carrying out? Oui, you could say that.
Not bad, eh? He has the grand ideals, but the petty plans? This strange combination is the charm of the Hilarious brothers. Okay. Why? See, Cap? Listen to me, Peppino. I have 2 things to say to you. Chit, are you about to tell me about your grandy anecdotes?
I don't know. What?
Firstly, I want you to stop calling me this capo. And secondly, we are not the Hilarious brothers. This is serious business. Chibello, there it is, the capo's trumper card, and the furrowed brow. It is deep, Capo. The furrow and meaning of your words.
The court has been led to believe that under the banner of the Red-Headed League, you have conspired to swindle money from the unsuspecting members of the public. Is this true?
Oui. I don't know how to say that.
And what exactly is the nature of this deception by which you plan to defraud?
Lors, I will explain it. No, Capo. Leave it to me. As you can see, we both had vivid red hair, no? At school, we were teased for this without pity. The Capo here, he was many times behind the schoolhouse, crying like the Trevi fountain. Whee! Those songs, Wednesdays, they would expect us redheads. Every night, he would bury his head in a pillow and wait for... This Ben, Peppino, it's enough.
I will explain the rest. Shut the The first step was the newspaper as advertisement. About 1 week before the plan was put into operation, we listed the same notice in every paper in London. Yes, we saw that notice. It was this one, I believe, entitled To the Red-Headed League. I'm honored that you have seen it. It states that the only condition for joining the league is having flame-colored hair, and that if you satisfy the interview panel and are admitted into the league, you can receive a weekly income of £4. On the date specified, red-headed hopefuls gathered in troves at a park specified in the advertisement. And from each person present, this pair took an application fee of 5 shillings. And with the money to France. It was a plan most elegant, no? No, it was most dishonorable. But to be frank, I'm stunned anybody was foolish enough to be taken in by such an obvious trick. Sherlock in the audience like, hey!
The park was described by one witness as choked with redhead folk, like a coster's orange barrow.
And the day on which all these men gathered to apply was the day before the victim was discovered. Crucially, these 2 men spoke face to face with every single person present that day.
I have seen more red-headed people in one day than I will see in the rest of my life. See, and then now, every time I see this couple's hair, I feel sick to my stomach.
Anyway, why have we been summoned here today? Sorry?
The date for trial is not until tomorrow, I was told.
Naturally, neither of these men have been told any details about this trial. They've only been shown this photograph.
Very good. So, Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi, you will now give your formal testimony for the court on the subject of the gentleman pictured in this photograph.
Of course, we are always ready to help with the law. I don't know what I'm talking about.
The man in the photograph.
We had more than 100 red-headed people assemble in the park on Lime Street that day. I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, Capo?
No, I didn't remember him. Obviously he is dead now, but I assure you, he was not in the park.
Laura, the victim is nothing to do with us.
You have a lot to answer for, Peppino. It is your fault that we got caught in the first place. Wow, great testimony. You've given sworn testimony that the man in the photograph was not present. Can you be certain?
Oui, I am quite certain. We did not interview this man. Nobody looking like this came to the park. This I can promise.
It must be noted that you have been arrested for grand deception, however. Accordingly, this court has no confidence in your assurances.
With this attitude, we get nowhere, eh?
He's really he's really sulking now. Ryunosuke really... This confidential document was obtained directly from Scotland Yard. It records an entry from the inspector's private diary, dated the day before the incident. It reads, Lime Street, Red-Headed League, undercover.
Ah, I have the answer. Maybe there was another similar event in the park on the day in question, eh?
That is ridiculous. The English text writes in like some of the, I guess the accent. It writes in some of the accent and helps leaps and bounds. I cannot do this myself. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was investigating the Red-Headed League, which means it's quite possible that that's when he was killed. please don't make this. I made this theory earlier, and I said it was my batshit crazy theory that the reason why Gregson was killed is because he got confronted by the Redheaded League for not being an actual redhead, and they're like, well, you're not a real redhead, time to die, bang! And then they set up the whole murder scene, and it was all because he was pretending to be a redhead. And that would be awful. That would be horrible. I hope that's not the truth.
Very well. The defense may proceed with the cross-examination now.
Yes, my lord. The man in the photograph. We had more than 100 redheaded people. Blah, 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 blah. 1,000 people? That's a very big crowd. It was quite a spectacle. Redheads had come all over from the capital. See, the capo here, he was the magnetissimo animale, eh? I'm sorry. Nobody else could track so many people. If I could be born again, I would be the capo. All those people wanted was the money, Peppino. The £4 per week.
Are you suggesting that you spoke personally with all the 1,000 applicants?
Oui, that we did, because every one of them paid us 5 shillings. We did take the names, and we take the money, and then we take their addresses as well. Then I tell them that we take some days to let them know by a post. And finito. Maybe 2 minuti a person? We start early in the morning, and we stop late at night. So you earned 5,000 shillings in one day? That's a small fortune. Who would have thought there were thousands such gullible redheads in London to start with? One of whom was a great detective with chemically altered hair. I don't recall the man in this photograph, eh, Capo? No, go back. Okay.
Hold it!
He doesn't look at all familiar.
No, I don't think so. This is a wig, eh? He was trying to trick us. I do not like the people who are trying to trick the other people.
Says con artist. If between them they interviewed 1,000 people with red hair, it would be unreasonable to expect them to remember every face.
No, senor. I may be small, but my memory is very large. I never forget a thing. In my opinion, I do not think this man was in the park.
But he's not going to give the court a definite, it seems.
Eh, Capo, he didn't see a man like this, eh?
No, I don't remember him, and obviously he's dead now, but sure you okay. But according to what you've said, you spoke with 1,000 or more people that day.
Oui,
that's true. My eyes were burning by the end of the day. Surely then you can't actually remember every single face. How are you so certain that this particular man wasn't present?
Normally the red hair is very distinctive, eh? But not when you have 1,000 redheads crowding around, then it's just an eyesore. But if there was some other information you could have given us, maybe then we could recall.
That is not the line, Peppino. Remember, we do not remember him. We are sure of that fact, huh? What? If there was a man with this red hairpiece, but his mustache does not match the color, then I do not think I could have forgotten him. Cosmo said these two had only been shown that photograph, and then they've been told nothing else at all. But what if I fed them just one other detail about the victim? For example, no, I didn't want to do that. God damn it! I didn't do it. Every time. Whatever. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember the situation. What if I told you that the man's name was Gregson? The man in the photograph is a Monsieur Gregson? Yes.
Names, they are boring. I did not listen to any of them.
Yeah, of course this one doesn't work. Oh.
It's not a real interview, huh? It was just for a show. Why would I remember the names?
That's right. This changes nothing. The man in the photograph is not there, as we have already said. I see.
It says it seems there's little to be gained from pursuing this point further.
Tell them again what you said before, Peppino.
See, Capo, see. I'll say it again and again.
Okay, wait, so... Wait, I just realized that kind of like... The punch in the air reminds me of a certain move. Okay.
Hold it!
It's this one again, but I need to ask a different question. His profession, fish and chips! Yes! Exactly! That's how we'll get him! I can certainly appreciate just knowing the man had red hair wouldn't help you remember this situation. But what if I told you that the man was always munching on a packet of fish and chips? Do you remember a man who was eating insistently? Not really. I was looking at the heads of the applicants. I wouldn't have noticed the fish and chips any more than the caviar and smoked salmon. What?
Or spaghetti! Me, I love the spaghetti.
Really? I had no idea. Tell them again what you said before. Okay, so I guess this... What's the other one? Profession? They probably wouldn't have remembered profession, though. Well, I'll go try it. Because I remember, when Sherlock was talking to us, he was like, oh, oops, not that. He's like, oh, yeah, I walked up to them and they were like, hey, you're Sherlock Holmes, aren't you? Are you here investigating a case? And he's like, yeah, and he left. So, I don't know. Whatever, we'll see. I can certainly appreciate that just knowing the man had red hair would help you remember the situation. But what if I told you that the man in the red hair piece was actually a detective? The man in the photograph, a detective? Yes. It would appear he found your notice in the paper suspicious and decided to investigate incognito. Sorry, but this changes nothing. Haha!
Excuse me!
Gotcha! Wait, that's a different Ace Attorney game. Something to add, Mr. De Rossi?
Gee, see. I am always adding something. Parmesan, olive oil, pepper.
What I mean is, did you not agree with your friend's last remark by any chance?
What did he just say? About the detective?
Yes, that.
Keep your mouth shut, Peppino. You have said enough already. But why, Capo? What is the problem? There was a man who said, I'm an inspector from Scotland Yard.
Oh, okay. It wasn't even... I thought they were confusing with Sherlock, but oh, let's go.
Order! Explain this vote-face to the testimony witness.
It's simple. The man who was at the park, blah 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 blah. There is no such man. My God, what are you saying, Capo? Have you forgotten it?
I have forgotten nothing. Nobody likes this came to the park.
Basta, Capo, basta. You beat me at the many things, but not to the memory and the meals. Like I said, when it's time to eat the pasta, no one is a pasta.
What? But you are inferior to me in every other way, so shut up.
Objection!
Wow, look, you guys slammed the desk the same way. Ugh! Drop toys, the damage is done.
Indeed it is, sir.
There was a man who came to the park and he said he was an inspector from Scotland Yard. However, he looked nothing like the man in the photograph. He was someone else. How can you be so sure? Because, to start with, his face was completely different.
See, it's true. The man who come was a younger. His face was a clean-shaven. His eyes were sadder. His chin was thinner.
His eyes were sadder and his chin was thinner.
No resemblance whatsoever then.
Anyway, I was not going to be fooled. I took the obvious precaution and said to him, "If you are really a detective, show us this proof." See, the capo here, he does not take no nonsense, eh? But he was well prepared. He said he had identification.
Identification? You mean official police inspector's identification?
That is most unconvincing.
Sorry, my lord?
Counsel, no incognito inspector would offer his identification for inspection. It's quite out of the question.
Definitely. Why would he expose his true identity?
Clearly, the papers were fake. Sarito Kappa, you're a genius! As we say in Italia, it makes a thief to recognize another, eh?
I was just talking a fake falsetto. Falsetto. And what happened after he announced he was a detective?
It became very annoying. He said you were under investigation. So I took his papers from him and chased him out of the park.
Oh, don't tell me you still have the papers.
It was fantastic, look! And here's the identification.
So you stole it from the man?
He had it coming. You know, he made us very scared. But he was not. No, he wasn't not who he said he was.
Indeed, the person described does not appear to have behaved as a true inspector would. However, I believe it must be prudent for these identification papers to be entered into evidence.
But I like them.
Inspector's identification.
Now, let's return to witness's testimony.
Okay, time to check this. Metropolitan Police warrant card. Okay. Open. Well, I suppose we should see what this inspector's identification looks like inside. Well, I can't read anything. Yes, it definitely looks fake, doesn't it?
Out of interest, what name is given?
Probably just something plucked out of the air. It's Tobias Greg's,
wait, what? The Scotland Yard insignia looks genuine to me,
but how?
and the department and identification number details are all correct as well.
Since when have you known those? Wait, when did you figure this out, Susato? Do you mean to say...
I know it seems incredible, but yes. I think this is a genuine identification book, issued by Scotland Yard.
But that's unbelievable. This is the real thing after all? Okay, so it's actually Gregson's police identification, so maybe... So wait, so this basically proves that somebody killed him days before. Right? It stole his basically kind of stole his identity. Alright, cool. Wait, hold on.
Victim has nothing to do with us.
But we only have your word for that.
See, but what else can we do, huh?
True.
Alpha, we are not having that much fun these days. First we are arrested, then we are shown a horrible picture of a dead man. And now you question everything we say. Every single thing we say. We are the victims here. Eh, couple?
No, you were caught carrying out a plot to swindle hundreds of innocent people.
Well, you had to bring that up, eh? It's not fair. Eh, couple?
You have a lot to answer for, Pepino. It's your fault that we caught fault in the first place. What do you mean by that?
Cavulo, you promised not to say, eh, Capo?
After we had taken all the money that day, we should have had
we should have left the country. That was my plan. After I left the purchase of the tickets to the for the ferry to Dunkirk Q. For the ferry to Dunkirk Q to my companion here. But he bought them for the wrong day. Oops.
See, but it's an easy mistake to make, yeah? The 31st?
31st? Oh, I have no sympathy for you. You're a whole day late for the boat because of your stupidity. And it's only because of this that the so-called Great Red Detective got us.
Capo, you know what I think? That this is the work of God, a holy punishment, eh?
Peppino, was the last time? This is not early punishment. This is only your fault. Don't blame God for your unholy mistakes. You are making me sick with anger.
Maybe I make a mistake.
What?
But when it's time to eat at the pasta, nobody is a faster.
And I've seen the evidence. They haven't told us much we didn't already know.
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, if it was the inspector's diary, it seems likely that he must have gone to Lime Street that day. And yet, these two both claim that they didn't see him.
I have to say, they don't appear to be telling lies.
Well, they are experts in deception, don't forget. Something blah 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 blah, I forgot. Sounding plausible is their specialty. They may be lying simply to avoid being implicated in this case as well.
Surely if they were truly experts in deception, they wouldn't have been caught.
Well, yes, you do have a point there. It seems to me that we need more information.
Definitely.
Okay, so basically his passport is genuine, right? He had more than 100 day. I guess we can present the thing here.
Objection!
Aha! I wonder if I can ask you to examine this identification book very closely. Miss Lestrade? Why Miss Lestrade?
What is your intention here, Counsel?
Is this really a fake or is it genuine? That's the question. Which we can't answer ourselves.
Objection!
Don't be ridiculous. No Scotland Yard detective would allow his or her identification to be stolen.
That is the boss's. No question about it.
It can't be. As I suspected. The undercover detective who attended the Red-Headed League's enrollment on the day in question was the real Inspector Gregson, carried out as an incognito investigation. Zulus! So wait, so it actually was him, or was it someone pretending to be him? I thought it was some... What? Okay, you know, escape, please.
Order!
But if the boss had his identification stolen, he would have reported it straight away. I mean, he was always on me about it. If you lose something, report it at once, he said.
Could it be, then, that the inspector was physically unable to report it?
Physically? What are you saying?
Unable to... You're not suggesting? Yes, it's quite possible that he was killed before he had the chance to report his identification stolen. No.
Order!
The defense posts... what? The defense posits that the victim was killed the day before his body was discovered at a different location. Do you two have anything to say about that?
I knew nothing. I done nothing.
Pull yourself together, Peppino. Mon Dieu.
You can behave a little more like a master criminal than that, no? Now I wish I had returned to Italia. So stop crying, Peppino, please. Otherwise, No, stop your whining and start talking.
Well, I am relieved to court. We'll need to hear your story.
I know nothing. I know nothing.
But you will tell everything, or face the worst possible outcome.
You will dry your eyes and testify again. Bailiff, go get some tissues. About these identification papers, and the precise circumstances under which you came by them.
Sound like a horse. For crying out loud. Both sobbing. Detective and the identification. The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the secret hideout. Even though I didn't think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day, just in case.
We took the man's identification from him and shuttered him in the room next to us. There might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm, and the next morning we let him go. He spent the night in my dad's room. It was nothing like prison, really.
This is outrageous. You imprisoned him?
But no, see, no. It was nothing like a prison. He was very comfortable and calm and happy. Eh, Capo? It was never part of my plan, I swear it. So, you think it was my fault, eh? Just because I got the date of very well wrong by one little day. I do not think it was your fault, Peppino, I know it. No, per favor, Capo, it's not fair.
You shall have plenty of time for squabbling back in prison, gentlemen.
Ugh, I don't believe this. How could he have been a real detective?
Counsel for the defense. Proceed with the cross-examination.
So, on the day before the incident, Gregson spent the night confined in this pair's hideout. Why did that doesn't seem right? Something doesn't seem right about, like, because they're saying that he flashed his ID, right? But that's so weird. Why would he do that? The truth is, we took him prisoner and kept him for the night and blah 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 blah. Do you realize what you're saying? You have to believe me, I never intended for that to happen. I'm sure the detective did not intend it either. Do you think? But there was nothing else I could do. See, nothing else. This was the first crime for the capo. He was at the end of his wits. I have told you before, Peppino, that is not the way to describe a criminal mastermind. What about this hideout of yours? An old empty house, behind the park on Lime Street. We rented the place for 2 days. It was an inspired idea by the capo here.
An impulsive idea, I would say.
No, not impulsive, inspired, eh, capo?
What am I supposed to say to that, eh, Peppino? And it was in the house he described that you can find, Inspector Gregson, was it? We have to remember, I was under the impression that he was a pretender, not a real inspector. That doesn't quite add up, though. If you didn't think the man was a real inspector, there would have been no reason to take him prisoner, would there? No, you were right, but we couldn't be completely certain. Even though I did not think he was a real detective, I was too scared to let him go that day. Okay, yeah. Okay. Too scared? Why? Because why had he come to the park? We don't know. There was a chance that he had seen through my plan. And if that was the case, he would go straight to the police station and blow the whistle on us.
Even if he was just afraid to be able to inspector, he was still up to no good, eh? Without a doubt.
I think most people would agree that it's you two who are up to no good.
Well, see, you may be right. Eh, Kappa?
The point is, we were not able to escape from England immediately. That is why we had no choice but to take the man prisoner.
What I don't understand is why the inspector felt the need to show you his identification in the first place.
See, I asked myself the same question.
We were writing down the names and addresses of all the people who took 5 shillings from that day. I have forgotten what name he said, but the address, it startled me.
See, address Scotland Yard Homicide Division, he said.
What? That's his address?
He probably didn't like your face, Peppino. Anyway, I was not rude. I just politely asked him why he said it. What? I just politely asked him why he had said it. And that's when he started to say he was an inspector. Not long afterwards, he took out his identification.
What was Inspector Gresson playing at? Tell the court what happened next. You took him back to your hideout, you say?
See, we did it. We took him to you pressed the wrong button.
That being this identification book here, correct?
See, that is the one.
What made you believe that was a forgery?
I never seen a real one, of course. But he was so suspicious, this man. And I think he was thinking, it must be a falsehood. Eh, Kappa?
It is just as Peppino has said, we are convinced it is not genuine.
And so together, the labor spreaders, we took the man captive.
All we did was shove him inside a locked room. Then we made our preparations to transport all the money.
In for a penny, in for a pound.
They might have been a little tussle, but we did him no harm. And the next morning we let him go.
What do you mean by a little tussle exactly?
Poor Phil was nothing, just a minor incident.
The fossil reported he was a real piece of other work, eh, Kappa?
What happened?
Oh, it was a disaster. We gave him a nice room, and what does he do? In the middle of the night, he tries to escape through the ventilator.
Can you blame him?
We traced him, bien sûr, and caught him again.
Can you blame us?
Yes. Oh, wait, you didn't shoot the man in your haste, did you?
Oh, who do you think we are? Of course not. I simply caught hold of him again and took him back to the room.
Oh boy.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Though I don't really want to excuse you. Oh, Mr. De Rossi, is something wrong?
Me?
Something Mr. De Rosso just said seemed to make you, well, it seemed to make you act even more strangely than usual. What was that all about?
Capono, at times like that, you don't want to have Capo after you, believe me. I speak from a personal experience.
Personal experience?
That is enough, Peppino. There's no need to say more.
The truth is, the night before we put the red-headed league plan into action, I was scared. It was not fair to beat the Capo. Oh, it was not fair to the Capo, but I tried to run away.
It's a shame you didn't manage it.
But the Capo here, he came after me like a turbine, eh? And he dragged me back to the house, kicking and screaming. I still have the bruises to prove it, eh, Capo? Eh, Capo?
Bruises, you say?
Ah, you wanna see, huh? You wanna see my fantasio bruises?
Oh, the lip guy, what?
That's enough now, Peppino. No one wants to look at any part of you.
what to do, huh? I show you or I don't. I show you or I don't.
You do, now.
Lord, if everyone wants to see, then I do it.
Yeah.
Echo, you see, it's still very visible, eh?
Is that red ring around your neck? You got that when you were dragged back to the house?
See, the capo sometimes is very rough and blah blah blah.
I said that's enough!
Peppino's neck is nothing to do with what we are talking about here. You have my word.
Yes. What is your opinion, Council?
About this red ring around Mr. Rossi's neck? I wonder, does it matter? Yes, it matters so much. Mr. De Rossi, I'm gonna have to ask you to amend your testimony with details about that mark on your neck.
Hey, Capo, you see? Everyone is interested in what I have to say. Huh?
Very well. You amend your testimony as requested, Mr. Rossi.
See, if you really wanted to know.
But the Capo pulled the collar on him and dragged him in, like what he did to me. See? Are you saying that red mark was caused by...
See, a big collar made from the leather. From the leather.
A leather collar? Is this true, Mr. DeRosso?
What? We had a Saint Bernard at home when I was younger.
It is a souvenir from that time. It's a very strong chain. A strong chain? And you put that around your friend's neck? I'm sorry I was so angry that Zoe was leaving me alone.
You did not have to tie the chain to a leg of a bed, eh? What? I would not have tried to run again.
You didn't do that to Inspector Gregson as well, did you?
Treat the people equal. What is the Capo here's motto, eh?
It's starting to sound a lot more like a prison all of a sudden.
The Capo is a tough, but the Capo is a rough.
Ugh, I shouldn't have done it. So, the following morning, when you released Inspector...
He had the red ring around his neck, just like me.
Peppino, leave it now.
Now you know it. The Capo here, you don't want to tingle with him, eh? But for the Inspector, it's not so bad.
Is there something I can't present photos though. Oh wait, I can't present portraits, but I can present his photo, right?
Hold it!
You took away the man's freedom. However comfortable you make it sound, you're still holding him a prisoner.
You say that, but then I say this. There's something that takes away our freedom too. The lack of money. So we are the prisoners as well, yeah? All of us. No money, no freedom. That is the truth. And that makes me mad. And that makes me sad. What can we do?
Well, if you feel so disenfranchised, take money to court. Though it will cost you, of course.
Well, there you have it. There you have it. You see? That is why we need the Red-Headed League. To fight for the justice.
Perhaps he has a point. No?
No, Mr. Naruhodo? No, Mr. Naruhodo. All we did was give the man a comfortable place to sleep for the night. And you say it was a prison, huh?
Perhaps he has a point again.
No again, Mr. Naruhodo. You should have heard him snoring. But if anyone was disturbed, it was us.
He does have a point. No, not much to go on, really.
The testimony does make me wonder, you know? About this pocket watch belonging to the inspector, I mean.
Oh yeah, the one he treasured so much, apparently.
If he was confined but not restrained, as the witnesses are implying, he would still have been able to find his watch.
That's very true, yes. So, did Inspector Gregson actually die while he was being held captive by those redheads?
In which case, it is possible that these two young men are responsible for Inspector Gregson's
To be honest, I find it hard to believe. Perhaps we should just try and figure out what exactly happened.
Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes.
Okay. This one. Okay, so this photo of him on the ground. Oh wait, his neck is visible. Let's fucking go.
Objection!
So, the day before his body was discovered, Inspector Gregson was taken prisoner while working incognito. No, it was not like that. It was only a prisoner. It was only a prison. It was an invitation to stay. It was homely. However you describe it, there's one glaring inconsistency that remains.
What inconsistency is this, Counsel?
I would ask the court to look closely at this photograph of the victim, Inspector Gregson. You will see that there's no red ring visible around his neck. But that makes no sense. It was me who took the collar off the man in the morning. I saw the red bruises on his neck, just like I have. Given that the mark is so clearly visible on this witness's neck, we'd expect to see bruising on the victim, who was put in the collar more recently than Mr. DeRossi.
Indeed, this is most peculiar.
But what we tell you, huh?
We say this from the beginning. Many times.
Pepino was right. The man in the photograph is someone different than the man we held captive that night. Is that a laugh?
Order!
It would appear then that on the day before the incident, the man who visited the park on Lime Street, posing as an incognito inspector, was not Inspector Gregson at all.
Objection!
If that's true, however, how do you explain the inspector's identification? This is a genuine identification book, issued by Scotland Yard. It's inconceivable that someone would have stolen such an important item from the inspector. The prosecution made that assertion itself. Ugh.
And we also know that the inspector had made a note about the Red-Headed League in his diary for that day. Which surely means he can't divorce the two events completely.
The inconsistency noticed by the defense is most troubling. If it were the real Inspector Gregson whom these two red-headed gentlemen encountered, the fact that no bruising can be seen around his neck defies explanation.
But equally, if they actually encountered an imposter, how did that person come to be in possession of the real inspector's identification? By killing him, duh. Or at least finding his body, maybe. Because I think it's the guy with the lip, right?
Does the defense have some possible explanation, Counsel?
The whole thing defies explanation.
It is for precisely these occasions that we keep meticulous notes in the court record, Mr. Naruhodo. Because those are the facts, and the facts cannot lie.
No, the facts can't lie. Even when they point to something so incredible, it's almost unbelievable. Well, my lord, the true identity of the person who turned up in the park for the Red-Headed League's enrollment is revealed by information in the court record, I believe. In the court record, oh boy.
Good gracious!
Very tantalizing, Mr. Naruhodo. So, why don't you help us all see whatever truth it is you've apparently seen? Who exactly is this inspector that appeared before Mr. de Rousseau and Mr. de Rossi? It's an imposter! Though it seems incredible, I admit, the undeniable facts point to only one thing. Since no bruising can be seen on the victim's neck, the person who these two red-headed men took prisoner that day cannot have been Inspector Gregson. In other words, your whole argument up until now has been a waste of time.
Objection!
On the contrary, I haven't finished. What? There's no bruising on the victim's neck, so the question immediately posed next is, who exactly was this man in a park on Lime Street found to be carrying Inspector Gregson's identification?
See, that is right. We tell the same story every time. Whoever this man was, The capo dragged him from a pillar to a post for the dog collar.
Dear Pipino, it was not so harsh on you as you say.
So, who was that false inspector? Who was that false inspector, eh? Who was he?
Clearly, the defense has an idea about that. About the true identity of the man these two imprisoned that night.
I must ask the counsel for the defense to elaborate post-haste. Who did the witness encounter in the park posing as Inspector Gregson?
Oh, it's the lip. Oh, hey, they're here. 25, 26. Fabian de Russo. I was thinking Fabian. I don't know. Pepino de. I'm trying to think of a pun. Maybe their names have, but I don't think they do have a pun. Yeah, okay. Here, gossip. It's even on his portrait. Yo.
Oh, goodness me, isn't that?
One of the witnesses who was in the stand in this very courtroom earlier today. A nameless man whose only occupation appears to be peddling hearsay to passers-by.
Objection!
What on earth would a street seller be doing with a police inspector's identification papers? Witness, is this the man or not?
What has happened to his lip? See, this man is not for the red-headed league, eh? He is looking for the twisted lip league, no?
Perhaps, rather than making such a rash claim next time, you should bite your lip instead. It seems improbable, yes, but one undeniable fact remains. Dude, I thought after Cosmo said that statement they were gonna take off a point for me, and I was like, are you serious? Like, they always make it like, oh yeah, you did it right, good job. Just kidding. During his testimony earlier, I noted something around the man's neck. A red ring of bruising. What? It's in his photo, Cosmo, come on, look. The defense demands that Mr. Gossip be brought back to the stand.
Order! Bailiff! Bring the aforementioned witness back into the courtroom. Immediately!
Yeah. Why are they so proud of it?
Well, I'll never. An undeniable ring of bruising indeed. And identical to that of the witness beside him.
Now what's going on here, eh?
I've always had with me. It's a birthmark, isn't it?
What? A birthmark, you say? I assume the reason you've been recalled to the stand has been explained to you?
Something about that inspector again. I'm telling you, the guy all wrong as beautiful.
You're denying all knowledge of it?
Well, of course I am. Are you trying to kill me with all this nonsense, eh?
Well, at least you'll have more stories to peddle back on Fresno Street, won't you? Cosmo. Now, we're going to need you to testify again. And you, Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, I'm sure you'll cooperate, won't you? Do we have any choice?
We're in a big trouble, eh, Capo?
That's quite enough dilatory chatter. Proceed with the testimony.
Oh boy. Witness testimony. Inspector and identification revisited. Yeah. The man who claimed his CV is Inspector Zade was definitely not this man.
It's right, see? You think we would forget those glad lips, huh?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I never leave Fresno Street, alright? I have no interest in any red-headed league. I'm all alone in the way of me. I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why have I been involved in something like that? Just look at me. Eh? Does it look like I carry off of this guy with a face like this?
Dude, I had a wacko theory earlier, but if it actually turns out to be true, I must have some kind of psychic knowledge because I said that, oh, what if Gossip was actually the same as Daily Vigil? Because he's apparently disappeared, but it was only a day ago, right? I don't know, which means that Evie Vigil should have seen him 2 days ago or something like that. But like, you know, like if something blew up in his face, like I'm just going by the shape of his face and the curls on his head. That's literally the only thing that's connecting these two together in my brain, is the shape of his face and the curls on his head. Somehow. But man, I don't think it's I don't know. It's a wacko theory, but if it's true, I don't know, Apollo must have blessed me with foresight.
It would surely appear that we have the wrong man.
What have I been telling you, eh? There is no need for the pointless testimony.
Also because, what is it? When we were talking to Sherlock before about, Evie's husband disappearing, and she showed a photograph of him, he was like, wow, no distinct features at all. Right? Which is why I feel like these guys haven't really focused on his face at all. Or something like that. I don't know. Whatever.
What I've been telling you that there's no need for these pointless testimony.
Ugh.
That's why I'm a simple peddler, remember? Fed no streets, all I know. How could I have come by a police inspector's identification book here?
Well, yeah, that's hard to explain, but...
A brief cross-examination, I think, Counsel. Very brief.
Ugh. Isn't there anyone in this courtroom who thinks I might be onto something? Susato?
I stand steadfastly by your side, as always, Mr. Naruhodo.
Thank you, Susato. If no one got me, Susato got me. I said that twice already in this live stream. Yeah, you wish you still had the power of friendship on your side, Kazuma. Inspector and identification, okay. The man who claimed to be the inspector that day was definitely not this man. Oh, okay. So you say, but how can you be quite so certain?
There is no need to hold your hands on the desk, monsieur. Surely the reason is obvious, non? Because I have never before seen lips like this.
But nevertheless, there's a clear red mark around Mr. Gossip's neck. And it looks very much like what's left behind on the neck of your colleague by your prized collar.
Mon Dieu, with your words, it's like you're trying to wring my neck. It does look very much like on my neck, though, eh? No, this is a birthmark, lad. The biggest lips in London and a neck to die for. They broke the mold when they made me.
For the first time in my life. Oh, I gave him the French accent. I'm actually brain dead, I'm so sorry.
I feel lucky to have born this way here.
I thought being Japanese made you stand out in London. So you maintain that you've never seen this man before?
Oui, I swear to it by the flames of my hair.
So fierce pride has outgrown the frustration with your hair now, has it?
It is right, see, you think we forget those grand lips, eh?
Well, yes, I don't imagine I'll forget those lips in a hurry either.
That is what I am saying. For some reason, it makes me want to eat, how Fabian call it, an eclair. You know, I've never seen the hair as black as yours before either.
Likewise, I've never seen red hair like yours until I came to Britain.
See, maybe it is a national trait, eh? Maybe all the people from this man's country have grand lips. Now that I was born right here on Frednock Street and I've never left. That is the problem, see? That is a problem.
So you definitely didn't go to the park on Lime Street that day, Mr. Gossip?
Now, how many times do you want me to say it, eh?
I never sleep for something. I have no interest in this.
Hold it!
So, you heard of the Red-Headed League, have you?
You don't get a name like Gossip for nothing, eh? It's my business to know what's going off in town. I sold that tasty pivot to a pair of few redheads that came past me. Just because I even got sandwich to cough up on it.
Well, he does have that very red nose, if that counts.
Who knows?
But as you can see, my own hair's got not a hint of red in it. And in any case, Fresno Street's my path. You won't catch me flying off to some other part of town. No, sir, not likely.
Oh-ho.
Excuse me!
Oh-ho. Excuse me? Mr. De Rousseau. Louis? Can I help you? Did Mr. Gossip's words just now lead you to remember something relevant, perhaps? It was the other day when I was looking for a place near the park. A small house or something. To be the headquarters of your Red-Headed League. Yes. I visited an housing agent on Lime Street and there I saw him. This man was paying money to the agent. What? Mr. Gossip with a housing agent? We had some kind of contract in his hand and they were clearly discussing terms. No, you're mistaken, Tom. I've never met Bethel Street like I said before. You've mistaken me for someone else, someone with the same face. No, the capo's right, I remember that too. He was paying the man with the banknotes. With notes? But like I said, that wasn't me. I was curious why this man with the dirty clothes had so much money. So I looked at the man. So I looked at the name on the papers. And what name was written? Mr. Gossip? Oh boy, I swear to God, if it's freaking the warden order, what's his name? Mr. Vigil? Oh, it's Vigil, right? If it's Vigil, I'm gonna cry. But if it's not, then everything will be of order.
No, this man, he lies. He tells you that he has no name. But in fact, his name is Hugh Boat.
You know what? That's better. Okay. Hugh Bone.
It's better than Mr. Gossip, I think, see?
Oh.
I'm a peddler for tidbits of information, I have said, on Fresno Street. That's that. I don't much like folks talking about my personal life.
Indeed. And it's not the intention of the court to invade the privacy of witnesses. Very well, I shall respect your wishes, sir. The aforementioned name shall be redacted from all court records of this trial. Assuming no objections?
What? Yeah. I'm so sorry, my lord, but the defense does object. Because the name just mentioned has a very deep significance to this case.
Good gracious, do you similarly object, Prosecutor Asuki?
As it happens, my lord, that particular name has already been mentioned during today's proceedings.
Well, I never. In what capacity?
Hugh Bone. The name of the leaseholder of the room.
Let me put this very simply. The victim's body was discovered in your rented room. I suggest, sir, that you start talking.
Well, alright. I suppose that must be the case, eh?
So, your real name is Hugh Bone.
Well, just because I don't like to blow my own trumpet, but
Oops.
But there's no final peddler of tidbits in town.
I happen to be able to afford a grubby little room in the falling down back street townhouse.
You do?
And once every 6 months, I go and pay the rent to the agent on Lime Street. I remember now. There were 2 vulgar redheads in there at the time. If either of us is a vulgar, it's all not me.
Sink again, Peppino. Why didn't you bring this up before?
It's like I told you already. I don't like talking about my personal life. I'm a timid peddler as far as everyone else is concerned. No fuss.
You will update your testimony and include a most surprising revelation, Mr. Brown.
Yes, I must.
So, the leaseholder Scotland Yard has been looking for since the body was discovered. Has been here, under our noses, all along.
I went the room where the fellow found us through, but what difference it makes.
Hold it!
So, you live in that room, presumably, do you?
No, I don't live there. What do you think? There is no bed, is there? It's just a desk.
Then, why would you want to rent it?
I don't think I have to say, really.
Huh? Then how about the notice board in there? Which was covered from top to bottom in confidential documents only the police should have access to.
No, that board's not mine. The inspector must have brought it along. It's only the other bits and bobs that belong to me, the desk and chair and all that.
People don't generally carry enormous notice boards around with them. The real question is, why was Inspector Gregson killed there, in your room?
Well, honestly, I'm not the faintest idea. I mean, it's causing me no end of bother, to be honest.
It seems to me that Mr. Bone would rather as little is known about his room as possible for some reason. Yes, it does come across that way, and more importantly, knowing that the scene of the crime is actually his room completely changes things. In particular, there's one part of his testimony that's really bothering me now. That's how I'm finally gonna undo this man. Undo this man.
And alone in the world, me, I have no kinfolk or nothing. Why would I have been involved in something like that?
You mean you have no family?
No, not at all. So I spend my days on Fetno streets peddling tidbits and to passerbys. Hoping, just to that. It is that. Eventually, someone else with lips like mine will come along.
I don't think so.
You may be right.
So, anyway, the mark on your neck is just too much of a coincidence for us to ignore.
Well, what's a fellow to do then? If you don't believe me, we're in an impasse. And there's nothing I can do but stick me lip.
Looks like I'm not gonna get anywhere here unless I can produce some proof. Yeah, I'm thinking it's a photo of, Mrs. whatever her last name was, I keep forgetting. Vigil, yeah.
You're basically saying I got dressed up and posed as some fancy inspector, aren't you? Well, it's beyond me how you think I could do that. Just give me a doesn't look like I'm paying off on the spies of a fake like this.
Maybe you could. It's like with a mustache or a beard to cover up that lip.
Why, perhaps. But if I was going to stick some facial hair on to cover up this swine specimen, why don't I look looking like his lordship over there, wouldn't I?
Pardon? I assure you, my lips are entirely unremarkable. I would ask you to not cast such scrutinizing looks in my direction, Counsel.
Oh, sorry, my lord. My imagination got the better of me there. Well, Inspector Gregson did wear a mustache, of course. You're right, he did. So perhaps he was hiding something himself. They could barely have hidden a crumb in a mustache that size.
And anyway, the detective we spoke with had no facial hair at all. The Capo was alright. He was a clean shaven.
It certainly seems beyond the realms of possibility that this witness could have disguised himself as the victim.
Aye, it does and it is.
Okay. That's the extent of their testimony, is it?
What's he feeling, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, what Mr. Bone is saying is undeniable. It would be all but impossible to hide those lips with any form of disguise.
Perhaps, yes, but nevertheless, the mark around his neck is equally undeniable. And is identical to one that Mr. DeRossi suffered.
Yes, that's true. But why does this whole disguise idea just keep playing on my mind? Okay. I think it is actually him.
Objection!
Oh my god. If you have no kinfolk, as you put it, then explain why it is that among the sparse furnishings, we found this photograph in the room.
Ah.
I presume, as you've been renting the room, that this photograph belongs to you, does it not?
Well,
Mr. Bone, drop the pretense and tell the court exactly who you really are.
I don't know that. What do you mean? I'm a peddler. I keep telling you so. You really don't need to bother with me. Please, just leave it alone.
As the man says. Leave it alone. Whatever the truth is about this man's life, it has no bearing on this case. Because it's simply not possible he impersonated Inspector Gregson.
Objection!
How can you be so sure? Just look at the man. No amount of disguise could ever hide those unmissable features.
Objection!
But what if we were to look at this the other way around? What do you mean?
Yes, Counsel, what do you mean?
Well, there's no denying that Mr. Bone's lip is very prominent indeed. But consider the possibility that his prominent lip itself is part of an elaborate disguise. Then, hiding that prominent feature, in other words, revealing his true face, would make an utterly impenetrable disguise. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Hugh Bone?
Good witness! Are you still hiding the truth in this court?
If that's a disguise, then underneath it, his true identity must be.
Yes, that's right. There's really only one person he could really be. My lord, the defense believes it can reveal Mr. Bone's true identity to the court.
No, please, no.
Well then, Counsel? What is the true identity of this peddler who goes simply by the name of Gossip on the street?
It is... Daily Vigil.
Take that!
Your real name is actually Mr. Vigil, isn't it? Mr. Daily Vigil.
Yeah. I don't recall that name, Counsel. It was just Mr. Vigil.
It's a name I encountered yesterday, my lord. It has to do with a certain client of Mr. Herlock Sholmes. A young gentlewoman came to the detective asking him to locate her missing husband. The woman is in this photograph, in fact. This is Mrs. Vigil. What? From what I understand, you haven't returned home since the night before the inspector was found dead. Probably because of questioning, right? But of course, on that night, you were being held captive by the two red-headed league men. Oh, right, that. Duh. Come on. Use your head. And last night, you were put up by the prosecution service in preparation for testifying in this trial. Right, yeah, so 2 days. Right. Blah, blah, blah. Because we've been led to believe that you, Mrs. Venus, and Mr. Sandwich were all homeless. Being important witnesses in this case, we needed to know where we could find you, of course. And that explains why you've not only been unable to return home, but also unable to contact your wife, who's been beside herself with worry, waiting for you at the Vigil residence.
That
Just hold on just a minute. What are you talking about? I don't have the first idea.
What I'm talking about? Really? It's a simple enough matter to confirm my suspicions. All we have to do is pull off that disguise.
No, please.
Bailiff, bring soap, a sponge, and a washbowl at once. Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi, you will restrain the witness.
Oui, my lord. See, my lord.
Oh my god.
No, stop. Get off, please. No.
Oh my god. Oh, hey! Well,
We are now seeing your true features, I presume.
oh, he changed too. Lift your head, sir, so the court can see your face.
It appeared that the defense counsel's assertion was entirely correct. This has all been a very elaborate deception. So, witness, tell the court, have you seen this man before?
I don't believe it, but... See, there isn't no question. This is the imposter we saw in the park.
Extraordinary!
On the day of the Red-Headed League enrollment, the man claiming to be Inspector Gregson, who appeared before Mr. De Rousseau and Mr. De Rossi in the park, was you, disguised as Inspector, or rather, was you posing as the Inspector in no disguise at all. Mr. Vigil was formerly employed as the Chief Warder at Barclay Prison.
Chief Warder? And your career had promise. Why, you would quite possibly have become the future governor of the prison. What on earth have you been doing, peddling little tattle? What?
Sorry.
What on earth have you been doing, peddling tittle tattle on Fresno Street?
Well, it's been 10 years since Mr. Vigil worked at the prison. 10 years. I'm really dreadfully sorry about all this. Yes, it's true. I am Daily Vigil. And you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison 10 years ago. So, where did Mr. Hugh Bone come from? I need a higher voice because I'm gonna die. Bone is the other me. It is a name I invented.
Well, evidently there is a great deal under the surface here.
I'll explain everything. I'll tell you just how wretched my life has become. It is a closed court after all. Hopefully my wife is not here. Anyway, as you say, it was 10 years ago now that my employment... 10 years ago now that my employment at Barclay Chief Warder came to an end. Having left the prison service, I searched for some new occupation by which to earn a wage. The times were hard in London, and I found no suitable engagements at all. In desperation one day, I turned my hand at selling wares on Fresno Street. But your wife appears to know nothing of this. She still maintains that you were the chief warder at Barclay Prison. I was utterly determined that my wife should not know of my failings, which is why I've never told her. I opened an account at the bank under the name Hugh Bone, and I rented the cheapest room I could find on Fresno Street. The scene of the crime we're investigating. Yes, that's right. Oh. A place from which I can emerge every morning at 8 as a squalid peddler and transform myself back every evening at 5 into a well-dressed man about town before returning home. That quickly became my daily routine. I was puzzled by the lack of furniture in the room, but that explains it.
Why on earth didn't you just tell us this in the first place?
I have a wife, sir, and 2 sons. Oh, we have 2 sons. And without wishing to sound self-conceited, they regard me with some pride. I gave him Cosmo's voice. I couldn't bring myself to disappoint them. So instead you decided to conceal your occupation from them? Yes. I've made such a terrible mess of everything. Still, one thing doesn't add up. No matter how many tidbits of information you can sell to passing gentlemen, even at 6 pence apiece, you couldn't hope to match the salary you must have commanded as chief warder at the prison. Yeah, that's my confusion.
Very true. You have kept your family in comfort, despite 10 years of somewhat misbegotten employment.
That was all thanks to Inspector Gregson. What? Inspector Gregson? What on earth? It was some years after I invented Bone and began my other life as a street seller. The inspector, that is, recognized me one day.
Do you mean to say the victim was an acquaintance of yours?
I knew him from my time working at the prison. When he saw that what I'd become, he was deeply troubled for me and my family. And from that day forward, he visited me on Fresno Street with increasing regularity. Then one day, he asked me if I could carry out a secret assignment for him. A secret? What was it? I was to impersonate the inspector. What? Impersonate him? Why? We always met in that little room so the inspector could brief me. Oh. Oh.
Visit our trials tomorrow and take a statement from the proprietors.
It was always something along those lines. Surveillance work, interviewing people. On those occasions, he would lend me his identification so people could believe who I was. My instructions were to make an impression, to let people know that I was Inspector Gregson, that Inspector Gregson had been at work. And for those services, he compensated me financially.
A Scotland Yard inspector willingly relinquished his identification into your care with intent to deceive. That, as I'm sure need not to point out, is a very serious criminal offense.
But why? What was the point of you impersonating him? I truthfully do not know. All I can say is that the inspector warned me on numerous occasions.
Word. Now remember, Vigil, I need your solemn word. You don't blab about this to anyone, alright? Ever. Even if I end up a croaker.
Dang. In time, he started to bring papers with him to the room as well. It became something of a second office for him. So, in fact, the person who declared himself to be Inspector Gregson at the park on Lime Street was really... Yes, it was me, acting on the inspector's orders. As usual, I removed my bone disguise, and then went, as instructed, to the park. armed with Inspector's identification book. It never occurred to me that the bruise on my neck might give me away. This is a very slow dun dun dun. Well, it would seem as this confession completely destroys the defense's case. What?
Explain yourself, Prosecutor Asuki.
My learned friend's assertion was as follows. The victim was killed at another location on the day before his corpse was discovered, at the hands of these two red-headed League men when they imprisoned the inspector. Oh, Mitchell, you have the same problem as us, where your slap doesn't make any noise. But no, that can't be. Stop slapping it! After all, it wasn't the inspector who went to the park that day, it was me.
Oh, goodness.
Finally, we have clarity! And we had nothing to do with the murder of the inspector. And merci, Monsieur de la Fence, for proving it. What? Ah! Oh shit, it does. That does prove it, doesn't it? Because before I was gonna say that because the guy had his identification notebook, he probably killed Gregson to get it. But no, Gregson was lending it to him, like, on a pretty normal basis, so damn. Okay, now what?
Order. Indeed, it appeared as we have reached a de facto conclusion of sorts. These witnesses had no involvement in the murder of the victim. As proven, somewhat ironically, by the defense.
Ugh.
I hereby call an end to the cross-examination.
Hold it!
Oh. Is that Cosmo? God, it's so cool that, like, can I just say, like, because his background melody is still the same as his original Cosmo theme, right? But it's played with, like a full, like, orchestra situation now, or, like, I don't know. It's like, so, you know, it's less, like, samurai and more, quartz pillory, if that makes sense. Stone pillars. It's more stone pillars than, paper walls. I don't know. Anyway, pardon me, Lord, but with your permission, I would like to pose one further question to the witness. Kazuma?
What question, Counsel?
It concerns the events of 10 years ago. Ah, yeah. I believe you would have been present at a very significant execution that was carried out at the time. 10 years ago? The execution of the professor. Genshin Impact Asogi! I want to know exactly what your involvement was. Oh! Answer me, man. Man. You talk like a British guy, Kazuma.
One moment, Counsel. Is this related to the current case?
Naturally. Smells like a lie! It is the prosecution's belief that this case and the events of 10 years ago are inextricably linked.
Does the defense concur, Counsel?
Actually, maybe. If we're talking about, because basically this case is kind of going over who's, quote, who's the Reaper, right? That's the big question in this case. So if we're doing that, then yeah, it's gonna be linked, right? Kazuma, you're not yourself. You're not as calm and collected as usual.
Poor Kazuma-sama. No wonder he's acting this way. Mr. Vigil's memories of what happened 10 years ago would tell the tale of Genshin Impact Asogi's last moments. His own father.
I know, I do understand that, but even so... Prosecutor Asogi. Do you genuinely believe that this question requires an answer in order to learn the truth behind Inspector Gregson's death? I need you to trust me. Please. Very well. Then the defense has no objection.
I see. In that case, you will answer the question, witness.
The truth is, I remember very little of that time. You've forgotten. I'm sorry to say, yes. As I said, I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. But for some peculiar reason, my memory of the events leading up to that moment is extremely hazy. He didn't resign though, he was dismissed.
Does that not strike you as strange, Mr. Naruhodo?
Wow, see, Susato's got it. Sorry?
Well, 10 years is a long time. But to have forgotten the reason why he left such an important job...
Yeah, you're right. And not only that, Mr. Vigil's claim contradicts what we already know. The human spirit is a fragile thing. It's broken all too easily, which is why we have a tendency to wrap it up for protection.
Sorry?
The human spirit? I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. When we experience pain and suffering that we feel unable to bear, we block it out, obliterate it from our memories, seal it away. But it never truly leaves us. If the seal is broken, the memories resurface. And when they do, that fragile spirit may finally be crushed.
But I really don't. Kazuma-sama.
But it must be crushed. But if it must be crushed, then so be it, because the truth will not stay buried. It's coming out, one way or another. Right. Now I understand. It's clear what his intentions are. He means to expose the truth, at any cost. Perhaps if I pointed out the contradiction in what Mr. Vigil claimed earlier, it might cause some crucial memories to return to him. But should I? Should I present the evidence or not? Do it! Do it! We pursue the truth! I have no idea how this is gonna go, but this is a court of law, and I have a duty to pursue the truth. Mr. Vigil, I'd like you to look at this. Evidence that clearly contradicts your version of events. Where is it? Oh, actually, I think it's over here. Yeah, dismissal notice.
Take that!
Just a few moments ago, you made the following statement. I resigned from my role at the prison 10 years ago. Oh, well, yes. In other words, you claim to have left the post of chief warder of your own volition. Well, yes, of course. Why? Tell me, do you remember seeing this document before? No, I don't. This is a dismissal notice ordering the immediate termination of a prison staff member's employment. Oh, dismissal notice. And the name on the notice is yours, Mr. Vigil. What? What? Ow! It's mine? So you didn't resign from the prison service at all. For some reason, you were dismissed as chief warder from Barclay.
No, there's been some mistake. I'm sure.
How? I'm sure I tendered my resignation. This dismissal notice is nonsense.
It isn't it?
This music is, Freaky. If you were forcibly dismissed, there must have been a good reason. Clearly, you did something. Mr. Vigil, it's time to break the seal and have you remember. According to the few remaining records, the final execution that you supervised was on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And on that day, something very serious took place at Barclay Prison. The 17th of June? What was that? The professor's execution? Professor... As you were the chief warder at the time, it stands to reason that you would have been present throughout the proceedings. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Don't mind me, I just needed to open my folder for a second. It does sound familiar. And yet, that execution never took place. The convict, Austin Sibley, executed earlier in the day, later re-emerged from his grave. The convict came back to life. In the cemetery in the middle of the night, there was a witness.
However, the witness claims that a moment after he saw the convict clambering out of his grave, a gunshot ran out from over his shoulder, and the bullet pierced the professor's chest, killing him instantly. Those may have been the professor's actual last moments.
Yes. Seeing as you were in charge of overseeing executions at the time, you must know the truth about what really happened. It's in your head, somewhere deep down. Well, Chief Warder, Daily Vigil? I know there are memories in your head that can explain what happened on the 17th of June, 10 years ago. And now it's time for you to drag them up. Mr. Vigil? Oh boy. Yes, the whole prison, it was in complete chaos. The prisoner escaped. He was killed in the cemetery. The shocking news ripped through Barclay like a hurricane. What? What? Come on, Yuneski, did you not read the thing? It said the prisoner escaped, and we knew this at the very beginning.
Order! Order! Shut up, player. Do you mean to say, Mr. Vigil, that your memories of the time have returned?
My head, it's like some floodgates have been opened. The images, the screams.
Oh, my goodness.
The papers. There were reports, articles about a man who'd seen a ghost. Yes, an Arch Trevor.
But surely those reports were exaggerated.
There were traces at the scene.
Traces of what?
In Lowgate Cemetery, at plot number 139. Blood. Lots of blood. That's where the man was buried, of course. Obviously, something terrible had happened there.
The depths of conspiracy and depravity from which this tale is emerging are quite staggering.
I've reviewed police records from that time extensively. A thorough investigation was conducted by Scotland Yard to ascertain how the convict managed to escape in the first place. And the conclusion reached by an investigation team was that a member of the prison staff must have been involved. Dude, you're like 11 hours late to this, I think.
Are you suggesting that a prison warder abetted a man's bid for freedom?
Yes, and I was suspected of doing it. Of using that mass murderous execution as a way to help him escape. You did what? I remember now. The horror of it all is coming back to me. One evening, a few days after the execution, some detectives came to the prison. I was called to the governor's office at the top of the watchtower. He's spinning faster and faster. Oh. Holy shit, this guy's tall. What the hell?
Oh, I'm sorry, Daddy. This is serious business, but I can't help you now. As chief warder, you're responsible for overseeing ship execution of the boy, and blah 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 blah. Well, it seems the fellows at Scotland Yard have a few feet. Where's talking about then? You better pack your things, laddie. You're to attend in person.
As soon as he told me that, my mind just went completely blank. And the next thing I knew, the professor, the most hated killer in our country, and I left head and escape. I'm finished. My life. It's over. Did he jump out the window? Whoa!
Order! Bailiff, fetch a doctor at once! Court is adjourned for the day with immediate effect.
So,
with Mr. Vigil's collapse, proceedings came to an abrupt end for the day. Once again overshadowed by the legacy of that notorious killer, appearing like a cursed ghost ship on a foggy ocean. Lord Van Zeeks, Mr. Vigil, Kazuma, and Gregson. All of them bound by invisible chains anchored to the same wreckage in the murky depths of the past. But the miraculous light that had been trying to cut through the gloom and shine on those tragic events was playing on the edges of the truth at last.
to be continued? To be continued? Should I even continue? It's like 7 hours in. There's probably gonna be another investigation and trial, right? Okay. Okay, I'll stop here, Shit, no, I wanna know so bad though! Hold on, I'll roll a dice, The dice said no! The dice said no! What? Okay, well, I guess that means I have to stop here. But oh my god, what? This is gonna bother me the entire day tomorrow. What if I start streaming really early tomorrow? What if I start streaming extremely early tomorrow instead? Because if I stream really early tomorrow, that means I can just play through the entire case, and then I can still have time at night to stream the next chapter and then finish the game, possibly, maybe? And then probably stream something else instead of Great Ace Attorney. But I don't know. I need to finish this case. No, not this case. I need to finish this game. I need to finish. Isn't the transition so cute? It's so cute. But I need to finish this game, or else I will not be okay. I will not be okay. Look. Jump. Woo! Look at him jump. Look at him jump on the screen and move. What a good boy. What a good boy. What a good boy. Actually, I'm gonna move the chat a little over this way. See, I tested. No. Okay. Man, I'm at this point where I'm head empty and I'm just ready for more information in order to fill it more. Does that make sense? I'm empty and I need fill. Yes. Alright. Well, I mean, the good news is that I didn't have any breaks in the recording, which means that, or not the recording, in the stream, which means that my 7-hour recording, does not need to see the light of day, and I can just delete it. Sleep. Hold on. Wait, sleep. You know, I was gonna sleep, but then you proposed this idea. And now I find the idea of sleep very, not pleasing. Oh man. I'm just thinking a lot about Kazuma. I'm thinking a lot about Kazuma and his motivations. Cause did you know his dad's name is Genshin Impact? His dad's name is Genshin, which is a weird, wacky kind of coincidence. And like and his dad, in like the game translation at least, came out it came out 2021, which means that like you know, Genshin was out 2021, so people have definitely made this joke before, but I have never heard it ever. So, I don't know. Maybe Ace Attorney people are like... Maybe Ace Attorney people and Genshin people aren't as connected as believed. But they both have red blue gaze! Okay. Wait, before I die, the new Holostars English kids came out, and well, you know, I haven't been able to look at them because I've been busy with this. But oh god. Okay. It wasn't a food. Holostars English Tempest? July 22nd, 23rd. Oh god. It's so soon! That's so soon! Friday, Saturday. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Oh man. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay. So... Holostars English Tempest. I have to say, okay. I'm sorry, I love Holostars, like, 100%, but like, one of these guys, the art is good, okay, the art is good, but just the proportions on, what's his name? This guy's name is Magni? Desmond? his eyes are just like a little bit too far apart. I don't know. Like maybe it's an art style. It's not that big of a deal, but like the moment I saw him, it's like, man, your eyes, they're just a bit too to the left and right. It's But giving opinions is a death wish, but yeah. Okay, I see. Honestly, like, they don't look bad. Axel looks extremely cool with the cat ears. Axel got like all the hugely popular tropes, I would say. The cat ears and the collar. And also, what do you mean how dare? Oh wait, I didn't see the have opinions part. My screen was blocking and it just said how dare. Axel, wait, actually, I was like, oh, I can show this on screen, but I'm too tired. Axel looks really cool with the ears. What's this? Register? Regis. The art that he has for his model looks really familiar. Like, extremely familiar, but I feel like it might just be a common art style. Hold on, I need to go on this in my other. Okay. Tempest, leader of Tempest Guild at your service. Save the world together. Mama. Oh. Fire Emblem? Is that what it is? Oh. Shit. Okay. That's why it's so familiar. Oh. That's why. Okay. Cause of Fire Emblem. What? Wait, what's his manga? Oh, I can't read this now because too much. I want to check the artists. Magni Desmond. Is this wait like what? What? Yeah, I have people I do not recognize at all. I do not know. I do not know at all. Axel and oh my god, move. Noir looks like I can't put a finger on it, but he definitely looks like someone. I feel like he looks like a lot of people. Axel Cyrios? Gladiator, and then I do not recognize the mom, but the mom's art is very pretty. Seems like how it goes for most cases. Axel. Okay, I see. Cool. Oh god, this fan art already. Of course there's fan art already. People work like so fast. Stupid fast. Just got a DM from my friend about Hololive, or no, Holostar's English. And her first comment is, "This is so weird." It does seem like some of them are bilingual though, which is good. What else is there? New merchandise. Oh, in the midst of the hype, new merchandise usually. Oh, for Holsters and Uproar. Wait, Uproar also has new merchandise? What? Not that I can get any. Shipping is expensive as fuck. Oh, cute. What the hell? Oh, and Uproad is also included, just like with All Stars. Oh, they have tote bags. They have tote bags. Oh my god. That's cute. Okay. Well, I mean... Oh. I mean, well... I gotta follow, right? If we're at Hollow Stars for— okay, I should just end the stream now. Good night! I'll geek out about this on myself.